Rabbi Lewis, where you at, Rabbi Lewis? I got time to talk to you today, buddy. Let me see. We got time to talk today, Rabbi. Videos. Give me a second, y'all. Boom. Send that out. Send that out. Hey, yo, we talked about so much stuff yesterday. It was crazy. We went for like 12 hours, yo. We went for like 12 hours. It was my man, it was big bro Reggie's birthday yesterday, so we went for 12 hours for Reggie. Look, we went for 12 hours on motherfucking Reggie for his birthday. Kent, what's up, bro?
What up, Doc?
What's up? What you working?
Hell yeah. You know.
Yeah, time to make the donuts. I hear you. Y'all was quiet in the back. Y'all was quiet in the back chat, so I said I'm gonna go ahead and
crank that shit up.
Yeah, spark a show. See if y'all come in. Corey, what's up? Corey might be working. I said he came in.
Oh, he got it muted, Corey.
Oh, I'm muted. Oh, I was saying, you hit the button right on time. I just turned in my daily report. I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm right on time. You feel me?
Yeah. Soon as I got in the truck, I seen that text. I seen the icon. I'm like, oh shit, Shepard must have knew I was getting off work
today. Yeah, I just took my lunch break.
Kent, you already know where I'm headed. You already, it's still, you already know, coffee's still legal. It's still legal for me up until 3 o'clock. Oh yeah, you already know it.
Already,
that's crazy. My daughter work at Dunkin' Donuts.
Yo, yeah.
Oh shit! I wish one of my kids worked at Dunkin' Donuts.
Y'all like Dunkin' Donuts? Dunkin' Donuts
they be packing that. They be packing
man,
that.
They got the best coffee in the world, man. Niggas be on that Starbucks, man. That shit tastes burnt to me, man. I have not yet. I have yet to go to a Starbucks, and I'm satisfied. It's like it's not good coffee to me.
See, I don't even eat their donuts. I don't eat their donuts though. I eat Krispy Kreme donuts, and I don't drink coffee at all. So I just
dude, not Krispy Kreme. I don't like Krispy Kreme donut. I like Dunkin'. I like everything about Dunkin' Donuts, man. But I don't get the donuts there. We got something called Jack's Donuts. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Jack's Donuts. But
no, what's that?
Man, hey, you walk up in that. If you like sweets like me, like I'm a donut. I eat terrible. You know what I'm saying? Like my diet consists of donuts, cakes, hamburgers, and pizza and shit like that. Like that's what my diet consists of. But anyway, this Jack's Donuts, right?
You eat like a teenager.
Basically, yeah. So this Jack's Donuts, right? Now they got a section when you first walk in there. It's just like regular donuts, like the donuts that you would see maybe at Krispy Kreme or at a Dunkin' Donuts and shit. Then they got this other section where the donuts cost $7 a piece. Now, Sheffrin, when I tell you, you might have to go to the doctor to get a diabetes shot after one of these motherfuckers, man. I'm not lying, goddammit. Like
you said a donut costs $7?
$7 for these donuts. They got a case. They already let you know, like, yo, when you go to this, that it costs $7 to get one of them donuts, man.
Damn.
But yo, I mean, it's worth it. But then we got another spot. Is the Amish people.
Oh yeah, the Amish donuts. Yeah, the Amish
Rise and Roll. Y'all got that? Y'all got Rise and Roll?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh man, so y'all get the Amish crack. They call it Amish crack.
Yo, nigga, we got the Amish all up and through here, yo.
Yeah,
you know
see,
what
we
I mean?
got
Like, yo, their bakery.
Yeah,
their bakery, man, dumb.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Dumb.
Yes, sir. No doubt. And that's where I either go to Jack's or I either go to Rise and Roll. I try to make it to Rise and Roll, but it's a little bit out of my way. So I usually just go to Jack's. But anytime I can get to Rise and Roll, yeah, I'm definitely, and I'm coming out of there with a dozen of them joints. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm coming out of there with, maybe sometimes if I'm feeling good, I'll buy some for the office. You know what I'm saying? Because I go to the office, turn my time in and shit, and I just drop some off of them. But a lot of times I just come out of there with a dozen. And believe me, when I pull up on that job site, like it ain't a minute, them boys is gone. Like everybody attacking me. You know what I'm saying? Like that Amish crack is crazy. And then everything about their bakery is good. You know what I'm saying? You gotta try they got a blueberry pie. It's a blueberry cream pie, Chefrin. Oh my God. Everybody don't like blueberries, so it might not be attractive to everybody.
I don't really fuck with blueberries.
I know a lot of people don't fuck with blueberries, but I happen to fuck with blueberries. And this motherfucking blueberry cream pie, Chefrin, that motherfucker is to die for, bro. It's to die for, man. Like, when I'm on my deathbed, I want a piece of that. Like, give me, like, when they say, oh, you only got a couple hours to live, make sure somebody get me a piece of that blueberry pie before I die. That's it. That's how cold-blooded that shit is, man. Yep. But I'm just a junk food eating motherfucker, man. Like I eat junk food like a motherfucker. And the crazy part, my wife cook, right? And they don't, like, my kids and my wife, they don't really eat out as much as I do. I eat out because I'm on a job site and I'm going from job site to job site or whatever. But yeah, man, I'm just a junk food dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't eat healthy, you know, until I get home. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
But yeah. But man, we had a very, very interesting discussion last night. I don't know if you probably didn't even catch it all, Chef.
I was in and out. But I think I got the most part of it. I feel like you and Haskell did a hell of a job yesterday. You, Haskell, and Sosa holding the conversation down. I went back and listened to the parts that I missed when I was having to deal with the family and stuff. So when I went back in this morning and I listened, you, Haskell, and Sosa definitely, you know what I mean? I feel like me, Reggie, and Morpheus had held the first part of the showdown. And
yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, you Haskell and Sosa definitely kept the conversation popping. You dig what I'm saying? It wasn't no dry spots for real. Yeah. When I listened all the way back. And then Thunder came in. I love his pushback on stuff because he think general. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Just like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that part, it gets missed in this community, right? I feel like, you know, where in some areas you definitely supposed to be meticulous and over scrutinizing things. But I think sometimes the general point get missed when we attack every situation like that. Some things are just general where you can get the basic consensus of what it is. And then you can go into the nuances of it. Like that's how I feel like they do with Egypt. They bring the meticulous and nuance to the general part of the conversation when you don't even have to. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we get to talking about pottery when we talking about just the general population of the people. We start talking about, you dig what I'm saying? The haplogroups and the EM72 to the EM2 branch, that the basal Eurasian and what the fuck? Like, and these were the Natufians.
We get bogged down. We get bogged down.
I'd be like, yo, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Like, you gotta relax.
Man,
I like Thunder's common sense approach. You know what I'm saying? Like he got a common sense, and most things are like that. Like, you know, I know in science, you know, science is counterintuitive, but when we having like you say, a general discussion, I think it's okay to use a common sense approach on that. You know what I'm saying? At least ask the common sense questions, and that's what Thunder is very, very good at. He's very good at asking those common sense questions. You know what I'm saying? And I like him though, because he gonna ask you a question, but he already got a source ready for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I always like that.
He'd be like, let me share my screen.
Yeah. Yeah, Thunder, you better believe he's not coming empty-handed. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he asks you a question, he pretty much know the answer to it. He just want to see where you go with it. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely like that. Sometimes he right, sometimes he wrong. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes he may have misinterpreted, you know, the source or what have you, but, you know, he still come with that common sense, you know, question or that common sense approach to it. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good, man. It's all good. It's a learning. I like the way, you know, we get down and see Thunder was able to help us get down to the real point last night. You know, because of the questions that he asked, because of the way he approached things. You know, it's no room for the flim flam.
To wiggle. It ain't no wiggle.
Yeah.
It ain't no wiggle.
Yeah. Yep. And I try to get my questions or make my statements in a way that, you know, you can't bring me the wiggle room or the flim flam and shit like that. But I don't know. I'm just not good at that. I gotta take a page out of Thunder's book here. I gotta sit at the feet of Thunder for a little while.
No, you did good when you kept telling everybody let's slow down. Let's see. Let's go back to these Rwanda looking. You know what I'm saying? You did it like 15 times.
I picked up on you. I was riding your coattail at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, listen, man. Go ahead, Adrian. Go ahead. What's up?
Shefford.
What's up, bro?
Check out that Norse mythology video I had sent you.
Go ahead.
In that video, the Norse mythology expert actually talks about how Vikings encountered people of African descent, and they called those people blue.
Called them blue?
Yep, called them
blue black.
Called them blue men.
Can I have a large hot with 5 and 5?
I gotta check that out. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. Matter of fact,
what was the point of that, what happened?
One of the dudes on yesterday, he talked about how in the that the Vikings had encountered Mauritanians, and they had captured them and enslaved them in the Eddas and stuff like that. So I sent a video to Chef confirming that.
Okay.
Hey, who got Ngozi's email, man? Somebody needs to shoot him that link.
What time are we gonna everybody gonna get on?
I don't know. I told Ngozi to make sure he come on today.
Reggie. Okay, yeah, I mean we got Reggie.
I need Ngozi to talk to Reggie. I can't talk to Reggie without Ngozi on the panel.
Right. We need Ngozi right now.
Yeah, Reggie too slippery. Reggie too slippery, yo. You got too many tricks with him, yo.
Hey, somebody, how you doing, Reggie? I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
All
He
right.
got a birthday
Hey,
hangover.
brother Ray.
Yeah, birthday hangover.
We hung out. We had him hanging out late last night for his birthday, so he probably a little disoriented today.
No, no, I'm
He had his cigar. He had his cigar.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
I'm sharp as a whip. I hate, I hate to do it to y'all because y'all are such nice guys.
Here we go.
I hate,
Here we go.
I mean, Sheffrin, man, how can you not like Sheffrin, boy? Corey, man, Thunder, how could you not like these guys? I let you think that you pushed me on the fence. Now, here's the thing. The pseudo killers, obviously get roughly about 1,200 views per show, depending on a large show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm hungry. That's not enough for me.
All right.
And,
Okay.
I see Haskell.
We didn't pass the drug test yet. We gotta take another drug test.
Yeah.
That way he can see if we qualify.
I am gonna put y'all on the main the main movie screen. Right?
Oh, we're going to the big screen. We're going to the big screen.
I'm going to put the pseudo. I'm gonna give you the most marketing that you've ever had in your life. I am going to drag you on Sarnetta's channel.
Oh, look, we don't want Sarnetta.
No,
we don't want that Sarnetta crowd, yo. They rabid over there.
No, they will.
I was supposed to do something with him too. I forgot to call him back and shit. He called me and shit.
They rabid over there, right?
Yeah, they wild.
Sarnetta wants each and every one of y'all because you do have some gives. You play devil's advocate, right? Oh, you're all the devils. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. I don't know how much play in that, Reggie. I think we is the devil.
Oh yeah, you are the adversary. You are directly. I am going to kill the nigga gene.
Okay.
But hold on. Hey, Reg, we supposed to be on the same team.
Right. You can't jump back over there with Unc them. You can't go back over there with Unc them.
Unc just was shooting at you over Mansa Musa. You gotta realize who really got your back.
He mad because you called him a traitor. You can't call Mansa Musa a traitor and then be a part of the conscious community.
I'm gonna drag Hodge L. Well, if he's an L, Hodge Mansa Musa.
He's definitely Hodge. He's definitely an El Hodge.
Yeah, he
made his pilgrimage. He's El Hodge Musa.
Didn't you see Sheffrin? Sheffrin, you're a Muslim, right?
I'm not. Yeah. Well,
you're culturally a Muslim.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're culturally Muslim, so you should, if anybody knew exactly what I was doing yesterday, right?
Oh yeah, I was with you. I told you I agreed with you.
Right. So you are not the ignorant when it comes to this, right? You know the games they play, right? I gotta get my son through his doctoral program. I wanna be there. I don't wanna die early, so I'm very cautious about there's places I cannot go. I hope y'all know that. Even overseas, I can't go, or I have to go very quietly. But I will, because of the things that I know and some of the things that I poke at, right? But I will tell you, I'm going to give you fair warning. So I got us to the point, right? So Thunder, you're on, right?
How you doing, Reggie? You all right?
Yeah. So Thunder was very helpful in dragging y'all to my point. So I gave you some DNA evidence about the sub-Saharan DNA material did not survive in North Africa.
Okay.
And then I dragged Thunder helped me. Give Thunder a lot of credit. He helped me help you begin to drag you into what happened to the slave trade in Cairo. And I started just because of my ego that I have to kill to do it to you.
Yeah, we started that last night. We're starting we crucifying that ego you got right now. That's
right. So I had to stop my ego because you're not worth it.
Oh,
damn.
So I'm going.
See how we talk to each other as black people? You see how we do, Tim? And then guess what? We're supposed to respect our elders. We're supposed to respect our You see how this go?
Let him have
that was a good gun.
Now,
You already know that felt good to me. That felt good to me, Thunder. That was a good gunshot.
I'm gonna give you the opportunity to apologize, Reggie. Could be we all black, and this should not. Listen, hold on, Corey, stop, because you know how I told you. I do believe that we are mentally ill, bro. We got certain issues that we dealing with, and a lot of things can be triggered by certain things like that. When you tell me I'm not worth it, now you're saying as a black person who have never attacked you, I've never done anything, never offended you. Only thing I asked you was one simple question, and I'm not sure how successful. Thunder. I'm not sure how successful you were last night in proving that, but it should not get to the point where now I am worthless. But bro, what I'm saying is you crossing lines, and there's no need for it. If you wanna come back, and I can ask you the same question right now and give you the opportunity to answer. I didn't nobody cut you off.
He didn't say you was worthless though. He said you're not worthy.
He said I'm not worth it.
He ain't got to pull the ego out on you. That's what he's saying.
Nah, bro. What I'm saying is, I don't believe that it should even have to come to stuff like that, man. Just I give you the question. I give you the opportunity to answer the question. Answer.
No, but here's the thing. Look, I have bigger platforms to do what I'm going to do.
Okay,
but
go ahead,
wanted to
no
get
problem.
you.
I won't ask you no more then.
I wanted to, and don't take it personal. You're trained. You have some Masonic training. I have some training myself in another domain. I have some training.
You can't insult me and then tell me not to take it personal.
No,
bro.
I didn't insult. I'm talking about the whole pseudo killers, not you. Why are you making?
No, you
it
said
about
you called my name.
But you gotta know where you at though, Thunder. Like niggas gonna throw some shots when they get.
We get shots thrown at us all day, yo. Hey, Thunder, we got thick skin over here. They can't get around us, so they gotta insult us.
Right? It's no need for it.
Hey, look, we ain't got a quarter of their library, and we kicked it.
Sheffrin, have you ever seen me on the big screen? I get to talk to the leaders of movements, right?
Okay, so I'm with you.
So since it's just me, we the peon. You called us commoners last night. It's a little thing you say. It's a little thing you say, Reggie, that's very insulting.
No, don't take it as insulting.
And then you tell me to not take it personal. You know what I'm saying? That's strange to me.
No, he's windmilling.
I didn't say
Thunder, you gotta know when somebody is windmilling, yo.
I didn't call Thunder a peon.
You said peon and you said commoners, and then now you came back and said Thunder, you ain't even worth it. Bro, what I'm saying
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say Thunder, you're not worth it.
Yeah, you called my name, and then
but see, you don't. How can I say you're so into your feelings? I thought that you knew the craft.
What craft?
Right? The craft. You know the craft. I thought that you were trained in the craft, right? That you know how to.
Okay, are you under the impression that I am upset and angry and mad at? No, I'm telling you that, brother, find another way. You can't tell me to respect you as an elder. You can't do that and then throw shots at the end of that. It don't make sense.
But no, I'm
not mad at you.
I'm getting to the point. The point is for my people in the context of history.
Now you saying my people? Who, the commoners? Who you talking about?
He's trying to pull that shit my granddad used to pull on me, man. That nigga used to tell me how worthless I was and shit.
Like, come on.
And then want me didn't want me to respect him. It's like,
Right.
motherfucker,
Well,
we've
no,
been at work.
listen.
The whole time I've been at work, you've been talking shit to me. Now I'm supposed to respect you.
Now we're supposed to respect you.
Wait, watch
Come on,
this.
bro.
No.
Watch this.
Hold on,
Dr.
let me-
Joseph Ben Jochanan, who was a Shriner, who is
Yes.
part of the Order of the Mystery Systems, right?
Yes.
He was very, very hard on me. And Dr. Clark was also
Yeah.
very, very hard, right?
They
Because they
messed you up.
gotta bring you through the fire. You have
Bro,
to be
Joe
worthy
Jackson,
of
Joe
salvation.
Jackson was hard on Michael Jackson, man. You see how it had did
Listen
him,
to
bro?
this, Thunder. You have to be worthy of salvation, of redemption, right? You have to go through something to be something. You have to be forged. Does that sound?
I
Does
get
that ring
what you're
any
saying.
bells in your head?
I don't know what you're talking
It's
about.
biblical.
I know
I
you
get-
don't.
I get what you're saying,
We're
Reggie.
getting biblical.
I
I
know
get what
you
you're saying.
He's
don't.
doing it to a large, but he's doing large talk. But what I'm saying is, listen, Reggie, I'm saying, bro, I understand what you're doing, and nobody on here is gonna say that I'm upset, angry. I'm talking about, okay, for the last 2 years, right? You get on in Sarnetta, and you'll say that people don't respect me. My name is Reggie Mabry. You go through, you did about last month. You did a whole show talk about your degrees, and all your
Yeah, because I
certifications.
needed Chief X $100.
Resume Reggie. Resume Reggie.
I needed Chief X's $100. I gotta pay my internet bill.
No sweat. But what I'm saying is, my point is, you go through, you try to get and I believe you deserve the respect, and that's why I gave you. So you got on
You
there.
know, if you was
like
a pseudo
last
killer,
year,
you wouldn't have to worry about that internet.
right?
deal,
Last
Reggie.
year, last year, you were saying how nobody was giving to your cash app, and then you was like, "Look, y'all giving this and this and that." So let me start putting my Reggie Mabry $ thing on there, and y'all donate to me. Do this, do that, do this, and do that. You put your resume on the line and show us that. You show us this, and then you come right back and call us commoners and peons, and we ain't worth it, bro. What I'm saying is, you don't have to do that, Reggie. Not with me.
Watch
I'm
this.
not opposed to you, man.
I'm
your
not
opposition.
personally talking to you.
You call
right?
my name, Reggie. So that's why
I'm only because last night you was
You
being
was on the team with us.
You was being a little nasty.
I
right?
have no. I was not
You
being
was hanging out with the pseudo killers last
I
night.
said-
You got
being a little nasty, Thunder.
No.
So
The only reason I was nasty is because you said my question was silly. And you tried to make the thing is, you got your teachers teach, everybody else, all that stuff. What your boy who that John Henry say? Listen, man, you don't have to do that with me. I wasn't trying to sun you. I wasn't putting you in no bad position. I'm saying if you're telling me these people are black,
you had him in a bad
there was
position.
a mass
You did have him in a bad
Show
position.
me where it was.
I actually watch this. I actually apologize to you.
No, I'm with you. That's what I'm saying.
No, but you are carrying it past even, so I can't apologize to you. I said the question was silly. I'm not saying that you were silly. I found out that you didn't really know about the transatlantic slave trade.
Right.
So I quickly apologized. I didn't call you any ignorant.
No, I accept your apology. I'm saying your ego at this point. So okay, this is my point. You can apologize to me, right? No problem. And I accept your apology fully. But that don't mean that your ego has been smashed, bro. And what I'm trying to do at this point is to destroy this ego you got.
Let me say something real quick.
Oh, Adrian, my brother Adrian, I see you.
Let me say something.
I see you, Adrian. You
Real
gonna
quick.
get it too.
Let me say something real quick. Okay, this is what I learned from experiences with dealing with academics, right? But I'm going to use an example because this is pretty recent. With that interview, I know Dana Marniche, right? And Dana Marniche, she's an actual PhD on the Moors, et cetera, et cetera. But there was a few conversations that I had with her where, she had to intellectually spank me. And, my feelings was hurt. But since Dana, she kind of put in that work on the Moors and stuff like that, I kind of gotta, shut up and listen and be humble. Like she got a little bit of a, ego, but I gotta just take that.
Adrian, bro, this is what you're doing. This is what you're missing, man. If I'm going into a conversation with Reggie about Egypt, do you believe that I'm finna go up here and try to battle him in any kind of way? That'll be retarded. So if you're going into a conversation with whoever this lady you're talking about, and she has a doctorate degree in whatever she's talking about, to me at that point, you're the one stupid if you trying to go in there banging. So yeah, she got the doggone beat you upside the head because you going in there banging. What I did last night,
he asked Reggie
I was
question.
bang free. Yeah, I was bang free. I wasn't banging on nothing.
He came in as a student.
Yeah, I came in as a student.
He said, "Can you show me a mass exodus of black people
from
out of Egypt?"
That's all I said.
And he sat back and took the lesson.
You seen my comment, didn't you, Reggie? In the pseudo killers thing, didn't you?
Of course.
Yeah, Adrian, if you're going in there banging on that young lady, whoever she is, and she got a doctorate degree, you're the one stupid.
Well,
yeah, you deserve to get intellectually spanked.
Now, you see how you use those words? Now, if you say you're the one stupid banging on Dr. Marinishi because she has a PhD.
Yeah.
But if I said that you were not too wise baiting me, you would not give me the same.
Okay, let's do this, Reggie. You just had two people that agree with me, right?
That lady must be pretty.
You had two people that said that all I did was ask you a question, and a simple question. I am not challenging any. I did not challenge any information that you brought out, even last night. I didn't challenge not one thing. What I did was allow you to make your argument, and you did make your argument. Now, you had the whole panel say that you weren't convincing last night, but I did not challenge you. My point is, if Adrian is going in there challenging a person with a doctorate degree.
Hey, Sheffrin, y'all let Vance in, Sheffrin.
Okay. Yeah, if Adrian's going there challenging a young lady who has a doctorate degree in whatever she was talking about, and if Adrian, being the novice, probably he is, like everybody else on this panel, we are novice.
Dude, Adrian, don't take that. You're not no novice. Don't take that from me.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Adrian, understand what I'm saying.
What Thunder does?
Adrian
throw a shot.
Adrian understand exactly what I'm saying. When it comes to cosmology, Corey loves the cosmos, right? But would he consider himself the likes of Neil deGrasse? No. Compared to Neil deGrasse Tyson, we are novice. Compared to Reggie Mabry, I'm a novice when it comes down to Egypt. Jabari, I'm a novice. That's not an insult. I think that's a fair assessment of my intellectual health.
Raise your voice.
Yeah, go ahead.
Last night.
Yeah.
Did I get upset? Did I scream?
No.
When I stopped talking, was I listening?
Yes.
I was trying to seek where the matter was, and you was the best proponent or the best tool to help me walk there. So I wanted to walk. I actually held your hand.
Okay.
And I said, and I let you lead me.
Do you believe you answered the question though?
So wait, no, because the pseudo killers is not the place for me to answer the question.
Cool. So you saying I gave you the motivation to go on Sonetta and finally break this down. Okay, no problem. If I'm that too, I'm cool with that. No
you get it. It's not that. Listen, all of you are my brothers.
Right on.
Yes, sir.
All of you are my brothers. And I have some training. I make mistakes, but I always go back to my training, right? Yeah. Sometimes I listen. I don't. I've talked to heads of organizations, especially religious fanatic organizations, right? So I know how to temper myself, right? So I know how not to push the button that's going to push you over the cliff, And if I need to apologize, I will apologize. However, I appreciate Thunder walking you all to the cliff. The question that I will deal with, I can't deal with it today, maybe tomorrow or the next day on Starnetta or Black News 102, is what happened to the African in Egypt.
Okay.
Right. And I try to begin the conversation about talking about, we can look at what happened in the past. That's what Ankh is doing. Ankh is going to talk about the face of Egypt, right? Okay. I'm not going to do that. That's what Ankh is going to do. Brother Reggie is going to walk you into more modern time periods to show the effects of the trans-Saharan slave trade leading up to the transatlantic slave trade, but the Egyptian, the African in the Nile Valley, they had nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade, but the policies of the transatlantic slave trade influenced the slavery in Egypt. Now, because slavery did not end in Egypt in 1865, it did not. So you will find, and it's just a lesson. It's just a lesson, Adrian, right?
Right.
I didn't have the time to prove my point. I just wanted to push out some information about how to look at things.
All right. I can respect that. No problem. I look forward to hearing it, man. I support you, bro. I wish you good luck.
So, Reggie, you gonna be talking? Oh, I'm sorry.
That question gonna be out. To me, the question is still outstanding, though.
It is, it is. That's why I thought that you was the best on the panel to walk us to the cliff.
All right, no sweat.
So I can push you off.
No problem.
It's been outstanding for at least 3 years now. At least 3 years.
I'm looking forward to it.
I understand, but see, Thunder has a different way in which to do it. See, and you know what? Me and you, we are actually kind of closer. We spent more time talking, right? Thunder, I usually get snippets to talk to him on Garfield's show, right? I've got a chance to talk to you directly, right?
Right,
hours.
Right, yep.
So
yep.
I am, I respect all of you, but I have a more personal situation. But Thunder allowed us to walk hand in hand to the goddamn cliff.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Reggie.
You would have been more respectful, Corey, even though you joke and shit and stuff like that.
Why do you? Let me ask you this, Corey, and I want you to be dead. I mean, on your mama, dog. Do you believe I did? on your mama.
Don't know the relationship me and my mama got.
No, I'm sorry. Well, you know what I'm saying. Yeah. So, do you believe Adrian? Everybody, do you believe I disrespected Reggie last night?
No,
completely. I do. I do.
You know what?
And the reason why, because it's like you knew Reggie couldn't answer the shit, and you set him up. So Reggie should feel disrespected. I feel disrespected.
That was a little bit of disrespect because it was time to lend the olive branch, and you didn't put the olive.
You kept beating it down.
I apologize, man.
Thunder said, "Show me the mass exodus."
I am going to.
I apologize, Reggie.
No, it's fine. So, Jeffrey.
No, you gotta accept my apology, man. No, it ain't no. I want you to accept my apology. I didn't mean to disrespect you. I didn't think I was disrespected, but
no, Sheffrin, you can't apologize based on. I'm not accepting your apology on that. Sheffrin said the reason why you did it is because because I couldn't answer the question. And so no apology is needed.
Look, it was hard. It was hard for me watching that shit, Reggie. Like seriously, like I was just like, man, just say I need to go find the book. Do what Assad do.
I didn't.
Hold on. Look, you know what Assad do when it gets tough for him? He say all his books is packed up in Philly. So I got the source, but it's packed up in Philly right now. Every time shit gets sticky for him, he say all his sources in his books is packed up in Philly. So just say your shit.
And not only that, he used two of them. He used two of them, Sheffrin. He'll either say that, right, or he'll read you a Bible quote.
Right.
Like, he done that to me like 3 times.
Yeah,
it's like, bro, did
nuts.
you just read a Bible quote to me, man?
Reggie.
Yes, Adrian.
You gonna be on Sardetta talking about Egypt, right?
Yes, Adrian.
There's
the trans-Saharan slave trade.
There's 2 books that you should grab that's really gonna help you out.
He already got them.
I guarantee he ain't got these books.
He got Dr. Ben all his books.
Not Dr. Ben.
I don't need none of those books.
No. You're gonna need these 2 books, Reggie. Trust me. I need you to go ahead and grab The African Diaspora in the Mediterranean Lands of Islam by John O. Hunwick, and grab West Africa in the Arab World by John O. Hunwick. Those have really good primary source documents.
I'm a fan of Hunwick. I've also I used his information in preparing for the Moorish debate. Hunwick is actually one of the experts. I am going to use a paper where Hunwick is cited, but Hunwick is just one part of the problem, because I'm narrowing this just to Egypt. I'm answering Thunder's question, which is a question of Corey and Chief X. And so thank you. When I do talk, if Hunwick didn't say it directly, they used his points because he is one of the experts on the subject. So
during that debate, is that the first time you did the Behold? Was that the first time?
No, the Behold was for the Hebrews, to let the Hebrews know that their Council of Angels are really the white folks, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and those people that wrote.
You did during that more debate, right?
I had it in my notes.
It was kind of. I think it was kind of played. You ain't go hard body with it. I
watched because the more debate with Sharif, and it's problematic with the Moors. So they selected Sharif to debate me over all the other Moors, but then because of the internal fractions of the Moors, they push him out. They don't give him any standing. So whatever the brilliant, bright brother said goes into the ash can because his own organization pushed him out. His own chief minister. Yeah.
John, you said John Henry. Last night we talked about John Henry Clark, right, in West Africa. I don't know nothing about him. I just seen him. My peers I teach and everybody else I teach. You know what he said? That quote, famous quote, right? All else I teach.
I don't debate. He said I don't need to
debate my peers.
My peers,
everybody else I teach. So everybody was saying that he's down with okay, let me do this. So I'm looking for authors who wrote about West Africa, right? So in the Black community, as far as I know, it was just Egypt, and that's why I just developed such a disdain for Egypt, because I know we ain't from there. And
how is the basis of Masonry?
Well, fine, but it still had nothing to do with where we come from. So what I'm saying is, I'm looking for authors and books, the best books. My initial, because I'm starting to get into West Africa. That's something I've been trying to do for at least a year now, and that's what I'm starting to do now. Like I said, learn about just West African stuff. I talked to Kyle, and he gave me some books on
A Tropical Dependency is a good start by Lady Lugard, and also by all of Basil Davidson's books too.
who?
Grab the first book you should grab on West Africa is called A Tropical Dependency by Lady Lugard. She was the first European scholar to write about Africa in a
European.
positive light. Yep.
Basil Davis, a European too.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Use Basil Davidson too. Even
How you
grab
spell it?
who Lady Lugard,
No, Basil, whatever.
Basil and then Davidson.
All right.
Grab his book, West Africa.
Oh, there are black people that wrote about West Africa.
John Henry Clark was one.
Besides him.
Joseph P. Donkwa.
Who?
Joseph P. Donkwa.
Walter Rodney.
He from Ghana. Walter Rodney is
just
awesome.
come back to the crib with me, Thunder. I'm headed out in September, right? I'm going to Ghana in September. You come on out with me, man. How about that?
September.
Thunder going back to South Africa. He think he's Zulu.
No, I'm going. No,
I need a bodyguard, Thunder. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody gonna fuck with me if you walking next to me.
So Corey, why are you going to West Africa?
He from there.
You know, I got dual citizenship. You know, my mom was born there and my grandfather was raised there. You know.
Oh.
But I have land. I have land there. I sold half of it, right? And I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna see if the money right. I'm gonna sell the other half of it. 'Cause I don't plan I don't know. I don't plan on. You know, I used to. Let me tell y'all this. This was my dream before, right? And I may decide to go back with it, you know. But my wife ain't really into it, so I kind of gave up on it. But my dream was to go over there and help them build they infrastructure. So I was gonna go over there and I was gonna holler at get with the government over there.
Oh, as a consultant. Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, and I was gonna like buy equipment, have it shipped out there, or I think you can buy equipment from the Chinese motherfuckers out there anyway. So, you know what I'm saying? I was gonna have all that out there, and you know, I was gonna do like because we got a program here. It's a city sidewalk program in here in town, right? And so the taxpayers, they allocate so much money for your streets and your sidewalk per year. So I was going to try to help them get that kind of program, you know, started off so that they can have better roads and better bridges. Because I mean, when we go, Thunder, you're gonna see traffic. It's like New York everywhere in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like traffic is backed up all day, every day.
You going to Accra?
Yeah, Accra. Yeah. I got land just outside the city, just outside of the city. You know, just past the city limits. Yeah.
So your mother is Fanti Shante Ga Ewe.
Fula. That was my grandfather was Fula. My mama don't know nothing about Ghana. She was born there, but they was raised here in Florida. You know what I'm saying? So
okay,
she was a little girl when she came here.
Well, can I say this? Is it costing you? Is it costing you to keep the land?
No, I got family that maintain it and shit like that. I mean, no, I'm not a chief or nothing like that. It's just that it was in my family. It's my grandfather's land. Okay. You know what I'm saying? He inherited it.
Can I tell you something? Everybody hates me, so I'm 57 now, so it doesn't matter if someone else hates me.
Right.
So I have professors. I've had a whole group of people, because you got to remember, I went to West Africa in '86 with Dr. Clark, his first trip back, and from that period on, we pretty much began the travels of Black people to West Africa. So I worked with two two groups. One with Brother X, who was a member of the craft under Dr. Ben, and then I took it over for 3 years, and then it moved on to some other people. So I've been working with bringing people to Africa for a long time. I stopped for very good reasons. What I found is that the African people, the locals, the commoners, they would want you to invest in stuff. But if they think it's lucrative, then then unfortunately they will find a way to take it over. So whatever projects that we have done largely in Ghana have been taken over by them, and the way it's usually taken over is that you simply die, and then it's pretty much an absence of an owner, and then they take over your schools, whatever your buildings, your lodges, your hotels. They take it over, and it's horrible, because sometimes it's actually,
it's called eminent domain. They call it eminent domain, Reggie.
And they have
that's how they take your shit from you.
That's correct. And so what I have found is that there's no laws there to protect us, and we basically have given Africa, particularly West Africa, particularly Ghana, millions of dollars. And I didn't complain when they charged me, when I was taking groups, and they charged us $300-400 on Ghana Airways, more than they was charging the locals, right? I didn't complain about that. I didn't complain about the expenses of the buses and expenses of the hotels.
And they don't accept CDs all of a sudden too. When you're trying to shop and shit, it's like, oh no, we need the dollars. We don't do CDs. It's like, hold on, you a Ghanaian motherfucker? How you don't do CDs? That's like me saying, no, I don't do dollars, I do euros. You know what I'm saying?
Because they know they're telling you, what they're telling you is that there's a black market, and so for every CD you could probably get, for every American dollar you can probably get 8 to 10 CDs in the black market.
10 CDs when I was there. When I was there last, it was 10 CDs per dollar. For a dollar, you know?
So they're saying to you, just give us the dollars and we'll get a better rate, because you with your American dollars, you can't get the rate that they can get on the black market, right? So but still they'll be overcharging you in American dollars
every time.
Yeah, thank you. So Corey,
every time. And I'm considered a white. I'm considered, they everybody in America is white. They're not looking at me like I'm black. Yeah.
You're a Bruni. Yeah. The word is a Bruni Bafo. Yeah. And they have this little song that the kids sing. Bruni, it's like Mr. Salty. Bruni Bafo, come and let me take your money. Right?
Yeah.
They sing this song. Bruni Bafo, come and let me take your money. Right? And it's like the ice cream truck, right? And I found
it's like a carol or whatever,
Yeah, and I found this out in a go-go when I went with Dr. Clark, and I was surrounded by maybe 100 young, beautiful Black children, right? And
it's always a million of them motherfuckers together. Yeah, they always run together.
Yeah, so they're in like these age group formations. And they was trying to give me money. They was trying to get money from me, right? And then I said, why y'all treating me like this, man? I'm black like you. No, you a Bruni. You not black. And then they made me cry. Cry. I cried. They rubbed my skin and they rubbed theirs and say, you're not black.
Oh, damn.
You're not black. You're a Bruni, and laughed at me with their shiny white teeth.
Yeah. And the thing is though, Reggie, they'll treat you like that even if you my color. You done seen what I look like. I'm blacker than 2 of them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of niggas down there that's more light-skinned than me. You know what I'm saying? And they still treat me like a white man. Like, they refer to me as white. They don't say American. They say white. That's at least my family members and their associates and shit like that in the people that I've come encounter with, like they don't say American. They don't. I've heard of Bruni before, right? But they never referred to me as that. It's like straight white. Like I'm a white man there. It's crazy.
Hey,
because we're American. That it's synonymous with American in Ghana. It means the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Reggie, it means a person who is not like them, who has money, and they're here to take it, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, that's white.
It's a pirate song.
Reggie, let me ask you this, man. So you say you sat up under John Henry Clark, you sat up under Dr. Ben.
Here's the setup, y'all.
You said no, I'm not saying that. I mean, Reggie, I told you I'm not.
Go ahead, Thunder.
You gotta stop. You set up on these people, right? I'm with you. So what? And I'm getting back to the authors. So can you tell me since you set up under them, and I'm asking for Black authors, right? And my brother Adrian gave me Basil Davidson, which is a European.
What's wrong with Europeans?
Lady Lugard, which is a European, right?
Why? But John Henry Clark too. You can't forget
we got John Henry Clark.
Clark.
I'm sorry, we got John. Okay, we did have John Henry Clark, right? So why did not more of why didn't Dr. Ben and all those cats write about West Africa? Did you have those conversations with them like at all? James Smalls, all these people.
There was no young mullah involved in that.
Yeah.
See, that wasn't disrespectful. I'm asking you about them. Why did they not feel? Did they not feel an attachment to West Africa? Did they not feel it wasn't sexy? Like Garfield says, it wasn't sexy enough. What? Tell me what you think they were thinking, or if y'all had those conversations.
When I went to Africa in '86, and others, Dr. Jeffries went in the '50s, and
you went to Egypt.
Dr.
That was your
Clark.
first trip. Like, why?
Yeah, but I went to West Africa first, and West Africa is largely oral, and the writers of Africa are usually the Arabs and the Europeans. The local people, you can listen to their oral stories, but they're very competitive against each other. So the Ashanti has a story, and they have a creation story, and they have a people story, and then it's the Fanti, who have been their enemies, right? And then the Ewe, the Gas, the smaller groups of people. So they're not necessarily they're reliable because that's what they believe, but they're not necessarily reliable historically about why did the Portuguese, for example, were able to enslave them, and what was their part in the enslavement, right? They're not honest about that, but they have their heroes like Nana Santiwa and Prempe, and they have their heroes where in part they become heroes for the local group, but in the other situation they are still warring with the other Africans. So Dr. Clark, so I worked at the Schaumburg Center for Research in Black Culture at the New York Public Library, and Arthur Schaumburg donated his collection of books.
Okay, let's do with that. Let's start right there. Arthur, who is this person? Schaumburg. Who is that? Is that a European?
I heard
no,
him.
He's a Puerto Rican.
He a Puerto Rican?
Yeah, Puerto Rican of African.
How you spell his name?
Arthur.
Oh, Arthur.
Schomburg. Schaumburg. Arturo Schaumburg.
Okay.
Arturo
he's black.
Schaumburg. Not Arthur Schaumburg.
Afro Puerto Rican. I think he's Afro Puerto Rican.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
No, it says Arturo Schaumburg he's a black guy, look like.
Yeah, he's a.
Well, you've seen Afro Puerto Ricans look blacker than me.
Right, Afro Puerto Rican, right? Yeah, he definitely Afro. Oh, so he's a black guy. All right. I thought when I heard Schaumburg, I don't know why I just thought Jew, but that's cool. All right.
Yeah. So Arthur Schaumburg.
Some weird things happen on the plantation, Thunder. You know what I'm saying?
On 135th Street in Harlem.
some things go down on that plantation.
I got you.
On 135th Street, in Harlem, right? Exists his collection that became part of that was absorbed by the New York Public Library. But on that same street was Garvey's movements. On that same street was the Harlem YMCA, which was the Harlem study group. Dr. Clark and Kwame Nkrumah.
That's my nigga Chief X. What? But go ahead. I'm sorry, Reggie. Reggie, go ahead. Go ahead. You come in next.
Hey, brother Reggie, how you doing?
All right. So on that same street, is, how can I say, the beginnings of the Black historical radical movement, all on 135th Street. From Garvey to Dr. Ben even decided to live on a damn street, right? Dr. Clark lived 3 blocks away, I think 2 blocks away, 137th Street. And so this was also the home of major Black churches around this whole corridor. And this was kind of like the historical belt, the cultural belt of Harlem, of Black Harlem. So the Schaumburg Collection is the preeminent one of the preeminent. I mean, there's other places like in Howard University, they have a library, but the Schaumburg was a preeminent collection of books.
Yeah, hold on, let me cut you off, man. I'm reading up on Arturo Schaumburg, right? And you know this dude, Prince Hall Freemason. I know I'm finna hear Bravo in mouth, man. God damn.
Of course. So is Dr. Ben.
Yeah, I knew that.
Well, he's not I don't know if he's Prince Hall Freemason.
Damn.
But he's yeah.
Rob Bowen is creating an argument that I mean,
what's his argument?
It's conspiracy, man. He's saying that he's wondering why all the Black leaders were Freemasons, blah blah blah. So
right.
I think Dr. King was a Freemason too. I think.
Oh hell yeah! Oh yeah.
Sure. Hey, can we touch on Malcolm X real quick?
Yeah.
What's going on, Chief?
My bad. Go ahead, Chief.
Hey, how you doing, brother Reggie? I just had a question for Reggie about Malcolm X.
I know it.
Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. So, peace to you, brother Reggie, and everybody on the panel.
That's how they cook Corey. You. They try to be all nice to you and shit. Yeah. What you smoke, by the way? What's your favorite cigar?
I don't have a favorite cigar. I usually get a 80 pack. And they give you a variety.
Okay.
Of little low budget.
You can't like all of them. Some of them are too peppery. Some of them are too sweet. Do you like Nicaragua? You like Honduras? You like?
Most of the ones I buy are said to have been wrapped and made in Nicaragua, though.
Okay, so Nicaragua is a good thing. Okay, we'll get back to the cigars because you know I smoke cigars. It's killing me, but I smoke cigars.
And I wanted to remind you, Reggie, you're supposed to take the paper off for the end of it. Don't smoke that paper.
Of course, I looked up. Here's the paper right here, Chief X.
Okay, cool. Hey, about Malcolm X. See, my flashpoint was Malcolm X, and when that's what made me gravitate towards the Nation of Islam, the love of Malcolm X, right? And Khalid Muhammad. It was something about Malcolm X's spirit that just moved me, right? Elijah's spirit didn't move me, but he intrigued me, right? So my understanding is when Elijah Muhammad, prior to Malcolm X becoming national leader of the Nation of Islam, before Malcolm joined, they had poor membership. They had very, very low membership. Okay. When Malcolm came, he quadrupled. He had 10 times the membership once Malcolm came. So in a sense, Malcolm X, to me personally, made the Nation of Islam what it is. I think if it wasn't for Malcolm X, the Nation of Islam would have failed in the 60s and died.
Oh,
their membership was so low. So when Malcolm came along, he expanded the membership tenfold. This is a fact. I'm not just, capping for Malcolm. So Malcolm had great integrity. That's what he was known for. He was known for just being very honest and brutally honest, right? So this is what bothered me about the whole thing. And this is why I said Elijah Muhammad is just totally wrong. He was hating, he was jealous. And let me tell you why. Malcolm X had that house. He built the Nation of Islam up. He made Elijah Muhammad a millionaire. Because Elijah Muhammad had businesses, dry cleaners, fish store, all kind of stuff. So you made this man millions, but when you want to silence him and put him out, you want to force him out of that little single family home. So to me, it's like a little punk ass home. You made him leave and wouldn't even leave him that house. You wouldn't even let him have that little bitty single family house after he made you a millionaire. That was totally disrespectful. And it just says something about Elijah Muhammad's character just to do that. Do you understand what I'm saying, Reggie?
No, I don't. I gotta push back, bro, for 1 second, man. Listen. This man made Elijah Muhammad is directly.
Wait a minute, I was talking to Reggie.
Oh, I apologize.
I put down my research on it. I would have to dig back, but they simply told Malcolm, you're no longer a minister of the Nation of Islam. And so the property that you have was never yours, was never your house, it was our house. And you pretty much have to leave. And so they wound up in eviction court in Queens. And then shortly after that, even in the law of the United States, Malcolm would have had to leave the house. It wasn't in his name, right? He had no ownership. He didn't have the title. So
right, technically the law, I agree with the law, yeah.
Yeah, so he had to leave.
But I'm talking about on a personal basis.
But on
what
a personal
he did
thing, it became personal. It seemed to me that Warith Deen Muhammad was in Malcolm's ear about some things, and maybe the son wanted to take over the Nation of Islam, was using Malcolm as a tool, and he hit Malcolm with some moral issues that he as a son couldn't deal with directly with his own father. Used Malcolm as a tool. Malcolm, unfortunately, he's a young man now. He's 37, 38. He's starting to hear this stuff, and everybody can pick apart a man, right? You're not supposed to be doing this. You start looking up Muslim law. You're not supposed to be doing this. And he found a moral breaking point for Malcolm. And then Malcolm was associated with one of the women that went to Chicago that he was seemingly interested in, or that's what the story is. But it didn't. But then that's fault. That's a problematic because Malcolm is now married to Betty, and he should not be concerned about that. But anyway, that leaked into his mind. He didn't leave the house, and someone firebombed the house, but they didn't firebomb the house. Certainly people could have died when they firebombed the house, whoever firebombed the house, but they didn't firebomb the house and shoot him. If they wanted to murder him, they could have murdered him and his family at any given time period. That was a nasty warning. So you're asking Elijah Muhammad now, he's a man. Elijah Muhammad is a man. Even if they believe that he is divine, he had feelings. Malcolm started talking about his personal business. And so Elijah Muhammad was not going to...
well, real quick, Reggie, yeah. Like even a job you have sometimes will give you a severance package. I mean, after like making this man a millionaire, he has a family and children. I mean, wouldn't it have been just a nice gesture for Elijah to say, go ahead and keep the house. You've done a lot for the Nation of Islam. You built it up tenfold, and you know what I mean?
You correct, but you have to look at the circumstances of the moment. He defied. He had the 90-day. He made the statement. Maybe that's what he was taught to do. That's what he has always been doing. So that's why he was confused. He made the statement on John F. Kennedy and chickens coming home to roost, and Malcolm didn't do anything different than he had already done. But there was this thing about don't say anything about this president. Nevertheless, Malcolm spoke to the white press, and then he got silenced for 90 days. After the 90 days, he found out that they were not going to accept him back, right? Or he still didn't give it enough time. He was saying that, yeah, I'm this person. I've done all this for the nation. Why can't I get access to the messenger? Why are people stopping? And then Malcolm started slowly beginning a course of action where, like, I've been released from a job after many years of employment, right? And they offered me a severance package, right? Which was, and severance packages are not ever anything worth anything, really, right? It's just take this or we are going to get rid of you. So take this now. They may have given Malcolm a severance package, but Malcolm began talking in a way in which now the followers of the followers of Elijah Muhammad, is the rest of his family, his other sons is in Elijah Muhammad, and they're going to protect Elijah Muhammad. So now they're saying,
but here's what you're missing.
I'm missing?
Here's what you're missing though, Reggie, because like
I'm missing?
people, no, this is what you're missing. You said he began talking. No, the talking began way before all that. This is why Elijah Muhammad started getting an attitude. There was feelings of jealousy and envy popping up. Members of the Nation of Islam were getting in Elijah Muhammad's ears several years before all the drama happened with the kids. Like Malcolm X is getting popular. He's seeming like he's in control of the Nation of Islam. So the hierarchy was taking shots and behind the back talking shit, you know what I mean, and building this narrative of Malcolm is going to take over. He's more popular than you. He's better than you. He thinks he's better than you. These things and these narratives were being spoke about, and Malcolm knew it. So it was like they were hating on him for several years before he even came to that point.
Chief X, I'm gonna say you have a point, but I'm just going to broaden the point. The Nation of Islam was heavily infiltrated by the FBI and other agencies. So the people that was, and you're right, there's normal average people in there that's doing a lot of talking. But I'll tell you one thing, Malcolm's own brother got kicked out, right? Got kicked out. Malcolm wasn't vocal about that, right? He could have been more vocal. He wasn't more vocal about that. So there is, everybody meets a pressure point. And many of those people that was talking to the other captains and the other ministers and stuff like that, a lot of these people were kind of infiltrators from another organization that we know that I don't want to talk about, but it wasn't a Black organization. So how you notice, all you got to do is read the FBI reports. Read the FBI reports, and it would shock you to read Dr. John Henry Clark's FBI reports. When these people are on you, they turn your best friends, they turn everybody around you. So that
right, but here's the thing, though, Reg. You absolve Elijah Muhammad of any wrong, and you blame it on the FBI. But
I didn't do that. But the difference between you and me is that I live in New York. I walked past those mosques. I knew the ministers of Mosque number 7. Minister Hafiz Muhammad was a great man, right? And the minister before him, and I knew Dr. Khalid Muhammad, and I was his pallbearer. I was a pallbearer of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, right? So you understand, I know and I was taught and I was trained. Everything that I know and say is just not for the masses. I'm not absorbing Elijah Muhammad of what you think I'm absorbing him of, or anybody. I'm just being shrewd because I know the power of that organization.
Dr. Reggie, can I
Brother
ask you a
Reggie.
quick question?
Brother Reggie.
Brother Reggie, can I ask you a quick question?
You always say the same thing. That's how you.
Okay. How do you feel about what Dr. Clark said? He said that he will forever blame Farrakhan for setting up the environment for Malcolm to be assassinated, but it's still the CIA. How do you feel about that? Because he knew Malcolm too. Like he trained him, you know.
Well, that that who trained who? That Malcolm trained.
No, Dr. Clark trained Malcolm X.
They had a relationship. They had a relationship. Malcolm had a relationship with Bumpy Johnson. Malcolm had a relationship with Adam Clayton Powell. Malcolm had a relationship with Black leaders. Dr. John Henry Clark didn't train Malcolm, and you got to remember they were both younger men at that particular time. So
Dr. Clark was older than Malcolm was by like a few years. That was his mentor.
Right, but only by a few years, because Dr. Clark was one of the center figures of the Black historical movement that I was talking about earlier. So Malcolm, so John Henry Clark witnessed directly the climate in Harlem.
But how do you feel about what he said about how he feels about his assassination? That's where I'm getting at.
I know Dr. Clark. I know some of his personal feelings. I know some of the things that he would not say in public. But so he was angry.
What did he say about it, Adrian? Because Reggie being guarded right now.
Yeah, Dr. Clark said, and even when you look at that speech where he condemned Farrakhan with the Million Man March, even the documentary that was made on his life, he said that he blames Farrakhan for setting up the environment and the atmosphere for Malcolm to be murdered, but he still believed it was he doesn't believe that the Nation of Islam were smart enough to have him assassinated like that. He believes it was the CIA. And I'm asking Brother Reggie, how does he feel about Dr. Clark's conclusion? Because he's kind of guarded, as you said. So I'm trying to get to that.
I would say I would look at the whole thing in the context of atonement and redemption and salvation. Why do I say that? Is because I was Dr. Clark's also a pallbearer of Dr. John Henry Clark. You can see me in the pictures at his casket, right? You can see that in Abyssinian Baptist Church photos for their anniversary.
Reggie, we know you know everybody.
I'm answering the question. I'm going to answer. I'm trying to answer.
I mean,
Resume Reggie is
every answer you tell us your relationship.
Yeah, so
let him do him, G.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that in the course of this, when Dr. John Henry Clark died, for all the things that he said about Minister Louis Farrakhan in public and private, right? I'm telling you about the salvation and redemption and atonement of Black people. What? Let me just don't say what, just listen to me. Minister Louis Farrakhan, right, contacted us, right? He contacted us and he said, whatever you need for this man, right? Now, knowing full well Dr. Clark's feelings on him, whatever you need, you let us know. And before you even do that, I'm going to send you my fruit, right? You will not have a problem whatsoever burying this man. Now, sometimes we as people that want to poke through history, don't see humanity. And so that's why people call me an apologist, right? Because I see people with great pain and great hatred for each other still having a conversation. It is a lesson to us, right? Now, the people that were not involved in none of this, you can have your points of view, but listen, I knew I knew the people. I knew the people who had greater hate, like Sister Ella Collins and others, right? Who had greater hate. But I look at the humanity of African people. So you have a right to your thinkings and your comments. I'm just giving you a perspective that nobody else can give you on this. I was there. I went to the Million Man March. I went to the Million Man March with Dr. Leonard Jeffries, right? I didn't go to the unity thing with Dr. Khalid spoke, but I was on the streets listening to Dr. Khalid, talking to Dr. Khalid Muhammad, right? So I know the great problems between those two men, the great pain. But one thing you do not do is that if you're in an organization, it's kind of like a settlement and you leave. You move on. You build something else. You don't talk about that. You don't talk about the internals of the organization. Why? Because you was privy to those. You was privy to the internals. Now, if you want to be what you call a whistleblower about something, a whistleblower is usually about a particular issue that you have problems with. But that's only a particular issue. What about everything else that was good? What about Malcolm X? Malcolm X with the Nation of Islam got people off drugs. It wasn't, he managed it in Harlem and he did an incredible job of getting Black people, turning people from junkies to great human beings. But it was with the help of the organization. Huh?
So hold on. Hey, Thunder. Hey, you still there, Thunder? Thunder fell asleep, Reggie.
Hey, Chevron. So like for instance, today we have social media. We have social media today to get a message out, right? When we have to put ourselves in 1960, because people want to run this narrative as if Malcolm X was just telling for no reason and just, out there. But here's the thing.
Go ahead, Chef.
Oh, no, I thought you had a question for Chief X.
No, I was.
No, it's all
good. Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, Thunder had a question for you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna leave this topic alone. Y'all can.
No, he had a question on.
And stay on, Chief X, because I got something for you. So stay on.
Yeah, let me just. Okay, so for instance, if there are a bunch of people threatening a man's life, and he feels he needs to keep his family safe. That's what he's worried about. He's worried about his life and keeping his family safe because there are threats against his life. There are people talking shit about him. So sometimes you have to alert people that this is going on. This is what he was doing, really. He got in media because there's no social media at this time. So the only way to get a message out and for everyone to hear it is to have a mic in your face. So he's warning the public. He's advising what's going on, and he's just telling and trying to help himself and his family. That's what I see he was doing. If he didn't do that, then nobody would know. You get what I'm saying? So sometimes you have to get on the bigger bullhorn to put a message out, and so eyes can be on you, and somehow you can be protected or looked at, and you get what I'm saying?
Failed Malcolm X. Who failed Chief X Malcolm X? When he was pushed out of the Nation of Islam, right? It was the Black people at large, right, who said that they loved this man, that didn't protect this man, right? They stood on the sidelines. They didn't protect his family. they used Malcolm X, and then most people hated Malcolm X because if you came in contact with Malcolm X, right? If you were smoking a cigar, if you was eating pork, if you was doing any of those things, right? He would be very nasty to you, brother. You got to clean yourself up, right? Black people did not want to change. And the message of change that he was giving was the message that he had learned to become a good student of great people. We don't have to put ourselves in 60 and 65. If we did, there would be a lot of bloodshed, and it would be ignorant bloodshed because you wasn't even involved in that. And most people we know did not love Malcolm X. We were taught to love Malcolm X. We didn't love Malcolm X, right? He was just, he had moderate audiences when he was on the speaking on the, how can I say, on the ladder, as they say it, on 125th Street. He had the organization, the Afro-American Unity meetings. People came, but it wasn't super packed, right? You learn to love Malcolm X, but you got to know the whole history. Malcolm X wasn't necessarily a likable person to the common man because he didn't have, except for his speeches, he was reserved. He was a family man. He didn't have a lot of contact.
Come on, Red. Come on,
What you
Red.
talking
Come
about?
on.
What? Malcolm
The
was
common man didn't like Malcolm. Come on, Red.
Malcolm got more people to listen to him than Dr. King did because he was a man of the streets at one point in his life.
How do you verify that? When
I mean,
he was in the nation, when he was in the Nation of Islam or outside the Nation of Islam?
when Malcolm X's greatest teacher, in my opinion, was West Indian Archie, because he taught him the streets and stuff. And when he wised up and got cleaned up, he was able to use that charisma he had to reach more people.
I know, different than you, Adrian, I know the men that protected Malcolm X. It was a small group of men, less than 20, right, that protected El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz during the onslaught. These young men put their lives on the line because they loved Malcolm X, and they cry. The ones that are living, and there's very few people, there's two that I know that are still living, right? They cried because they failed, but they knew that they could not succeed in protecting this man. And I know two of them, right? Trained by one of them, and the other is a family contact between brother Sean Waters, or Morpheus, whose family member was a direct guard of Malcolm X on the day of his murder. I know, it was a few people that was around El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz during that period. He was supported by his sister Ella, right? And little donations. He lived a very, very impoverished life after, not an impoverished life, but a very meek life after the Nation of Islam.
So Malcolm was a horrible dude, basically.
See, Adrian,
that's crazy, man.
Hey,
Adrian, God damn,
Adrian.
How
do you
jump to that?
What I said? How do you take what I said and you wind it up like that?
Crazy,
you said, no, but this is what it is. Right?
How could you fucking do that? Hold on. Normally I respect you, but from what I just said, how could you say so? He was a horrible man.
So wait a minute.
Unnecessary, man. Come on, dog.
How could you say that?
See how you just trick? This is what I mean by tricking folk, dog. It was unnecessary.
I mean, I talk to you like an elder to a young brother. I'm telling you my life and the life of other people, brother. And you take something like I said and say that?
No, but you said that he would go off on people, right?
No.
No.
No. That wasn't enough for you to say
Hey,
what
clean
you
that up,
what
bro.
you fucking
Just
said.
apologize, man, and move
No, you don't
on,
gotta
bro.
apologize. You know what it is? Check this out. You may have the respect of your elders, right? But if your elders heard what you said, you would not have their respect.
Yeah,
I
take
think
that
y'all
back,
over.
man, and move on.
I think y'all overreacting.
Nah. Yeah, because you on Malcolm's side. Of course you do. No problem. You are
No,
apologizing.
he didn't. I mean, no. I'm saying people are overreacting for what he said. There's no need to be arguing right now.
No, I'm saying you are yeah, because you went on the side that got. How could you take what Reggie say and say, okay, so Malcolm was a horrible person? How?
Like when he said that, like that he would be like very reserved, and what
So
you
that
were saying.
makes him being
Reserved
a
don't
family.
mean bad
So
person.
him being a family man and being reserved mean he a horrible person. Adrian, dog, you just
No,
got
but
to
he
stop,
said
dog.
no, but he said, but here's the thing though. He said that like he was like very reserved, and when people would like smoke, like smoke in front of him, that like he'll say like you need to like clean yourself up. Like
So
I
that make
just
him a
a
horrible
lot
person
of
to tell him to
people
stop
did that.
smoking. Adrian, your arguments is bad, man.
no, I'm not making no argument. I
You
wasn't
just
making an
did.
argument.
You're doing it right
No.
now.
I
You're
wasn't
making your
making-
argument right now for the defending what you said instead of saying, yeah, I could take that back. That's it. You're
All
making an argument right now.
I take that back. I'm so
No
sorry.
problem.
I take that
That's
back.
it, man. And move on, dog.
Sincerely, I take that back.
No sweat. It's all good, man. Hey,
I'm
Chief,
so sorry.
oh, go ahead.
It's just I interpreted that like, he kind of didn't know how to, talk to people. That's kind of what I meant and stuff. I didn't mean it that way. I take that back.
Man,
For the public, Malcolm X had a personal life. He knew what was against him. He had to be guarded to protect his own life and his family. He couldn't make no new friends. The only friends that he ever had were the people in the Nation of Islam, those people who he trusted, including Minister Louis Farrakhan and others, right? After the breakup, Malcolm was alone, except for a few people that supported him, a very few people, and his sister, right? So he like any other man, would be reserved. Dr. Khalid Muhammad, after his statements and his breakup, he was also very much alone. A very few young people stood with Dr. Khalid Muhammad to his last days. They call themselves the New Black Panther Party, right? Very Malik Zulu and Sanetta and others, right? Very small circle of people stood with Dr. Khalid Muhammad. They were reserved. Sister Ella Collins, if you ever talk to her, right? She is she is the person that will listen. She's a thumbs up, thumbs to the horizontal and a thumbs down type of person, right? You say the wrong thing to Sister Ella Collins, and you get that thumbs down, you leaving the country.
So okay, all right. So Reggie, no, Thunder. So what's your take on it? Because obviously, you know what I mean, you feel like Malcolm X was wrong or did something wrong.
No,
like
I don't feel that. This is what I feel. When Chief S first came on, his whole thing was Malcolm was innocent, and Elijah Muhammad did him wrong.
He was innocent,
and he made reference to the house that he was staying in, and he used that as an example of Elijah Muhammad.
You think Malcolm X did something to get himself killed?
That's what I'm saying.
No, you said. Do you think Malcolm X
let me work a little bit.
Get himself
okay,
killed?
Let's do this. All right. Yesterday I told you we talked about last night, right? You cannot slap me, and then when I pull out this gun right here, and I shoot you in your mouth, you can't tell me I'm the one wrong at that point, bro.
No,
shouldn't
you
have slapped
can't.
me.
No, don't
You
bring
can't
street
you
stuff.
can't tell me how
Don't bring street stuff into this
No, I'm
conversation.
telling you're saying that did Malcolm do anything to deserve it? Dog, I can't say what he did.
Listen, we know the argument, or we know the situation that he had with Elijah Muhammad, right?
Yeah.
That's the issue that made the Nation of Islam want to do him harm.
Yeah.
So for a man to speak out about an organization that he was in, that he helped build, if he speak out about, the bullshit that go on in that organization, right? And he was 100% correct. You saying that is justified reason for them to kill him? For telling the truth?
Okay. What you're doing is shaping the argument that I'm not making. What I'm saying is, I'm responding to matter of fact, let me just get this out, man. Because what you're doing, you taking me somewhere I ain't. So Chief X made a reference to Elijah Muhammad doing wrong by Malcolm for not allowing him to stay in that house. Reggie,
after making him a millionaire.
Yeah, that's right. After making him a millionaire, all you got to do is give me this house, right? We see this from the working class. See it all the time. We make our bosses millionaires and billionaires, and if we say the wrong thing, if we say we like Trump, I put on the "Make America Great Again" hat, or I don't get no COVID shot. Guess what? I'm fired. So it happens all the time. So what he did was paint Elijah Muhammad in a bad light because he did not let Malcolm stay in that house. After Malcolm did what he did, right? So it's just like an ex-girlfriend. If you and your girlfriend standing there and you lay up with some old lady, do you believe you're gonna stay in that house? No, you got to get out. So the thing is that was my rep. I'm not finna cast aspersions on Malcolm or Elijah. I'm saying you cannot slap me in my mouth and then tell me how to respond.
All right, so
I don't think Malcolm slapped anybody in his mouth. See, here's the thing people are forgetting. Malcolm X looked at Elijah as a prophet, as a special person, as a God, and he obeyed Elijah's rules.
Yeah.
And when he seen that Elijah was breaking the rules that he taught him, and he's seeing Elijah messing with little girls, underage girls, that hurt Malcolm's feelings.
Well, number one, he didn't see. He was
going
off of what somebody told him.
No, he didn't see. No, but it was true though.
So Elijah Muhammad's son told him.
Yeah,
Elijah
so he knew it was
son
true.
told him.
Right, so he knew it was true. He wasn't just making up nothing. He was real about it. How can you're messing with little babies and you're something like 50 years old? He felt that Elijah had bad character and was disrespecting disrespecting young girls, teenage girls, and telling you not being a father to them.
Well, all he had to do was lead the movement.
And he admitted it to Malcolm.
He should have led the movement then.
But what I'm saying is, to Malcolm, you got to understand Malcolm, to a man of integrity, to a man who's honest and seeing somebody in this light and preaching this about this man to the world, that is a slap in his face. So he wanted to speak out on it. It hurt his feelings. You get what I'm saying? He didn't see that. Hold on. He didn't see that.
Are you Malcolm X?
No, hold on. He didn't
You're not
see
Malcolm
that.
X, Chief X.
But hold on. Let me make this point.
You
He didn't see
can't
that.
tell us
Let the man finish his thought, bro. Let him finish his thought, man.
Yeah. This point is powerful. That's why you want to stop it.
No.
He didn't see. Hold on.
Continue.
He didn't see. Hold on. He didn't see Elijah. God damn. He didn't see Elijah as a righteous man anymore, which he wasn't, screwing teenage girls and kicking them to the curb, losing their jobs. He was for the victim, like I am sometimes. So, like, I understand that, Reggie, you and Sonetter has taken this stance. I've listened to Sonetter take this stance. You guys take the stance of the leadership, the men, and you guys always forget about the victims and what was done to the victim. Them girls shouldn't have been disrespected like that. And Malcolm was standing up for the women. Okay,
you stand up for him, but it's a way to stand up for him too. If I see a pimp slapping one of these chicks down the street, dog, it's one thing for me to say, hey man, stop intervening, you know, stop beating up on that girl like that. I could do that, but I better have, you know, my peace with me too while I do it. You can't. I mean, if he draw down, dog. I mean, yeah, I'm taking up for these girls, but if he draw down, dog, is that's it. I ain't breathing no more.
Yo, y'all are actually equating. See, that's how.
I
That's why I told you to stop, Chef, because that's what you was doing.
Listen to what Sheffrin has to say, and then since
use
Chief X
using a pimp analogy to justify.
since Chief X is here, I get to talk directly to him. But Sheffrin, go ahead.
All right. So what I'm saying is, I just think, in our community, we got to stop being oversensitive, right? And the aggression to violence, the response to violence towards each other is not merited.
It is not.
We're talking about a man who is talking about somebody sleeping, right, and breaking the code of their religious movement to murder. We're talking about a guy wanting to stay in a house that he felt as though he put in the work for. And y'all saying that because he ran his mouth and because he stayed in a house, everything that happened to him getting smoked in front of his kids and his wife was damn near want. Like we're so anything that, hold on.
Wait.
Hold on. He mischaracterized. He mischaracterized, bro. Hold on, man.
You can straighten it up. You can straighten it up. Let him get it off, though. You can straighten it up.
And I'm not just mischaracterizing y'all statements, right? And I'm being hyperbolic, right? I'm doing this on purpose, right? But I'm doing this on purpose so we can take Black lives and Black men lives more serious, right? We're saying because this old man had a fucking movement that this man's life wasn't, it was somehow expendable in a light because of fucking leadership or going against the code or what the hell? What about the truth? Like, shouldn't Black people hold the truth up is more important than holding up a cult? You know what I mean? The goddamn sanctity of a old crazy bastard in a cult. Like
you gotta look, man. Malcolm.
I'm doing it on purpose, though.
I know you are, but Malcolm responded. He did not make the right choice. Yes, you should have an issue with that. But a lot of times, let's just say the average Christian, right? If they have a problem with their church, the last thing they're doing is going on CBS and saying, "Hey, T.D. Jakes or Joel Osteen when all that $600,000 was in the wall." How many people knew about that? But how many people said something about it? Matter of fact, since it came out, how many of his members you see on YouTube voicing their displeasure with it? And this is public knowledge now. How many people done it? How many people still talking about Eddie Long molesting these little boys right here in the right over here in Lithonia, Georgia? How many of his members spoke out about it?
Can I talk?
Yeah, he did. Go ahead, Reggie.
They talked about when he was alive.
I waited.
No, not his members.
I want to hear from Corey.
Wait, no. I waited.
Corey left.
Oh, okay. I waited.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Sheffrin.
Go ahead.
You're the host. You're the moderator.
I'm the moderator. Okay, so you want to have a one-on-one with
No, I want to speak.
Go
ahead, bro.
What you are unfortunately all bleeding into is that you are condemning the Nation of Islam for the murder of El Hajj Malik El Shabazz.
Facts. That's exactly.
Instead of creating or falling into a climate that got El Hajj Malik El Shabazz murdered. So in order to get Malcolm X murdered, someone or some agency or some group would have to separate Malcolm X from the Nation of Islam, given the chaos of the statements. Right?
Stop it.
That in fact was done by an agency. How do we know this? we have the FBI files. You can read Zach Condo's books, right? They was at the dinner table, that agency. That agency came to Malcolm X's house, and Malcolm X recorded a live conversation where they was trying to get him to turn evidence against the Nation of Islam, and Malcolm X did not. We know that agency directly contacted Malcolm X, right? Offered their protection, if you call that protection, and Malcolm X instead recorded it and refused it, right? And continued to do what he did. So you're confusing the climate that was created, right, to who actually ended up murdering El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. And that is the problem with this conversation. Now about
let me say something, Reggie.
No, I'm still talking.
I'm up next though. Go ahead. I'm next. Go ahead.
About Elijah Muhammad's relationship with those women. If I ask you which women it's like if I asked you who your grandfathers are and your grandmothers and your great grandmothers, you probably wouldn't know. So you're just talking. You don't know. You never followed the lives of those of the families of Elijah Muhammad after that issue. You didn't go to the last Million Man March, right? Where the families and the children of those women were recorded on, and how what they did in their lives. You didn't go because your hate prevents you from being Africans and having humanity, right? You didn't know whether or not the Nation of Islam took care of took care of those families, looked after them. You were thinking that all he did was seated these women and threw them out. But at the end of the day, why don't we put your lives on the picture about the things that you've done to women, right? That you have excused. But at the end of the day, that organization did take care of those women. Now about underage, well, some of you are Muslims. So if you're Muslims, Muslim law.
Don't do that, Reggie. Don't do that. Come on, don't do that.
Muslim law allows for that if they believe that the person is a prophet or divine. Did the Nation of Islam believe that the most honorable Elijah Muhammad was the messenger of Allah? If they really truly believe that, in those type of organizations, women, mothers give up their daughters, right? That's in fact, that's why I disagree with religion. But that is what happens in religion. So I'll stop politely, but you people.
All right, let me get in real quick. Let me get in real quick on the top.
You're not in Malcolm's lives. You're not
right. You said you were gonna stop, Reggie. Let me get in real quick. You said you were gonna stop.
Elijah Muhammad's lives. You're not in Elijah Muhammad. You're not in Minister Louis Farrakhan's life, right?
Okay, Reggie. Let me get in real quick.
Minister Louis Farrakhan, when there were other people. Minister Louis Farrakhan was a minor figure.
Hey, yo, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, but I'm still talking.
Yeah, you said I'll stop, but then you kind of keep going on a rant. Because
I have a right to. You know why I have a right to? Wait, first of all, let me go to the screen. So who's talking?
You're good.
Wait, who's talking? I want to know who's talking.
Man. There's Sosa.
That's King Sosa.
Let me make my statement. Let me make my statement. Because you started off on with like a faulty premise. You said in order for that to happen, you have to separate Malcolm from the ministry. And then you brought up a conversation that Malcolm had with the FBI.
I didn't say
that. Yes, you did. You said in order to create, this is what you said verbatim. You said in order to create an environment for Malcolm to be murdered, first you have to foster the separation. And then you went to And then you
I
went to
said
the
that. I didn't say what you first said, so you clarified that. Okay, continue.
Okay, but the separation occurred due to Malcolm finding out about Elijah Muhammad and the women. That's what brought about the separation, not the FBI, right? Unless you say the FBI planted a fake story, because the story supposedly came from Elijah's son. So that's where the separation came from. It wasn't due to any external forces that brought the separation. Now you can blame the external forces on exasperating or blowing more flames on already intense circumstances. Yeah, that's true. But the separation occurred from that. You know what I'm saying? So I look at it like,
Hey, lady.
what was I think wasn't there some, they were like, a lot of was making statements like, I forgot the exact quote he made, but he said something referring to off his head or something like that. He didn't say it directly towards Malcolm, but he insinuated that. You see what I'm saying? So even though he didn't directly order the hit, he was kind of still green lighting Malcolm without green lighting Malcolm in public, and that's why I got my issue with the nation.
You listen. Everybody has a right to their own feelings and their own opinions, right? But let's just deal with it. When Warren Dean and Warren Dean Muhammad, Malcolm Elijah's son, and Malcolm was talking, you were not there, and Malcolm took no direct action.
Yeah, I'm just we only going off what we think we know.
Malcolm took no direct action at that particular point. The problem is when he internally gossip, all of that could be kind of fixed, right? But the problem is that he came out and he made a statement to reporters about his feelings to the nation.
But hold on, did he get information though? Did he investigate? Like once he heard it from the son, did he further investigate and corroborate some of the stories?
But
yes, he knew some of the girls personally.
So come on, so you can't come on, bro.
You
leaving that out. You leaving that out, Reggie. Come on, man.
Here's the thing about it. I'm pretty sure that you've seen your father, your uncle, some cousins, or some comrade in the street do something, right? I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure that you kept your mouth shut.
Yeah, you talking street business. See, now you using street business.
Right.
That's street business. Like street business.
That's internal business, right?
We ain't ever going nowhere as a people. I'm telling you.
No, Sheffrin, you cannot say that we are learning lessons that we could use in the future about how to handle ourselves. And
we need to be afraid. We need to be afraid of each other. You're saying we need to be afraid of each other and not challenge each other and put each other on blast for bullshit. That's basically what you're saying.
Because I want to know. Let me ask you though, Reddy, because I want to know the limits, right? Let's say Malcolm found out that Elijah Muhammad was molesting little children. At what point do you say, you know what, this shit goes beyond in-house? Like, where do you draw the line?
Well, I can tell you. Listen,
Please keep it short.
I'm from the Bronx. You never keep it short, Chief X. Right? You bleed all over the place.
What's the line, Reggie? What's the line?
So the reality is that you decide. You use your best training to decide how you want to respond. When El Hajj Malik El Shabazz did that, he knew and he had said that he's a dead man, right? Right? If he could probably take it all back, he probably would have done it a different way. You're talking about a man that's 38 years old, right?
Yeah, but Reggie, if he did that and he said he was, but listen, if he did that,
Malcolm X.
Hold on, Reggie. Hold on, you take a shot. I ain't falling for the bait, Red. Listen, if he said that, right, and he knew he was a dead man, you understand what that means? That nigga like I die by this shit. Like I know when I say this shit, I'm gonna be a dead man, and he still did that shit. That's
But they don't look
bro.
at they not looking at as that his
That's
integrity.
honorable.
Yeah, it is honorable, but they shooting shots at this nigga. Like what? It makes no lie.
Who's the nigga? I'm confused.
Come on, we can't. Let's not be sensitive about. Come on now, we're not.
I said y'all shooting
shots. Just help me out. I don't know who the subject is.
I was talking about Malcolm X.
Huh? Okay.
I said y'all shooting shots at the nigga for standing up.
Malcolm X.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, that's my nigga. That's my nigga. I fuck with Malcolm.
Okay, I just need to know. Just in context. I needed to hear
come
who he was talking about.
Yo, I don't think if I was gonna model somebody, if I had to pick two dudes, right, and it was one was Malcolm X, one was Elijah Muhammad, and we look at how they both lived, you know what I mean, and acted in adverse situations. Who would you tell your child was the better man in that situation? Would you say it was the old dude that was messing with the young girls, or it was the young dude that was the mentee of the old dude, but still stood up, you know what I mean, and called him out on it and lost his life for that? Who would be the hero in that story? That, like, take it back to third grade. Who the hell would be the hero in that story? Who would you say was the better man, you know what I mean, in that story, yo? Why can't it be that simple to y'all?
If I will wait if someone wants to go, but I want to respond directly to you. But I'll be
guess what? Let me just add on to let me
add on fire.
Let me just add on to what you said. So you have to keep in mind. But let me just say this. Malcolm X felt Elijah Muhammad had an agenda and wasn't an upright man anymore, right? He was pretty much done, right? So what would a 60-year-old man need with a teenager? This is in Malcolm's head. You have to understand that, Reggie. So, like, Malcolm was not wrong for being in protective mode and for wanting to protect integrity. I see Malcolm wrong in no way in this. I think he should have told. See, we always want to protect leadership, but we forget about the people below and the victims. You know what I mean? That's all I wanted to add.
Okay.
Thunder.
Brother Reggie. Can I ask another question?
You gonna ask Reggie a question? Adrian gonna ask you a question, Reggie. He always do. He always do. Go ahead, Adrian, get it in. Ask Reggie a question so you can cuss your ass out.
Okay. I want to know the validity of this, right? Because I've heard this before. Was it true that towards the end of Malcolm's life that he actually tried to get back in the Nation of Islam?
You said what? Say that again. Like
I've heard this before. That Malcolm.
Yeah, he wrote letters. We got the letters that he was writing to Elijah Muhammad up into damn near a week before he was killed. That he was,
Somebody said the letters are fake.
Huh?
Somebody said the letters are fake. I don't know.
I mean, that just, listen, it shows that human beings are complex. You dig what I'm saying? Like, yo, we're taking a lot of stuff and acting like we don't contradict ourselves, like we don't overstep our boundaries and try to take stuff back. Like, that's being human. You feel me? Like, yo, when your life is on the line, you might do pull back and think about it, because the man had little kids. He had a wife. Niggas was actually trying to kill him. You feel me? So I mean, a person will do damn near anything in certain circumstances. You know what I mean? So I'm not looking at those letters as an indictment on him. It just shows us that he was a whole man. You know, here's certain things. No, I'm gonna go all the way with it. Then he could lay up at night and think, yo, I don't want to leave my kids. Yeah, I ain't ready to die. You know what I mean? Like, so who don't go through those things? Like, so come on. Like, but I feel you, Adrian, whether the letters are true or not, they definitely exist, but it doesn't take away from I still feel like the Nation of Islam killed them, or members of the Nation of Islam killed that man. We have recordings of the FBI with Malcolm X saying that they intercepted messages that his life was in danger and that they could protect him. And Malcolm X told them no. So if they were trying to kill him or they was plotting to kill him, they told him that his organization was plotting to kill him. The FBI told him that we can protect you. And Malcolm X said, no, I don't want y'all protection. So, I mean, y'all got to deal with a lot of shit. You know what I mean? Y'all got a lot of shit to sweep under the rug when y'all try to act like these black men didn't walk up in that joint and shoot this man, yo. I mean, like, come on, Reggie, where you at?
Hey, yo, and when you hear Wesley Muhammad explain it away, right? He'll say like they weren't Muslims, right? Because they were on, I think, what do you call it, F time? Some shit like that.
They was excommunicated.
Yeah, so he's using that to say, yeah, the people that did it, they weren't Muslim because they had been put out the group. You see what I'm saying? As to take away the nation connection. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, they could have been doing it like being on what's going on. They could have been doing that to get back in good gracious with the group. You see what I'm saying?
Right. We can't act like.
Can I share my screen?
Hold on, let me unlock it.
All right, I'm gonna share my screen.
Yeah, we can't act like the Nation of Islam was not recruiting inmates.
Right.
Out of prison. Malcolm X was up out of prison. They was recruiting hard in prison, and they still do recruit hard in prison. They got ministries all up in the prison, right? So they had a bunch of crooks, thieves, and killers in the Nation of Islam. If you go against anything, they'll beat you down and put you in a coma. They was full of gangsters. Okay, them gangsters killed Malcolm X.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
We all BTV.
All right. Parole bid for Malcolm's assassin halted. All right. So a funny thing happened while on the way to a press office officially condemning the release of the assassins Malcolm X in the New York State prison system. Zaid Muhammad, the press officers for the Malcolm X commemoration, got one of the most polite phone calls you've ever received. The call came from New York State Parole Board. We've already made our condemnation known to the governor. We sounded the drum for the community to do the same. I guess somebody picked up the phone, he says. The phone call was an apology and an explanation of source, right? I'll go down to the part. First, Malcolm X. So this was a communication about the New York State Parole Board about Malcolm X's killer being released from jail for the assassination of Malcolm X. So Muhammad explained that Malcolm had a large family and had survivors on both sides. His two of his 6 daughters, Elias and Malik, are on the board of directors of Shabazz Center, et cetera, et cetera. That's a family statement. It says, which is still in the state of New York, quit Malcolm angrily. Atala Shabazz's oldest daughter is doing serious diplomatic work. Still talking about what the family was doing. On March 3rd, the parole board granted Thomas Hellier, also known as Thomas Hagen, a parole scheduled April 28th to be his release date. Hare was convicted of taking part in Malcolm X's assassination in '66, right? He tried to exonerate his 2 co-defendants, Norman Butler and Thomas Johnson, who were also convicted. The question is, Norman Butler and Thomas Johnson, they were accused by the state of being part of Malcolm X's assassination, but the evidence says that they were not, right? They have been recently exonerated, right? In last year or so, right? So Hare detailed his own role in the assassination of Malcolm X, right? Now, let's come to this part. This is Brother Reggie's statement. This is Reggie Mabry. I'm a member of the Sons of Africa. I'm a member of Muslim Mosque Incorporated, the Organization of Afro-American Unity and for the Pilgrimage of Malcolm X. This is my statement. Reggie Mabry of the Sons of Africa said that releasing an assassin of Malcolm X quietly without collecting the victim impact statements from the famous family of Malcolm X, because they say they can't find the family, shows again that the system is and was complicit in the assassination of Brother Malcolm X. It also shows that the process and use of victim impact statements is fraudulent. He, me, angrily, finish, angrily, right? So when I talk, I'm not talking about things that I do not know. I am not gossiping, right? Even when I did this, people do not understand because I put my name in print, trying to prevent the parole of Thomas Hale, right? Also known as Thomas Hagen. I put my life on the line for what I believe, for the truth that I researched and I found. I felt that they was cheapening and disrespecting the life of Malcolm X by releasing this man.
Hold on, you said you tried to prevent him from getting parole?
Yes.
Why? If you saying the FBI and them had something to do, if this man didn't do it, then why would you be trying? You just, I don't be understanding what you be saying, bro.
No,
He's contradicting himself, basically.
No. Reggie is not, because Hare is one of the people who actually pulled the trigger on Malcolm X.
Was he in the Nation of Islam? Hold on, was he in the Nation of Islam?
Thomas Hare was a former member of the Nation of Islam, but he was outside.
He was a member.
But he was one of the people.
Oh my God.
He was one of the people.
He was just a rebellious member, but he was a member.
He was one of the people who we know was on the team to murder Malcolm X. Why would I sit quietly and say that he shouldn't do more time? Why? Because he is actually one of the people who actually decided to commit the murder. But there's the difference between me.
One of several Nation of Islam members, right?
One of members, not all of the people who, well, I'm not going to say they were not, a lot of people was affiliated with the Nation of Islam, right? A lot of people was affiliated with the Black movement. I am saying that they were a special team created to do a hit. They was financed, right? The lead person who actually used a shotgun, he's an ex-felon. No one touched him. They wrote him out of history.
Was he a member of the Nation of Islam also?
Yes.
At one point,
Reggie, who was they financed by though?
Man, I can't take this type of stuff.
When he said it was financed, who was they financed?
But so here I'll answer some questions, and some I will ignore. Because
no, answer that question. No, when you said he was fine, you said there was finance. Who was they financed by?
You know.
No.
You know. You know who they were financed by. Because see, you haven't done the reading. You just...
No, I'm asking you if they were financed by what did they receive? What was the finance that they received? What did they get? He in jail for life, getting in jail and shit. Like, what did he get?
Watch this. So Hare, he was only caught because he was shot. Where are with all the intelligence of the state at large and the local state, where are the rest of the killers, the true killers? Where they didn't do the time. They lived out their natural lives. Where are they?
They was hiding all in New Jersey with the Nation of Islam members.
No.
You seen the documentary? New Jersey, after that documentary on Netflix, New Jersey had a bad name. Then New Jersey cats would tell you all that mob stuff.
I was there for the documentary. If you
Boston,
watch the documentary, if you watch the documentary, the dude that did it, he came on the pilgrimage. He came on the pilgrimage that I helped organize. He came, and then if you had went to the press release of it, you would have seen me talk to the family, right?
Hold on, you had a nigga on a pilgrimage with you that was responsible for the killing of Malcolm X?
No, stupid. No, stupid. I said the producer. See, you want to spin everything.
Hold on, so you're saying the producer was on a pilgrimage with you, not the dude that did it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm trying to figure out what the point is.
You ain't gonna apologize.
I asked a question. I ain't said that was a question.
So the fact of the matter is, there were many people involved in the Malcolm X murder, right? They only caught Hayer because he was shot, right? But all the other people, there was another person that was shot. He was never caught, right?
Call a man by Muslim name.
But let me ask you though. So who protect? So the people that got shot,
I don't know.
The people that got away.
Again. Let me just.
But Reggie, the people that got away.
The person who confessed to Malcolm killing, he has a Muslim name. Stupid's talking. Call the man by Muslim name.
No, it wasn't Stupid's at first. You know, Stupid's
you're disrespecting the man when you call him by Hager. Call him by Muslim name. That's what he goes by. He don't name the Hager. He have a nice Muslim name. Because that shows association with the NOI.
Am I talking I'm talking to Stupid's and Pigtails?
Yes, same one. Call the man by Muslim name.
This is Stupid's and Pigtails.
Yeah, this is Stupid's and Pigtails.
You don't deserve.
Call the man by Muslim name. You're disrespecting the man when you call him by his European name because the man disregarded that name long ago. The man who shot Malcolm X with the shotgun has a Muslim name. Call him by that name. That's a name.
Hold on, Stupid. I want to know, Reggie, who protect? When you said that they was protected, right? Who protected them though? Did the Muslims protect them, or was it the CIA that protected them? Who gave them shelter and shit?
Your research.
Now I gotta do research.
Yeah, you don't sound.
Hey, Chevron, are you there?
You don't sound too knowledgeable.
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on?
Chevron, can I say something?
Wait, let me just say this to Chevron. It's not Chevron. So a man, Malcolm X, loses his job, house, gets shot. Nobody, and you can't say nothing. Elijah Muhammad ain't at fault for nothing. This is crazy.
Let me add to that. Hold on, let me add to that, Chief X.
You're a chief protagonist, so I'll respond to you. Certainly.
Hold on, Stupid's was talking.
I'm not. Watch this. Watch this. I care less if Stupid and Pigtails is talking.
No. I was talking. I
don't know, but
Reggie, come on, Reggie. Respect the show, Reggie. Come on, respect
this out. Respect
the show, Reggie.
Right?
Respect the show, Reggie.
You have me on the grill. Check this out. I decide if I'm gonna respond. I decide who I want to talk to.
No, he was talking to Chief X.
Check this out.
Talking to Chief X.
Check this out. Hey, Chefrin.
Not you.
Chefrin, do you want me to continue?
Yeah.
If you don't want me to continue, I'll leave.
No. Let's calm down, Reggie.
No, I don't have to talk.
I just got back on, Reggie. I just came back
You see what I'm doing
Jeffrey,
now?
I
Hold
do
on.
have to talk
I'm gonna
to
get it
people
under
on this
control for
matter
you, Reggie.
that I don't want to talk to. I think I've
Hold on.
talked enough.
Okay.
I'm
No, cool.
asking Chief X a question, not
No,
you.
hold on. Chill. Listen. Chief X. I mean, Reggie. He was asking Chief X a question. Not you. You don't have to respond to nobody you don't want to respond to.
Hey, somebody got a YouTube on the back, bro. Hey, somebody got a YouTube on the back, bro.
Corey.
Oh, you know what? It's me. I gotta switch microphones. I gotta switch this damn microphones. I don't know how to use them.
Hey, Reggie, you hear me?
Am I better now?
Yeah.
Sheffrin, I hear you.
It ain't no echo no more, is it?
Sheffrin, I hear
No,
you.
you good.
You're moderating.
It's just Reggie.
You're moderating. The only thing that I will say, Sheffrin, to you, if you want me to continue, then if I don't want to talk to someone, I'm not going to talk to them. If I'm forced to talk, I will leave.
No, you have full, hold on, Stupid. You have full control over who you want to talk to and who you don't want to talk to, right?
That's a fact.
Yeah, you grown man. Like if somebody asks you a question or say something in regards to you, if you don't want to talk to that person, you don't have to. All right, cool. Reggie, you doing a good job. Calm down. Yesterday was your birthday.
I'll answer it for you.
And so, Stupid, you go ahead and ask Chief X the question.
Chief X, when the paternity suit was brought up to Elijah Muhammad, when the white
Wait, I want to make sure. Hold on, Stupid. I can't hear you good. Can you get off the speaker because you're a little muffled?
Okay, when Elijah Muhammad was brought up on paternity for the women.
That's even worse, though.
He said when Elijah Muhammad was brought up on the paternity
for the women, didn't he try to blame somebody else? This holy man full of integrity, didn't he try to say that somebody else was responsible for the pregnancy?
Did he blame somebody else for the pregnancy of the little girl? That's the question. I don't know. If
okay,
you know, go ahead.
Okay, somebody asking me a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying that when the charge was brought up against Elijah on the pregnancy, did Elijah say it was him, or did he blame the pregnancy of the girls on somebody else? That's the question he was asking.
I mean, I don't recall him blaming any pregnancy on anybody. Elijah Muhammad was in denial and hiding little girls. You got to understand, Elijah Muhammad had what, like 19 children?
Mm-hmm.
So it was different situations and different women, right? So I mean, one woman may have her issue, another woman may have her issue. You know what I mean? He was just fucking with teenage girls, and he should have been.
Go, Chief X, go read up on the case. Read up on the case and realize the kind of man Elijah was. He was blaming other men on the pregnancies that he created.
Wow.
The pedophile. He was blaming other men. Go and read up on the case. When you read up on the case, you can come back. You realize
So are you on a speakerphone?
I'm on my Bluetooth. Sorry about that.
Stupid, relax. Are you on a speakerphone?
I'm on my Bluetooth.
Okay,
I can't
come off that and just use your regular phone.
No. I'm done now. I'm done. I just wanted to make that point. I'm
gonna look into that. I never heard he blamed other.
I got a quick question, real quick. I got a real quick question.
Hold on, Jolanda. What's up, Jolanda?
Oh, man,
you came on 2 times and you ain't say nothing.
Oh, my bad.
Hey, Juju.
I'm multitasking.
Don't think I forgot about you, Juju. Don't think I forgot about you. We're gonna do the James Webb thing. We definitely gonna do that. I ain't forgot about it.
They really have nothing major going on. I still got my notes. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, they actually it's some new information that's gonna come out like this week. So I'm gonna be prepared to get that information this week. So definitely.
Yeah, I'm glad you're back, Corey, because I wore this in your honor today, Corey. This is a necklace I bought in Ghana. So I wore this. I said, let me show Corey.
Okay. I see you.
Well, I can't wear no more.
Hey, I saw that thing you got from Ghana. I saw the map. Didn't you bring like a
Yeah,
map of Africa back or something?
yes, sir. A map of the state of Ghana. Yeah.
Yeah. I know where you got that from. Well, I've seen, like, I've been there and I've seen those before there. You know, maybe you didn't get it from the same place, but I've seen those there.
Right.
It's a young dude that crafts those. They handcraft those. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That was a pretty cool piece. You know what I'm saying? I thought that was real cool.
Hey,
Yeah, I can't wear Ox no more, so I put on the West African.
What's up, Juju?
No doubt.
I wanted to ask you a question though. It's going
Let's
back
go.
to, I was listening to you all go back and forth. And if you were Malcolm X in his shoes during that time, would you have trusted and taken the FBI's offer for protection?
I hope I could have been the man that Malcolm X was. Like, you know, when the person's life is on the line, you know what I mean? Like I said, he would stand up all the way because they offered him. This is the thing. Have you ever heard the audio of it?
No.
Because it's out. Okay. So, right. It wasn't just they offered them protection. They also said, do you have any information on the Nation of Islam? Right? That you could give us. And they offered them financial. And he said, y'all must be out of y'all mind if y'all think I'm going to give y'all any information on any black organization. Man, that nigga was so stand up. These niggas was trying to kill him. And he still said, yo, I'm not going to. So he wasn't turning against him. He was just speaking the truth about him. And these niggas tearing him down for being a stand-up nigga. I don't understand this shit, yo.
Tell you, fam. So, like,
and you know what? Go ahead, Jelana. Go ahead.
Read your friend in public. So I digress. Chief X also said something earlier. I would never agree with Chief X in public, but I digress. Because those points made perfect sense.
I hear you.
Moving on.
Hell yeah.
I take that as a compliment, Chief X. That was a compliment, just in case you didn't know.
Zulanda.
Yeah, it was a compliment, but you know, everybody agree with me all the time, really.
Zulanda.
Hey,
no comment.
Go ahead.
Zulanda.
Yes.
I'm happy you stand on Earth.
You're so petty.
I'm happy you stand on Earth right now. I'm happy about that.
Listen, though, back to the James Webb. So just to give out some information for the pseudo killers, and we deal with science. If people want to find some information, Neil deGrasse Tyson just dropped a nice little snippet video about the Lagrange points. So I would suggest people go to his channel and watch that.
Who did?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, like a couple days ago.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I seen that.
Okay, so
it's in the back chat, too, Corey.
Oh, okay.
Vance had posted it.
Nice. Good. So, yeah, so if people are interested in that, go check that out. Yeah, Corey, we'll get together, and I'm just keeping an eye out for new information and things of that nature concerning it. I was speaking to someone concerning James Webb, and sometimes people have this notion, what's the importance? What can it benefit us looking up at the stars? What can it benefit us as even caring about this scientific endeavor? And it benefits a lot. One, it helps us understand even our own history and our past. Our ancestors looked to the stars so they can find liberation, refuge, and freedom. Did they not? They used those stars to navigate through the underground.
Follow the drinking gourd.
Right. That's important. That's important to remember and ascertain. It's also important to remember that we always studied the stars and not in no type of astrology manner. It wasn't always for self-gratifying pseudo type things, but it was for science. It was to be aware of where you were, your place and your location. Sailors used it. So, those things are important. But also, studying James Webb and people involved, I wanted to focus on some of the minorities involved, to give a platform to that. Well, to my dismay, there aren't many. The only one I really found is 2 Black gentlemen. One deals with like the computer hardware stuff, and the other one, I forgot what his title is, but he's like the project manager, you know, worked for NASA before. But nobody really dealing with the science, and that was, you know, kind of disappointing. But then I also looked to like schools, countries, and other organizations and entities that, you know, were supporting and financing this James Webb endeavor. And, you know, of course, all the countries are strict European, you know. I think China was involved. I can't really remember, but it wasn't much of anything else involved. And that was concerning also. So when this individual said that to me, I said, look, I said, it ain't even about, you know, looking past the Lagrange point, is also to understand, give me a minute, that technology is very significant, even how they built that telescope and things of that nature. So, you know, I still don't know much, I'm still learning, but then I would ask myself, what else could they do with that technology? And we would be stupid not to be at the table to understand, you know, this technology, period. You understand what I'm saying? So
Wait a minute, Zulanda. Zulanda, who is talking?
Just, you know, the construction of the telescope, any kind of advancements. We don't know what, you know, those scientific endeavors or technologies can be used for other things. You know what I'm saying? Because
it always is.
Right. It's magnificent.
I take the stance that our ancestors did not study the stars.
Yeah, they did. You know,
that's insane. Every ancestor did of all people studied the stars.
I doubt it.
Can I ask a question? Sheffrin,
did not study the stars.
Sheffrin, real quick question.
Hold on, real
because
quick.
of my
Let me
time.
suggest the book.
Just because of my time. If you change the conversation, I respect that. Then I can.
My apologies, Reggie. I was just giving us.
No, we just gonna touch on this real quick, Reggie. We ain't gonna change the topic. I'm just gonna say something real quick, and we can jump back to y'all. Anytime you see these people putting tens of billions of dollars into something, it don't fucking matter. You definitely want to be at the table with that. You know what I'm saying? Like Jolanna's saying, and I'm with her too. You know, she want to figure out like some of the minorities. She want to figure out who involved in this and all that. But when these people spending this kind of money on something, it don't matter who involved. We need to be involved in that. You know what I'm saying? Like, as everything, all of the new information, all of the new technologies, all of the material as far as natural resources that's out here in the universe. These are the things that they trying to do. These are the things that they try to test. You know, on the way there, you know, they have James Webb take a picture of some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and some shit that they need to see. You know what I'm saying? On the way there. And so it's all about resources and the control of resources. We can see that today. It's plain as day now. Look at the Russia thing. It's all about resources and the control of resources. So we need to be on the forefront of this technology. We need to be involved. We need the sisters and brothers not to be worried about Egypt, right? And pots and pans and shit like that, right? We need people to be on the front line of the engineering, the science, and the technology, man. We need the Black people to be on the front line. We need that to be the cool thing. Not the dope boy, not the new rap song, not Cardi B, Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know what I'm saying? These type of people, you know, Hakeem Alusei. You know, these are the people that we need to celebrate. Fuck LeBron James. I understand some people got love for him, but the motherfucker dribble a basketball up and down the court. What the fuck is that gonna do to you? You know what I'm saying? You niggas spend thousands of dollars on Michael Jordan tennis shoes and Kobe Bryant tennis shoes. You know what I'm saying? Put your kid through a STEM program, not the one that's at school, but the extracurricular one that you gotta pay for. You know what I'm saying? Don't do like me and spend $50,000 on sending your kid to play AAU basketball, right? You know what I'm saying? Because in the end, he gonna be a businessman. He getting a bachelor's degree in business and marketing, right? So I'm not saying that the $50 went to waste, because the $50,000 helped get him a scholarship to a Division II college, right? So and that's a $50,000. It costs $50,000 to go to the school that he goes to. You know what I'm saying? So I basically got paid back, right? But the thing is, don't invest in that. Don't do what I did. Spend that $50,000 on sending him to science camp some goddamn way. But go ahead, Reggie. It's all on you.
I was just, I think that part is a very important conversation, and so it's good for me to take a break. I just wanted to respond to any legitimate questions, and then
can't hear you, Reggie. Can you speak up, Reggie? It's very hard to hear you, bro.
Oh my God.
Adrian, chill, bro. Yeah, I can hear pretty good. American Dream, might be you. I can hear Reggie pretty good.
No, he was low. He been low the whole time. I've been struggling to hear Reggie the whole time.
I hear a nigga pretty good. I hear him pretty good.
Every time he talk, I gotta turn my volume up.
Is there any more legitimate questions? If it's not legitimate, I won't respond to, but I will respond. I will, since Chief X is protagonist, right? I will maybe respond to Chief X. Is there any more questions?
I have one.
Well, I missed it. Go ahead. Why is Chief X? What you do?
He just mostly clowning around.
I got a question. Clowning around, but I put some moral standings on him, and he can't take it about Malcolm X.
I got a question.
Don't be doing that with Reggie though, man. We gotta live. We give Reggie an olive branch around here. Nah, I'm fucking with you. Y'all good. Y'all good. Hey,
I got a
don't
question.
let me fuck y'all conversation up, man. Y'all continue what y'all was talking about, man.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Adrian, you better ask it quick.
Zulanda.
A legit question, Adrian, too. No bullshit question, bro.
Yeah,
legit question, man.
You be tripping, Adrian.
You be asking crazy ass questions.
Don't tell me a story about your history teacher.
I would just say this. I would just say this directly.
This panel ain't no joke.
Adrian.
Yes, sir.
I'm not responding to your questions. In my mind, you're a timeout from the last situation that we had. So I don't have any respect at this moment. I have great respect for young people who strive and read, right? But for you to be such a reader and to ask a question that the way that you asked the question, I will. I'm not going to respond to your question. So don't. And I didn't respond to your last question. So.
Don't even ask it, Reggie, Adrian. Basically, that's what he's saying. Don't even waste your time. You know what I'm saying?
Adrian, you have been sunned. Adrian, you have been sunned.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Who that stupid? That's my man, American Dream. What's up, Dad? You ain't even holler at your boy, American Dream. What up? What you, man?
Peace to everybody, man. Respect. I was just listening.
I still got love for you. They don't love you, American Dream. I still got love for you though. But go ahead. You can continue on. Go ahead.
Peace, bro. Your love is definitely appreciated. Peace. So let me ask Chef a question, because it sounded as if Chef said I was listening to him, and in one place he said that Malcolm X should kind of be that what he did in standing up against what was happening and speaking out against it was a good thing. But then when he spoke about the FBI and the FBI asking him for information and him not giving up any information, he said he was a stand-up guy for that as well. Mm-hmm. So I guess I'm a little bit confused. Like, did Malcolm speak up against what was happening? Or like, and if he did, if he didn't speak up against it to the FBI, who did he speak up against it to? And why would it matter if it wasn't anyone who could like kind of do something about it? If you know,
because it wasn't criminal, first off. So it's two things going on here, right?
I thought they were underage girls.
Yeah, but that wasn't the issue. Underage was. I don't know the exact age of the girls for me to call them.
Statutory rape was not allowed, man.
Yeah,
y'all relax on that.
All right, so what the FBI had asked them, it was about any information that they could give. So what I'm saying was he wasn't trying to hurt the members of the Nation of Islam, right? Because he helped build that. But he had a legitimate issue with the leadership and the character of Elijah Muhammad, right? So that's what he was exposing. He wasn't trying to, just because he didn't agree with the theology of the Nation of Islam anymore, he still thought that the Nation of Islam was useful to Black people in America. You understand what I'm saying? He said that in numerous, statements. He still felt as though that they had that, the way that they cleaned up Black people, that certain programs that he didn't want to disband the Nation of Islam or for them to be torn apart just because he wasn't in the in that group no more. You know what I mean? He also talked about working with other Black groups and the Nation of Islam working with other Black groups that, in the civil rights movement. So it was a lot of different things going on in the nation, and the FBI approached him for things for them to tear the Nation of Islam or other Black organizations apart. And he said, I'm not going to be a part of that. Y'all not going to use me, right, to take apart a Black organization. So I hope I answered your question. But I understand your point. I understand your point.
I think you're saying that if he wanted to expose them, he wanted to expose them to the NOI, and he wanted to make it an in-house thing, and he wanted to clean up, and he didn't want to destroy the NOI. And I mean, I guess I can accept that. I do have a question for Chief X. Is on a different topic, so if I need to wait to ask that question, I can. But at some point, if I can.
Hold on, hold your question. If anybody else want to respond to,
I need to talk to you,
that back and forth that me and you just had, then they can respond because somebody else might want to speak on.
I need to talk to you, Chef.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, so this is what we got, man. You're doing a lot, and I'm trying to I'm patient with you, man. I understand what you're doing, but it seems like you're doing a little too much with Elijah Muhammad's name. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, you are under.
I don't like the nigga. I'm a be true. I don't like the nigga.
There you go. Now it's coming
I'm
out.
honest. I'm gonna be honest.
No, I smelled it. I just didn't know what if I was smelling the right thing. So I'm good. So now, when we looking at what you're doing is, I believe you are undervaluing or understating rather the impact or the probable impact that Malcolm's tirade or his quote unquote snitching on Elijah Muhammad could have had or did have on the Nation of Islam. Not only Elijah Muhammad. See, the thing is, you're trying to limit it to Elijah Muhammad. And I believe you are being disingenuous at least that. You have not outright lying to yourself if you don't believe that taking off the head of that organization would eventually have a negative impact on that organization. So I'm talking about to the point of a depletion of membership. So when you're looking at the churches and stuff, like I say, you're looking at 20,000 people, man. But when all that stuff came out, all the membership went down.
No, because at that point it was a cult. At that point, the cult.
Well, that's fine, but you gotta. That's fine.
No, at that point, it wasn't an organization anymore in that sense. Now we're talking about the cult needed to be disbanded, right?
Okay, if you're gonna dismantle it, then you
dismantle the cult.
Okay, fine. If you're gonna dismantle the cult, then you have to expect.
They were worshiping a man. Now hold on.
Fine.
They were worshiping a living man.
Fine. But you still, if you are aiming for the head, just expect you can't aim for Tuki
your crib and not expect for his homeboy to come out the woodwork to defend him. So my point is, I think you're doing too much against Elijah. You're not taking into consideration his whole. So Sarnetta, his argument, he will admit fully that yes, Elijah Muhammad was wrong for taking Malcolm out or having anything to do with it, right? We all agree with that. But what he's also saying is, it is unfair and I would say outright treason to throw the entire tub of water out of that window, bro. Elijah
question?
Hold on. I think Elijah did more. Hold on, man. I think Elijah did 10. If you're saying that him sleeping with girls is the worst thing Elijah Muhammad done, I believe that he had to have a pretty good life. So
I can name a bunch of things he did wrong.
So what if he was sleeping with little boys? If he was sleeping with little boys, would that have been worse?
But listen to this now, and that's a good question. But I think that when you're looking at how we culture was back in that day, that was not
disingenuous. But I'm gonna let you and Sheffrin do y'all's, and then I'll go. But I think that's disingenuous.
Can I ask another question?
It's easy to dismiss little girls. It's easy to dismiss little girls, right? Now let's say if he was doing that to little boys.
It was part of our culture in that day, and that's both black, white, Jew or Gentile, for men to be involved with what.
That's a lie. That's a lie. It was not a part of our culture for 60-year-old men to be dating teenagers. Let's stop lying about that.
Okay, listen what I'm saying. And I would agree that's an extreme. You should, in every situation, you should not take the extreme case of each situation, bro. So yes, I will agree. Yes, it was not a part of our culture for a 60-year-old, per se. For grown men to be engaged with younger women was a part of our culture. It was a part of our culture.
No, maybe a 23-year-old. Maybe a 23-year-old, 24-year-old, but not no grown 30, 40, and 50-year-old men.
No.
I know my mom and daddy and my grandparents. I know the age difference. It was not no 30-year age difference.
We can debate that. That's fine. That's fine. And matter of fact, I will concede that. Fine. But the point is, little girls underage, what we would call underage right now, was not shunned upon like it is today.
What about dating 5 little girls? Dating 5 little girls as a 60-year-old.
All right, take the age off the table.
Let's take all that.
Let's take the age off the table.
And let's say
in the cult, hold on, in the religion or the cult that they was a part of, right?
All right.
You couldn't have extramarital affairs. So on that point alone, if other people was getting put out of the damn nation and excommunicated for those things, right? Which was sins according to that organization, right? If the little girls that he slept with or the females were put out the nation for being pregnant by the nigga, that's not so. All of the niggas who knew about it, who didn't speak on it, is wild, right? They just gave this man carte blanche to do whatever he wanted to do, right? All of the money went to him. All of the females went to him. At some point, somebody had to stand up. I don't know what you're defending at this point, yo.
Okay, this is what I'm defending.
But let me say something. Let me say one thing though, because and I'm with Chef. Let's take the age out of it, and that's what I was gonna say. Let's take the whole age thing out of it.
All right.
Now, you have a leader, right? Having extramarital sex with young girls, right?
Allegedly.
Well, allegedly, whatever.
It can't be allegedly because he had babies.
Let's just go with
he had babies, so it can't be allegedly.
Because
he had babies.
This is where we are.
Allegedly.
It cannot be allegedly because he has the proof he had babies.
Let's not get bogged down on that. Let's not get bogged down on that.
Where the DNA test at?
I'm trying to make a point.
Are you saying that these children weren't his?
Is
that what you're saying, Thunder?
What a DNA test. I don't want to get bogged down on that.
Let Corey finish.
Listen. When I'm the owner of the company, right? I should not be having sex with my employees. As a matter of fact, it's slightly rape, especially when you get into a religious thing. You know, when you get to the point where these people actually worship you. There's no way these girls is even knowing this motherfucker is on the earth breathing if he didn't have the position that he had, right? So let alone them giving them some pussy, right? So he's manipulating these girls and taking advantage of these young girls. And specifically because of their age and their ability, their vulnerability to be influenced, right?
And his position. He's taking advantage of their age and his position.
That is correct.
That is called being wicked.
That is correct.
It's called damn near rape, really, to tell you the truth. You know what I'm saying?
I would submit to that. Go ahead.
So now this man running around halfway raping little girls. Now, even if they was grown, it would still be wrong because of the position he got. You see what I'm saying? So and he fucking up households and all kind of shit, right? The girl gonna think she gotta get this man the pussy, right? The woman, the grown woman gonna think she gotta get this man.
You know why,
pussy.
Corey? Because of his position. He was in direct communication with their God.
Yeah,
he
talked
to their God. He was the messenger of their God,
a piece of shit. Yeah, he the vicar. He was the vicar, right?
Exactly.
But listen to how much of a piece of shit he was, right?
Y'all taking it too far. Don't.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. It's gonna take me 10 seconds.
No, I'm saying just put some
let him be
respect
free.
on the
Let him be
man.
free and talk. Let him express himself.
Listen, Thunder. Listen, real quick, Thunder. The woman would think she had to give him some pussy, right?
Right.
Now, her husband find out about it. The only person he can be mad at is her, but he really can't be mad at her, right? Now he in the position to honor a man that fucked his wife and put her out the goddamn club after he fucked her and got her pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is a piece of shit. I don't give a fuck what date it was, what city it was in, or what the tradition was. He's the biggest piece of shit that it can be. I'm not saying he's the biggest piece of shit in the world. There's other pieces of shit that's equally as much of a piece of shit as he is, but he up there with the best of them.
And I agree.
Corey, can
I agree.
I
When you intentionally lie to black people, when you intentionally miseducate black people, when you tell black people this white man is God, that's disrespectful to black folk.
And you being disrespectful right now. Y'all need to put some respect on Elijah Muhammad's name and don't go so far, man. Y'all doing too much.
We telling the truth, bro.
We're not cultists.
We're
not
exaggerating the truth too.
We're not cultists, so we just speak our mind and the reality.
Yeah, you speaking your mind, but it's still over exaggerated, bro.
All right, so
nobody's
exaggerating. This is
can I throw a wrench? Can I throw a wrench in there?
Hold on, Dre. Let me say that. Give me 30 seconds, Dre. Okay, let me sum it up. I say Elijah Muhammad. Yes, he had some fleshly issues that he should have dealt with. He did abuse his title. Yes, he did abuse his status. No doubt. I think we all will agree with that, and I ain't even trying to debate that. Now, what I'm saying is, keeping all that in mind, you also have to look at the totality. You want to look at the totality of it, man. I think everybody should be privy to that. And so you could beat him up on the kids, right? No, I ain't even stupid enough to defend him on that. I can't defend that. But what I can defend is a whole lot of other stuff. And what I'm saying is, you all have a real nasty taste in your mouth, and I agree. It's just like Eddie Long, right? Eddie Long molesting these little boys, but when you go to his church, everybody speak glowingly about him. They're willing to overlook the monster he was to these little boys for the sake of the big picture that he meant to the city.
And that's cultic behavior. That's cultic behavior to be willing to forgive him.
That is cultic behavior.
A crime on humanity.
Did Elijah Muhammad belong to Prince Hall Lodge?
A crime
Did
on
Elijah
humanity.
Muhammad belong to Prince Hall Lodge? Was Elijah a member of the Prince Hall Lodge?
I'll allow you to do that research. I don't.
No, just asking the question because you're defending him. You're defending him like a brother. And the question I want to ask you, give me a reason. Give me a reason. Yes, you're defending him like a brother. You're defending him like he was a lodge member.
Listen, I think if you had
the question I'm asking you. The question I'm asking you
I'm
is
answering your
what
question.
reason
He said he don't know, Stupies. He don't know. Do your research, he said.
Okay.
No, I do know.
My apologies.
Listen,
my apologies.
Yes, Stupies, hold on. Yes, he was a member of the Prince Hall Lodge. Now, what I'm saying is, if you look at
nobody has proof of that, really.
Yeah, well, no proof, but it is.
This is just people talking.
Right. So when you look at Sarnetta, if you would have had this same question with him, Sarnetta's not a member of the lodge, and he would defend Elijah Muhammad the same way I am as right now. So no, you can't bring it down to Prince Hall. We just talking about
I don't argue. What about this?
We talking about the greatest. We talking about arguably the greatest. We talking about arguably the greatest black leader that has ever lived. That's what we talking about.
No, lost your mind.
All right, we can have that conversation.
That's crazy. Here's another thing. You guys want to talk about integrity and people. Elijah Muhammad had so many black men beat up bad for defecting, for not believing, for going against the ideology. Do you know how many black men were beat up? This is wrong of Elijah Muhammad.
You think Elijah Muhammad was
he haven't touched one white boy at all. The Nation of Islam, the fruit of Islam, ain't never touched one white boy, but put plenty black men in a hospital. There's nothing right about Elijah
white
Muhammad.
boy. Never touched a white boy.
You think Elijah Muhammad could hold a candle to Martin Luther King? You think he can hold a candle to Frederick Douglass?
I think he can hold the Olympic torch to not no damn candle. He can hold the Olympic torch to anybody.
Elijah was a buffer.
Hold on.
Elijah was a buffer.
Hold on. Do you think
them niggas killed
Elijah
Malcolm
Muhammad
and ain't never done nothing to a white man? I don't like that.
Hold on. Let's dispel this. Frederick Douglass, Elijah Muhammad. Go. Make that make sense.
Elijah Muhammad, it ain't even close. That's easy.
Are you serious? You see, this is appealing to emotion and lack of education. You see, the one thing that he can say that Elijah did was he formed a nation and got a group of got black men and women together. That's it.
And make him money.
And made him money. Hold up.
You say that's all he did.
Hold up.
I think you the one got the lack of education.
No.
If you think that's all he did,
listen,
get a
stop.
bunch of black
Why
people
is you
together.
interrupting? Why is you interrupting me, bro?
Why is you interrupting me? You the one got the lack of education,
Thunder,
brother.
you gotta let people make their point.
Thunder.
Relax.
So I'm
Why
here to
is you
moderate.
interrupting me?
I'm here to moderate, Thunder, and we no longer interrupt people. So you're gonna have to let him say his point. I mean, that's just how it goes. Don't get emotional.
Yolanda,
Let's just keep it fancy.
With all due respect, I was the one talking.
We gotta respect Yolanda. You got, hey, you can't give her no. She said what she said, and that's just that. She said that. That's it. Like, let's move on. And he gonna say his point.
She all limits?
No, it's not my old lady. She came on to moderate.
Yeah.
She came on to moderate.
Yolanda have the final word.
The final word.
I'm saying, but I can't even make my case that I was talking when I was interrupted.
You got to respect the moderator. The moderator gets the respect.
Hold on, everybody be quiet.
Everybody agree that Yolanda have the final word. Say hi. I say hi. Yolanda have the final
word. Go on. She's been letting us go crazy. Really, to tell you.
Everybody chill out. Listen, it's 12 of us on the panel now, Thunder. At first, when it was just me and you, right? And Reggie, it was, you know what I mean? We didn't have 12 people. So everybody want to jump in and we gonna miss the point. Cause you said some profound shit, right? That everybody want to take a shot at you now. You said, and everybody is going to take a shot at you for this, that Elijah Muhammad was was arguably the greatest black leader in American history. Everybody going to take a shot at you.
This is what I'm saying. You asked me about Frederick Douglass and Elijah Muhammad, right? And I started with I was stating my case. No,
you made the statement first.
I was stating my case. Right, no problem. So I was stating, you asked me a question. I was stating my case for why I said that. Then Sabio came in and said, I got lack of education. So right there, he cut me off from answering your question.
So at this
now,
point,
you're saying that I don't need to answer the question, then no problem.
Can you listen? We're going to let you finish your point right now, Thunder. Then we're going to go to Sabio and we'll continue on. So go ahead and finish your point.
I appreciate it.
Make it like a minute or so. You understand?
I will go 60 seconds, no doubt. Now,
you being clocked.
No problem. All right, so now let's go. Well, hell, you can go 15 seconds if it's like that, shawty. But
no, go ahead, Thunder. We playing. Go ahead.
Listen, you got Elijah, Frederick Douglass, just like what Stu P say, he called him a buffer. A lot of people think that Fred did a lot of white boy work, you know, and I don't share that opinion, but he definitely has that stigma attached to him. Elijah Muhammad, I don't believe nobody on earth will agree with that he has that stigma. And we're talking about being a leader of men. Frederick Douglass was not a leader of men. He was a great black man. He did a lot of work, but he was not a leader of men. And if you want to make that case, I'm willing to listen. All right. Hopefully that wasn't 1 minute. I'm gone, Jelana. Thank you.
Engine cleaner.
All right. Well, I'm not going to be too long. I'm going to just touch on the things he said about Elijah Muhammad, because I think Elijah Muhammad was a great person. But as far as being a great black man, the first thing that we have to look at was the teachings. And he taught that black men from the continent of Africa was Afro-Asiatic. That right there is a disservice to black men right there, and black women right there.
He didn't say Afro-Asiatic. He said Asiatic.
Asiatic. Oh, Asiatic. Asiatic black man. Excuse me. We are the Asiatic black man. So we're not African, but we are Asiatic. So that is a detriment to black people right there. So you cannot be great for black people right there. I end my conversation.
Who next?
Yeah, but that's why we all with this Asiatic thing today. The more, all of it stems from that. Everybody's miseducated. I think it's he did more harm than good, but that's just my opinion. Because I know a lot of Nation of Islam brothers out here in LA, and they be on the street selling them bean pies, having got mental health issues. They all broke as hell, been selling the newspaper for 20 years and getting pennies. In their whole life, they didn't progress because they were stuck in a cult. It prevented them from progressing in life, and they've been stuck as far as unemployment. They've been broke. Their mindset has been just, it goes deeper. The psychology goes deeper than we think.
Yeah, can I get in there and ask the question?
You next. Go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, so some people are really not gonna like what I'm about to say, I think. But just to get back on the topic of Elijah Muhammad and, you know, his leadership and all that, you know, the Matsi warrior clan, they're and I'm not talking about the guys today, I'm talking about, you know, the African tribe, the Matsi. They had their leaders had what were known as sonores, Sonore, and these were like what you would call child wives, and in some cases they were boy wives as well, like really young children at like 11, 12, 13-year-olds that were you know, to be the wives of the leaders of the tribe. And this wasn't just, you know, for just relegated just to the Masi. It was you know, it was pretty, I don't want to use the word widespread, but a lot of the tribes there had this practice.
Share your
and
screen.
the children. I'm driving right now, but you can look it up, Chef. SONORE and Mossy Clan. Yeah, you could just do a quick search of it. But you know,
you said SO what?
SONORE. Sonori.
How does this relate to Elijah Muhammad?
I'm about to try and bring it together. So the children that were involved with those clans were actually groomed to be among the Sonori. They were because this was something that was revered. It was the way we look at it as being something bad. It wasn't looked at as something bad in those days, so the kids were groomed to become wives of the leaders, and they were and this grooming took place at a very early age. So I guess I was just wondering if it's possible that this was something that was also going on in the Nation of Islam, or if we think it was just Elijah Muhammad himself that was just the only person just doing his own thing and hiding it from everybody else.
And that's how you're correlating what you just taught us with Elijah Muhammad?
You don't get that? You don't get the correlation?
You saying because some African tribe that was backward.
No,
what I'm asking.
And molested children as
a point, not ask a
question. No,
question.
what I'm asking you is the practice. What I'm asking you is it possible that that's the same practice that was happening within the Nation of Islam?
No. Islam was anti-African. They didn't embrace anything African.
How could the Nation of Islam who taught that they was Asiatic?
So why were they covering it up?
I don't know how you made the connection. Like your connection
on the correlation. So I would add something to that. So people would like to sometimes, how shall I say, since we're called African enthusiasts and romanticists or whatever, so they think that everything African we're supposed to be okay and go with. No, that's not how it works. You know,
right.
Everything that Africans did, that we label Africans on the continent that we call Africa, because we know at times that there was no such thing. Everything that they did wasn't absolute or correct or right. And we have better sense to know better. So that's not nothing that we will ever agree to. You know what I'm saying? That's not nothing that we would continuously condone and practice and go forth with. We know better now. So let's not, for the sake that I'm an advocate for children, let's not make the conversation, and I don't mean this in any offensive manner, like stupid. Let's not insult our intelligence. Do you understand what I'm saying? So yeah, everything done on the continent of Africa is not an absolute, and we don't, glorify it. I just want to put that out there, because there were some tribes in some areas who would feed their babies dirt when they're infants if they had deformities and snuff them out. I'm not one to judge because I have to sit and think about it, when we're dealing with children with extreme deformities. And that's a hard conversation to have. What I say is right. I'm not going to judge. Would I be one to participate and do that? Absolutely not. So, yeah, everything done on the continent of Africa, because we love Africa, well, me in particular, we don't think is, 100% absolute right or correct. We have to know where the wrong is, but we also have to praise where it's done right and where accomplishments are made. Do you understand? And learn from the mistakes. So we're going to move forward.
Maybe using an African tribe. Maybe using an African tribe was a distraction
on purpose.
I don't want to make this a conversation just dealing with that faction of Elijah Muhammad and things like that. Like, let's not continue going in a circle with this disgusting conversation. That's all.
I don't want to either, but
children being victimized. Just let's be sensitive and mature. Okay? That's all I'm asking.
I caught what he was trying to do, and he does it a lot. He did the same thing when we was talking about Nzinga and things like that. I think he brought up a similar tribe. He brought up the Jaga
I'm not
tribe.
saying that this just happened. I'm not.
We'll move on from that. Can I say something, please?
Please don't interrupt.
Well, we look at.
I'm sorry, Stewed Peas, you'll be next. But I would love for scripture to what he was saying. Please don't interrupt.
And that's it. What he was trying to do was basically show that there was some type of similarity or something going on Africa to try to downgrade Africa and try to make it a cultural thing with African people, to make it seem like and it was some type of cover up.
It was happening all over the place. It wasn't just Africa. I'm sorry,
but hold on. You see why is you interrupting? Hold on. Why is you interrupting me?
I'm interrupting because y'all won't give me a chance to talk. I just want to
Why
clear
are
up
you
what I'm
interrupting
saying.
me?
Someone mute his mic.
I'd rather talk than have you talk about me, Savio. You're gonna go you're just gonna go on a diatribe talking about
I've
me.
been dealing with you dealing with you since you came into the community. I know how you do. I know your angles. I know how you talk. I know the things that you bring up and why you bring them up.
We're not gonna make this personal.
It's over.
Okay, so let me just make this clear. What I said, that practice is not just unique to Africa, right? It was happening all over the place. It was happening in Europe. The idea of having child wives, don't let the fact that I use an African tribe I'm not saying it was just Africans that did that. It's possible that Arabs did it. It's possible that the Chinese did it. It's possible that everybody did it, but y'all are making it a action. That's not the point I'm trying to make.
I have a question, American Dream. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
So, do you have any information to tell us if this was a practice that was done for an extreme period of time, or if it could have possibly been something that was introduced by invaders or foreigners?
No, from what I've learned, I don't think it was a practice based on just invaders. I think it was, like I said, it was something that's done all over the world. I think people all over the world do crazy things, and sometimes they just do the same crazy things by accident. And it's not necessarily that they were, it was introduced by someone else. People can come up with crazy things by the same crazy stuff by themselves. But again,
yeah, we've gotten derailed. We move American Dream. Let's move on from that, bro.
Right, but the only question I'm making is the only question I was asking.
It sounds like we way in the weeds right now. I don't know.
All right, can I say something?
Let him finish the point and let's move on.
The only question I was asking is that being that this practice, are we saying Elijah Muhammad was the only person in there doing this thing on the low, hiding it from everybody, taking advantage of these young kids by himself? Nobody else knew about it? Or was it the same, or was it more where people knew about it and accepted it and just went along with it and didn't see it as something bad, kind of like, the way those African tribes or European tribes or other tribes saw it at the time? I'm just
they was in a cult. They was in a cult.
Yeah,
so they didn't see it as bad. It was a little bit of all of that. Some niggas knew about it. Some niggas didn't know about it. You know what I'm saying? It's real life, American Dream.
But
you know how real life works. You done been in the world long enough to understand how the world works, bro. So it's a little bit of all of that.
But if you look at it this way,
they went as far as grooming. They went as far as grooming the children, right? And I'm wondering, do y'all think that even in the NOI, it's possible they would have done that, where they went as far as grooming the children for this?
I would say no. I would say no. I would say no, and this is why I will say no. This is why I will say no. When we have the opportunity now to examine cult leaders from all over the world. When we look at David Koresh, when we look at Jim Jones, when we look at Dr. York, we realize that all of them have a similar pattern behavior. They get all the money and they get all the sex.
Yep.
Elijah Muhammad got all the money and he was having all the sex. He was a cult leader and he was exercising behaviors like all other cult leaders. Look around, examine other cult leaders and ask if his behavior is any different than a David Koresh, than a Dr. York. Well, Dr. York had sex with boys, they claim. I'm not sure about that. A Jim Jones. Jim Jones had sex with men and their wives, so I don't know. But they were having the sex. The leader's always the one who have the sex and the money. Tell me if it was different for Elijah. Wasn't he the one who died with $5.7 million? that his 19 children are disputing? Wasn't he the one who had 9 children outside of his wife with his secretaries?
Yeah.
Is there any other member of the NOI can claim that when they died, they had millions of dollars and they had several children with other women? And these were the women who got pregnant. What about the women who didn't get pregnant that he was having sex with?
Yeah,
so we need to look at the behavior.
The only difference between him and the dude back in the 70s that made all them people kill themselves was they didn't drink anything.
Jim Jones.
Yeah, Jim Jones. That's the only difference. They didn't drink anything. They didn't drink the poison with Jim Jones.
He wasn't ready for them to go on the
himself.
mothership yet.
Can I
He wasn't ready for them to go on the mothership. If Elijah Muhammad was ready for the members of NOI to board the mother plane, all of them would have done.
And you know what? Though I see remnants. Yeah, you can respond, Reggie, right after me, man. I'm just gonna be a few seconds. I always just gotta say something crazy, and that's it, and then I'm gonna be done. I see a few remnants of that attitude of those. See, this is what I be talking about in these communities and shit. And when it's bad to talk against the elders, and you gotta respect this person, and this person's supposed to check that person, and all of that crazy ass shit, right? That's the beginnings of it. Once everybody conform to that, right? If you don't got niggas like Sheffrin, you know what I'm saying, and Sosa and them crazy ass niggas like that, right? Like you run the risk of conforming to slight bullshit, and then you conform to some slight more bullshit till you find yourself down the rabbit hole, letting somebody fuck your wife and you worshiping them. See, you gotta nip the shit in the bud. But go ahead, Reggie. I just gotta talk crazy for a minute.
Right. So in the context of time periods, it wasn't the Nation of Islam that began this whole thing of the Asiatic black man. The community was already acceptance of the term, and it was a time where our people was in discovery. So I don't think that you could condemn the Nation of Islam saying that that's the worst thing that they ever did to black people, is because the Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
I swear to God, I cannot hear you, Reggie. Is it just me? It's gotta. I ain't trying to interrupt you, but I cannot hear you.
It's just you, Corey.
It's not just Corey.
Not aggressively, but
just
I hear
Corey.
clearly.
I can't. It's not just Corey.
I can hear him.
It's not
All
just
yesterday,
you, though,
his volume is low. He needs.
I hear him loud and clear.
You guys got to buy some headphones.
I hear him loud and
Reggie
clear.
continue. Reggie, if you
All
could
right,
just raise
I'll
your
try to
voice.
speak up. Can you hear me now?
Thank you, Reggie. Yes, use your outside voice, Reggie. Thank you.
All right, I don't know. Thank you so much. I don't know why you can't hear me. At the time period of our people at that time period, our community was already well salted with the Asiatic black man from the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The Nation of Islam seeing that was already an accepted term, or term they used the term. It is certainly not the worst thing that anybody could do to black people at that particular time of discovery, right? The other issue is the issue of the child marriages, right? We live in 2022. We are willing to condemn an organization that's arguably saved black women and black men and black children's lives. And we are going to sit back in 2022 when many of us are not part of an organization and condemn a stepping stone. If we condemn a stepping stone of our organizations, then we have to condemn every stepping stone since humanity was born in Africa, right? And if you're not part of an organization, then why should you be talking about, well, why should you be talking about an organization if you're not part of an organization? That is the problem of our people. We are individuals. And as we act as individuals, we have no protection from the oppressor. So we're just getting it off, as you say, getting off of our feelings. Many of us dare not really to look into the mirror. And when we look into the mirror, we ignore the things about ourselves that we don't like, right? So it's easy for us to condemn each other, but the European does not condemn his civilization. He does not condemn his crimes. He does not all that. What he does is he handles it inside, right? And for everyone else, he oppresses it because it's in the best interest of white supremacy. Most of us seem to be talking about things that we weren't even born, not all of us, but most of us were not even born at any of these times of the Nation of Islam in its height, or certainly not the Prophet Noble Drew Ali and its height. Haven't researched Du Bois, haven't researched Garvey, right? Haven't researched any of the great people, Frederick Douglass himself.
Reggie, how long are you gonna go?
Give him one more minute, Chief X. Reggie, can you wrap it up in a minute, brother?
Yeah,
please.
Thank you. I'm
you.
making my point, but so it's just a disrespect. So I want to just ask, I just want to ask the panel generally, given all of the problems that our people have come in the hells of North America, why is it that we pick and choose? King, we love Martin Luther King, but he was notorious in affairs, right? But we love him.
Lies.
Oh my God.
we can so we could pick apart many of our leaders who married out of the race, right? Which we refuse to do, right? But why can't we look at the good of what they did, right? And then our organizations that we are in improve on that. Thank you so much, Zalandra, for having me speak.
Yolanda, I just want to say, this is not like Reggie. This is not like North Korea, right? We're individuals.
Oh my God.
We're individuals, and we have opinions, and we can speak on leaders or people who we feel had some nefarious behavior. And we have to be, as a community, we have to say it's okay to critique, and that no man is beyond critique. And this is okay, okay? Every race critiques their leaders. White folk critique Trump or Biden, okay? Asians critique North African leaders. It is okay. We can't sit, what we shouldn't do is sit here and guilt trip each other for critiquing a leader. You're trying to say, shut your mouth and stay in line. Don't critique nobody. No, we're not gonna do that today, but I hear you, Reggie.
I also want to add, yes, nobody's beyond reproach. Nobody's beyond question. I will never agree with Chief X in public, but I digress. But to add to that statement, is not what you do, is how you do it. So there's also a way to go about constructively critiquing and criticizing individuals and still be humble with a certain decorum, class, and respect.
I would say, hold on. I would say, for the record, that when we lay out Elijah Muhammad deeds and his what he gave to the Black community, right? It really don't amount to much.
Teach.
And that's just been like, I don't see what everybody else is seeing. Like, am I fucking crazy or something? Like,
no, my friend. I'm
gonna be honest. I'm
I'm
43 years old, and I've been wondering, other than the teachings, what did the Nation of Islam really give Black people?
Oh, not just where
that wasn't already
that
wasn't
already
established. Yeah, that wasn't already established. Now, because
like I said, I go back to Thunder, right? I'm gonna leave Reggie part alone. Because Reggie said some things that I agree with, but he still tilt the line over there to where what Thunder has said. So I'm gonna focus in on what Thunder says. When Thunder said that arguably the greatest black leader, right? I need to know what the hell Thunder read, you know what I mean, that could make him even twist his mouth. That sounds like something that a Nation of Islam leader would say, flat out. You know what I mean? No other black people would even say that. I mentioned Frederick Douglass, right? And then to say that he was greater than Frederick Douglass, it means that you don't even know what Frederick Douglass did. You dig what I'm saying? You don't. I went back to Frederick Douglass just to go back to somebody that I would think that most Black Americans wouldn't have no way to disagree with. You feel me? I went to a person that I'm figuring this gonna be the trump card, and he walked through it. Like I didn't even say it. Like, we're talking about a person that helped establish or help push Lincoln into signing the Emancipation Proclamation. A person that helped steer the country or the federal government into making the issue of slavery a real issue with the war, right? Because
and not to cut you off, Chef, but the Nation of Islam didn't participate in the political system, right?
No, exactly. So you know what I mean. So the go back to the 1850s and the early 1860s. Yo, we're talking about Frederick Douglass. Yo, like, so at this point, we don't even remember Frederick Douglass no more. Like, our history is so screwed up that generations later, we done forgot about Frederick Douglass. Like, that is, when Reggie talk about treason, that should be treasonous right there. Then to move forward to the civil rights movement. We had leaders that were contemporary to Elijah Muhammad that he couldn't hold the candle to. So I already then went to, you know what I mean? I went to the slave issue that was the biggest issue that African Americans then faced in America so far. And I pulled out the Black person that was the most influential in that movement and getting us free. You cannot. So let's move. Fuck that. Elijah Muhammad already did. Well, let's go to his contemporaries, right? You can go to goddamn Thurgood Marshall, right? If anybody, even Nation of Islam members, if y'all can fix your mouth to say that Elijah Muhammad was greater to Black people, African Americans, than Thurgood Marshall, again, y'all then bump y'all
heads.
Crazy
Bump y'all heads real hard. Like, y'all just gonna look over Thurgood Marshall?
Thurgood Marshall, like Brown versus the Board of Education. All of the federal legislation that him and his team fought, you know what I mean, to overturn Jim Crow laws. And he was so fucking bad. Like, our kids wouldn't even be able to go to competent schools if it wasn't for people like him.
Stefan, you know the community don't like professionals and credentialed people.
I mean, it is utterly crazy, and I'm mad that Thunder got off the panel.
What if Chef?
Hey, let me say something real quick.
What if he would have just said in his time?
Let me jump in real quick. I'm a listener, right? I'm a listener, so let me jump in real quick. I've been wanting to get in, but listen, and I'm gonna be brief, but Chef, because I was like, oh, I'm glad you addressed that. Because I was like,
Sosa,
bro,
hold on, Sosa. You sound like you're on your PCS phone, sir. Can you clear up the discrepancies?
I'm in the whip.
I think he's straight now. He's straight now.
Okay.
in my car.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was like, yo, when he said the largest shit, right? That shot to #1 with a bullet. Some of the crazy shit I heard in the Billboard charts, right? And then I thought, there's no way he can make another banger. And then he came with the Frederick Douglass wasn't a leader of men. Then who the fuck was he leading? Fish? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, that shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? But I thought so long too. But I said, see, y'all. But we definitely gotta hash that out. That's the most insane shit I heard in some time.
Yeah, so you know they like entertainers.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Adrian.
All right, I'm gonna keep it pretty.
You have a minute.
Short. Okay. All I do is sit and I study revolutions and revolutionaries. And there's something that we like to call theory and practice. It means you have a certain type of, whether it be liberation theology or certain codes, and then you put those same codes into practice. And I would say that Elijah Muhammad probably had to be one of the greatest, he's probably the second greatest African-American orator to Marcus Garvey.
I have a question to any like ex-NOI or Muslim on the panel. So why, because I don't know, why do they call him honorable? And that was actually a question from the chat.
They come from, that's what they were saying at that time. Also, like Noble Drew Ali, they called him honorable, the Honorable Noble Drew Ali. They just put these extra titles on them to make them feel, like to place them above the normal man.
No, it was actually Masonic titles. They modeled their organizations after Masonic groups. So they were titles that was given to certain people that had certain degrees in the Masonic lodges, right? You will become honorable.
Lodges, they label certain gentlemen with certain degrees honorable.
Exactly.
That's their title.
Honorable and worshipful. You know what I mean? Those titles. And if you look at the Nation of Islam, if you look at the Fruit of Islam, you can see by their dress code that it was patterned after, I think, the Scottish Rites Masonic Lodge. The dress code is damn near identical.
Right, they use the words temple instead of mosque back then.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So that's where.
Doesn't Reverend kind of mean honorable as well?
To be revered.
Well, he asked, but he asked specifically why they called him honorable.
So I'm just saying, I guess it would be.
Yeah, but let's not veer away. Don't veer away.
Don't veer away.
No, I'm just answering the question, saying it's the same reason they call pastors reverend.
No, it's not.
No. Let's move on.
Jesus.
I don't consider goddamn Elijah Muhammad a revolutionary agent. Fuck out of here with that shit.
That's your opinion.
You damn right. I told you that's what I don't. That's what that means.
So
I don't.
How long? I don't know how long you've been on the panel, but we're not gonna get like emotional. I want any like back and forth banter. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion and feelings about this, and we're just gonna be respectful about it and agree to disagree and move forward. We're problem solvers.
Yeah, but that was crazy. The way that we uphold certain people. I think we're getting real forgetful in this community. You know, we need, and Black History Month just was over. So it's crazy that Thunder even said that. Like, look at all of the Black people and leaders you could have, brushed up your history on last month to come out and say that was just like, that was a shot in the stomach to me. Like that.
Yeah,
man.
That's the only thing that made me even get on the panel. I'm like, did he really just disrespect all these great people?
Right.
Like, you just overlooked them all. Like they didn't have no contribution to shit.
The organization wasn't even that big.
Like, you talk about the goddamn, bro. just gonna walk over Harriet Tubman like that?
Yeah, like there was 5 million members or some shit.
They always walk.
It was a small group, small group.
Right.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy.
He
That was
could have
crazy.
phrased it. He could have simply phrased it in his time and narrow it down. I just think that people got emotional.
Nigga, he lived with Martin Luther King, so I don't see how.
You call me nigga affectionately or nigga just without thinking?
No, he said he was talking. He called.
I just say, yeah. I said a nigga was around with. I would. You know what I'm saying, I wouldn't even. That wouldn't even aimed at you. But I'm saying he lived at the same time as MLK, so I still wouldn't even accept that.
And look, not only MLK, that was the goddamn civil rights movement. We can name. Look, he gonna fall so far down the goddamn rung when we start naming people from that era.
Right.
That was probably one of the greatest fucking eras. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he but for his members, right, and for the radicals, right, and the people who felt marginalized, you know, in the Black community, like I know in the late 80s and early 90s, the Nation of Islam definitely spoke to the hip hop community. So we definitely have more of a love for the Nation of Islam, and proxy of that will be Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X because of what the New York hip hop artists, you know, of the 80s and 90s actually, you know, how they actually revered the Nation of Islam. And it's probably proxy of the what you call the other group, the 5 Percenters, that's a spinoff from that. So
hey, but when you look at how the nation picked up though, right? Did they pick up behind following a more of a Malcolm blueprint or an Elijah blueprint?
The Malcolm blueprint.
Malcolm expanded membership tenfold.
Yeah, right. Because they were talking, they really wasn't Malcolm. Like the nation really get a more a reputation because of Malcolm, but they really was separate. Elijah was like, "Yo, chill out, nigga. Don't speak on these things." You know what I'm saying? He was like, "Yo, you gonna like." He didn't really speak out against presidents or anything like that. That was Malcolm. So now when you see Farrakhan took really the image of Malcolm and personified it to his members. But he didn't follow the blueprint of Elijah. Elijah wouldn't be speaking out like that. Elijah would be, "Yo, let's keep quiet.
It's religious,
you know what I mean?
Right?
Yeah, let's not get involved in politics. None of that. You know what I mean?"
Yeah. So if you ask high school kids today who Elijah Muhammad is, they wouldn't know, but they all know who Malcolm X is.
Exactly.
Right. So on May 19th, 2022, I will be hosting the 57th anniversary pilgrimage to El Hajj Malik El Shabaz's cemetery, as I've done for the last 30-something years, right? And if any of you are in New York, you're welcome to attend. Meet some of the people who knew Malcolm. Meet some of the people who served in
I thought they were debating on that night, Reggie. That's not. I thought that was a Garfield. Or they changed the date.
On May 19th.
Well, what? Yeah, I thought the Jabari Garfield debate was on the 19th of May. You don't know.
Go and confirm that for us, Sosa. But for Reggie, do you have a flyer or a link or anything? Or can you send me something later and I can continuously post it in the chat?
I'll put it in the chat. It's we have a press release. We have a press release.
Okay.
And so
we can share it in our other platforms also.
I'll put it in the chat at a later time when I think it's the press releases information because of the COVID thing.
Okay.
So thanks for asking.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, y'all keep it going.
I know. Wrapping up dead air.
Oh no, I'm all guns in. So is Chief X still here?
Yep.
Are we still on Malcolm X or we talking about something?
No, he gonna get you on whatever, Chief X. So just
I just gotta talk to Ankh just to make sure that I am not stepping on his toes when he debates you. But
you want to do the
but I am going to the big channel, our big brother Sarnetta's channel.
Hey, that's disrespect, Reggie. I don't like the way you be doing that. I don't like that.
Why? I'm from Sarnetta's channel.
I'm going to the big channel. Get up out of here.
Sarnetta's the first channel.
Big pseudo.
Sarnetta's the first. I got it. But Sarnetta is the biggest
Israelite channel, right?
Bro, just say that now. Come on now.
He's the biggest channel, right? I have been on his channel for many years.
You know what I'm saying, Reggie. You know what I'm saying.
I'm not meaning to be disrespectful, King Sosa. I'm
saying, like, even if you don't mean it to be, I told you.
Okay,
I'm taking it disrespect.
I am going on Sarnetta's.
Little, okay?
No, Reggie's an intelligent adult. When he says, "I'm going to the bigger channel," y'all little fries. He knows exactly what he's doing.
He knows exactly what he's doing. Passive aggressive.
Come on, man.
I'm going to Sarnetta's channel, Black News 102, and I'll give myself a day or two. I should have been working on it today, but I wasn't. And I'm going to deal with where did all of the Africans go in Egypt. So Thunder helped me understand what people may know and what they do not know last night. And so I'm gonna push you off the cliff, Chief X, because I don't think
get to it because it's 10 people. We all want to talk. Just break it down. What's your question, Reggie?
No, I'm just letting you. I'm just giving you formal notice that I am going to push Chief X with your boys, Corey, right? Sheffrin, I may let him toddle on the cliff because he's not so bad, and Thunder on this particular matter, I am going to push you all off the cliff.
You know them goats that stand on the side of the cliff. That's how he's.
Yeah, that's
you look like that too, X. You look like them goats too.
Yeah, I'll tilt
so cute
on that cliff.
Yeah,
that's Sheffrin. Sheffrin is gonna survive off the cliff, but you, Corey,
mountain goat
is gonna go.
Oh my God!
No, Sheffrin's not a goat. I'm saying like a goat, right?
The mountain goat.
Yeah, I'm a Capricorn, like for real. I'm a goat.
You're gonna get pushed off the cliff, my good brother.
Well, I ain't been pushed off the cliff in 7 months, so I'm wondering when is it gonna come?
No, because you haven't really met me yet.
Hey, can I ask a Malcolm X question?
Oh,
go ahead. Shut your
you got a minute, American Dream.
Adrian, please be quiet. Thanks. But my Malcolm X question is, like, can someone tell me what was Malcolm X like main accomplishment as a black leader compared, like, because when I think of Martin Luther King, I think civil rights. When I think Elijah Muhammad, I think that he created the Nation of Islam. But with Malcolm X, like, what would we say is like his tangible accomplishment?
I would say Malcolm X pushed social political issues and just made people aware and just tried to get into the people's spirit to be revolutionary.
Right, but you see,
and one change in America.
American Dream, let him finish.
Do you notice how it's not tangible though, Chief X? Like, it's not anything tangible.
Yeah, we're not saying it's like, we're not comparing it to Martin Luther King. We're saying we're just honoring his life, what he tried to achieve. You understand, the shit was cut short, so we honor what he tried to achieve.
Yeah,
and a lot of people
he was just trying to push social political issues into trying to clean up black folk. Stop doing this, stop doing that, leave drugs alone, support your family, get a job, that kind of thing.
Protect your family.
He was more of a motivational speaker.
Yeah.
Malcolm X was the model of our black manhood and womanhood.
Absolutely.
Called our shining prince, right? With all his frailties, you can listen to the eulogy that they did for Malcolm X. This is a man that we didn't know so long. But in the short time of this young man's life, he died at 39 years old. He gave us a new spirit to fight injustices internal and external, right? And he paid for it with his life. And for that, we will always be thankful. We will always remember him. And we will always try to protect him, those who've studied his work and his life.
Well said, Reggie.
Right.
Absolutely.
Would it be like, do you think people who say that, you know, the fact that Elijah Muhammad actually has the Nation of Islam, which has existed for years, and that's something tangible, like, what do you say to people who say that that makes Elijah Muhammad, in terms of leadership, like a better leader than Malcolm X? Simply because he's produced something tangible. The same with Martin Luther King, Frederick Douglass, because, you know, they say Frederick Douglass really played a great part and had his hand in the Emancipation Proclamation and all of that. So there, you know, for me, like, I understand the idea of, you know, him being having good speeches and motivating folks, but, you know, I think for us to say that, you know, he's there, you know, there should be something tangible that was produced.
Elijah,
I don't know if that's asking too much. I don't think that's asking too much.
Wait a minute. I want to answer something real quick with this one, though.
Just allow for a response.
What did you say, Sosa?
No, I said just allow for a response to the question. So go ahead.
Then we're gonna move away from Malcolm X. We've been talking about Malcolm X for 3 hours.
Yeah, and we're going to get off this subject matter, American Dream. Thank you. But what I wanted to respond to the question you're asking with the response that Elijah Muhammad, to me, and this is a personal conjecture about the situation. So because he had the nation for so long, blase, it's like you can have some shit for a long time. It doesn't matter how long or how many. It matters about the quality, right? Also, once it is known, or once his character had become tainted, whether we knew it or not, that was a disaster waiting to happen. And anything after that will only implode. There won't be a sturdy foundation. So for him to be dealing with the young women and all that kind of mess he had going on, some of his indiscretions, dealing with his members that could have been deemed criminal, whatnot. Like, after the part that he's no longer righteous about it, like, it's more detrimental. Like, he can't even lead by example. And that is what we know now. Like, only few people are revering him as Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because the rest of us know the truth. And we see nothing honorable about that man. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Malcolm X's life wasn't that long. Maybe it was cut short, but his example was astounding. And I think that had held way more weight, for me anyway, than anything Elijah Muhammad could have ever done.
Right, Jolanda, I want to add something also. Like, people think every man makes their own bed, right? So Elijah and Dr. Khalid Muhammad made their own bed, right? People make these statements that Elijah Muhammad made Malcolm X or made Dr. Khalid Muhammad. And a lot of people, I disagree with that, right? Nobody, when Dr. Khalid Muhammad was in college and getting his degrees and stuff, ain't nobody did his homework for him. He did his own homework and accomplished his own goals, right? So these are two great men who were great orators, right? They used the stage of the Nation of Islam to get their message out. Nation of Islam was just a vehicle they chose to use to preach to the people. Now, these two great men already had greatness in them. Whatever vehicle they chose to drive in, they would have been great. They could have said, you know what, I'm going to clean up my life and become a church pastor, right? And they would have been the biggest mega church, the biggest church pastor, and very popular, like a T.D. Jakes. So we have to stop saying that they made Malcolm X and Khalid Muhammad. These were great men on their own right, and they did their own studying to reach, you know, the heights that they reached. That's just my
retort to Chief X. My
I want to
retort
speak after you say something, Reggie, to the panel. Continue, Angie.
Thank you. My retort to Chief X is that for El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, that was his school. And without the basic rules of that school, Malcolm X would have taken another path. It was his sister and his brothers that got him into that school. So that school shaped Malcolm X, gave him the opportunity, gave him the motivation. And so without that school, there would have been no Malcolm X as we know it.
What school?
Right? The school was the Nation of Islam.
Oh, I thought from my understanding, he began to study while he was in prison. And he used to have a dictionary and books, and he built his vocabulary and expanded himself. And they told him about the Nation of Islam while in prison. And then he prepared himself.
That ain't what happened.
Okay, I may be wrong. Go ahead, Chef.
All right, now that's the movie version of it. Okay. But the actual fact is,
he should have read the book.
Yeah, his sister and his brother had joined the Nation before him, and they used to write him. I think his brother Wilbert.
It was Rodney.
Filbert, I think. Was it Filbert, Reggie?
I think it was Rodney. I think.
It was all of them. The fact of the matter is, Malcolm could have been home for prison probably 2 or 3 years earlier, but his sister helped keep him in there. Malcolm wasn't in any shape. He needed to find something, and so all of his brothers and his sister was involved in the Nation of Islam. It was a family affair.
Yeah, and they was the ones that by writing him, would send him literature and coach him in Islam. In the movie, the brother Bangs is a fictional character. It's like an antagonist. He was like the thing that pushed every time. It was how Spike Lee and them used Brother Bangs was basically like every time Malcolm had a decision to make in his life, you notice that's when, come on, yo. You notice that's when
Brother Bangs pop
Brother
up.
Bangs would show up. You get what I'm saying? And it would always damn near be a private conversation between him and Brother Bangs. So when Malcolm couldn't prostrate and submit himself, that's when, Brother Bangs, appeared. When it was time for him to cut his hair, the white man hair situation off his head, it was him and Brother Bangs, right? When he got out, and the most crucial part, when it was time for him to leave the Nation of Islam, remember, he was in the room, it was him and Brother Bangs had that conversation, right? So it was really his sister and his brothers who used to tell Malcolm that, about Elijah Muhammad and the movement, because, and they basically got him to join because of the different things that Elijah talked about that his father used to talk about, right? Because his father and his mother actually worked for Marcus Garvey. They were Garveyites. So that they were things that the family had already learned. So when they would tell him the things that Elijah was saying, that made him, get interested in that movement. But that's how I take it, Chief X. Somebody else can correct me.
I'll move on from Malcolm, but we got some other topics.
Yeah, I'm going back to Malcolm. Yeah, we ain't moving away from Malcolm. We right here on him.
Wait a minute, Bobby Baker. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, how everybody doing? What's going on?
Only Bobby Banger, Baltimore in the motherfucking building.
Yeah, I'm in this bitch. Yeah, I'm going.
But before you speak, I want to say something. So I really appreciate you gentlemen today. Like, we had an amazing panel. I've learned a lot. People have learned a lot. And I just want to thank you all for being amazing. And let's continue to have shows like this. All right.
You did an awesome job, Jolanda.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. How you doing, brother Reggie? Anytime you feel like kicking Chief X teeth in, you could definitely do that, bro. Trust me. Kick his ass off the cliff where he deserved to be. Finish him off with the scholarship. Get him up out of there, yo. All right, get him out of there with that whack shit.
I'm gonna do the United 300 on.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit back and enjoy it. I'm not talking to him. You can handle that. Yeah, I'm out of that. King Sos, how you doing, brother? Where you
Life
at?
is good. Life is good, man.
Life is fucking good. It's fucking good. It's fucking good. Hey, Sabion, I see you. What's up with you?
Every day above ground is a good day. On peace. What up with it, OG?
Well, you ain't fucking lying, man. Chef and L, what it do? Shadow Killer Official, what's up with you?
Shit, struggling where you been at all day, man.
I'm just reading, man. You know, taking up reading, studying. Sometimes you gotta do more studying than talking. I give a lot to the people. So, you know, it's time for me to take some time for myself, man, and really, you know what I'm saying, really, you know, do what I'm supposed to do, yo. It is what it is, man. Adrian, I see you.
What's up, sir? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. You all right? Still on that crazy ass shit about Malcolm? Get off that.
I mean, look, Malcolm X is one of the greatest orators we will ever have.
Yeah,
Ain't
I
gonna be another like him.
Nah, you listen to his tapes now, yo, it sound like he back in the 60s, yo.
We gotta pay attention to liberation theology, man.
Man. Yeah, I like Malcolm. He one of my favorites. American Dream, what's up, bro? I see you in here giving them the business. What's up, brother? Can't hear you.
He's not around.
Peace,
Yeah, I'm doing good. Never day, man. Never chapter. Yo, yesterday chapter's closed. We started new today. That's how we doing it. Chief X, guess what? Fuck you. Now I'm playing with you, yo. That's how I felt in my heart. I feel like I have my heart.
Hey, brother.
I'm not
brother
offended.
Reggie, can you
Hey, Reggie. Hold on, man. Let me finish my point. Yo. Don't cut me off, yo. Okay, chill, nigga. Chill. So, yeah, back to Malcolm. American Dream made a great point. We're so...
I'm a fatherless child. I'm a fatherless child. I didn't get a big up. Everybody else get a big up.
Okay, yo. What you say? Stupid?
You spoke to everybody, but stupid.
My fault. I ain't even see you, yo. I see stupid. Who the fuck is a stupid? My fault. I apologize. My fault. I'm gonna get it in real quick. I apologize, brother. How you doing, man?
Good. Big up. Nice to have you on the panel.
Big up, man. Big up. So American Dream makes a great point. We're so caught up on great speakers. Malcolm was a great speaker. But at the end of the day, I had to realize that it was actually tied to the Nation of Islam. So his hands was fucking tied. It's not until he got kicked out of the Nation of Islam that he would have actually started doing stuff for Black people. They tied his hands. They wouldn't let him employ certain things he had put together. None of that shit, because it was a goddamn cult. Been saying it from day one. So Malcolm, we never got to see the real Malcolm. Until he got up out the Nation of Islam, you was gonna see that man put some work in. But the fucking haters in the Nation of Islam made sure you couldn't see him. They couldn't see past the cult. They wasn't thinking like we think. We thinking, even if Malcolm is in the Nation of Islam, he's a great, powerful leader. We want to hear him. They was like, oh, you stepping on the master toes. Oh, you doing what you, that wasn't even the truth. Malcolm had great respect, right? For who brought him into the nation. Yo, he showed him up. Matter of fact, he showed him too much goddamn respect. They killed you in the end of the day anyway. You ready to go? So my point is, I'm gonna always pick Martin Luther King over Malcolm, right? Malcolm, we had the shiny colors, the revolutionary and all that. But Martin Luther King actually pushed policy and changed the way he forced America to look at us a different way. He forced the world to take a look at us. Malcolm X and they didn't participate in the movement, okay, the civil rights movement, because they said they was against that, right? So they didn't help get those laws passed, right? So yeah, I love Malcolm for his revolutionary spirit, but I hate to say it. I agree with American Dream, man. That shit was It was fun, but it wasn't effective, right? But Malcolm himself, you know, he loved black people, but the organization he was in wouldn't let him do what he actually would have did for us. So we never really got to see the best of him because that cult he was in fucked him over. And I'm done.
Reggie, I wanted to ask Reggie a question before I finish. I'm about to head on out. Are you there still, Reggie? Yeah. Is Reggie still
somebody
there?
hit that mute button.
Yes.
Okay. Reggie, I'm gonna head on out because I don't want to it get too heated up in here. The energy's changed a little bit. But what
the energy ain't changed a little bit. I ain't talking energy. We same energy, nigga.
I'm talking about
energy
my
ain't
energy.
changed.
I gotta do something. I'm talking about me.
All right, okay, just checking on you. Yeah, make sure when you feel me come around. When you feel me come around, make sure you feel me.
Bobby Banger.
Feel me. I want him to feel me. Every time he feel my presence, I want him to feel me.
Bobby Banger, no interrupting.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Reggie, so I'm gonna head on now because I don't want people to blame me for the stream getting bad. And people are just not gonna talk to me crazy. So I just wanted to ask you a question, Reggie. What are you alluding to that you gonna go on Sinetters and talk about? And if you do go on there and talk about and put me on the cliff, are you gonna call me on the phone so I can defend myself on Sinetter?
You can always call. You can always. They'll open up the chat line. You can always call in.
That ain't what he asked you, Reggie. That ain't what he asked you. That ain't what he asked you, Reggie. He said, "Are you gonna call him?"
Fight him head up like a man.
Send that nigga the link, Reggie. Stop playing. Send that man the link and stop playing.
Why? So I'm doing a presentation. So what are you trying to say, Chief X?
Debate him.
No, what I'm asking is, what are you hinting at that you're gonna put me over the cliff on? What is this subject matter? That's all I'm asking. Just a.
Oh, so Unc's conversation with you, whether he decides to do it or not with you, which he should, is to talk about early Africa and the construction of Egypt, or what we know as Egypt.
Like the Green Sahara and stuff like that. You talking about?
My conversation, though I could have that conversation, but I think Ankh is actually better prepared on from the research that I've seen him do to deal with that. I am going to talk about the disappearance of the African in Egypt. So and from what I've gathered from the stuff that you and some of the other people that I've heard talk, you know nothing about the disappearance of the African in Egypt to leave a population of where people can say that this was the original population of Egypt. And so I'm going to that's what I'm going to deal with.
Okay, well, I think you dealt with it a little bit yesterday when you brought up Mansa Musa a little bit. You began, actually, nobody really caught it, but I just want to bring it to your attention, Reggie. When you brought up Mansa Musa and his travels, and you began to say there was different populations when Mansa Musa.
Bow out.
Hold on. Yeah, there was like different races of people when Mansa Musa was in Cairo and this and this and that. Yeah, you played right into our hands of the DNA of North Africans. It was different at that time because of the trans-Saharan slave trade. So I'm confused. What are you saying that's disagreeable?
My disagreement with you is that you and your Middle Eastern friends believe that one population in Egypt right now, or the population of the ancients, and that one population that exists, we only see that one population for the reasons that I will bring up on my show. And so
what population did I say it was?
You were making you're saying that those people that are in Egypt right now, right, are the Egyptians.
No, well, let me be clear on what my stance is. My stance is the modern day Egyptians hold approximately, give or take, 67% of the genetic composition of the ancient Egyptians. That's my stance. And in modern times, they have maybe at most 10, 15% of sub-Saharan DNA because of what you said yesterday, the trans-Saharan slave trade, when Mansa Musa enslaving sub-Saharan Africans, because Mansa Musa was a North African's little pony boy.
Yeah, but I'm not really talking about Mansa Musa.
Okay, so that's my stance. So I don't have any other stance. Anybody else in Egypt, I'm saying, is of Mediterranean peoples.
No, I understand your stance.
Okay, so I don't
get pushed. You go watch 300 when the messenger gets kicked off the cliff into the hole by Unitas. I've heard your stance.
So you basically don't disagree with anything I've said.
I'm not commenting.
Okay.
He's just gonna throw you off the cliff.
But you're really not disagreeing. This is what I'm saying. When I let people know my stance, then they get quiet.
No.
When I'm not online, people want to say what my stance is, and they mess it up. So I'm here now. I don't think you disagree with my
Chief
stance.
X, you one of the things that you've done with your the way that you get down is that you've ruined the ability for Black people to think that they are safe traveling in Egypt, helping to cancel a conference, right? And it's an international issue now where Black people are scared to travel in Egypt because of the sentiments that you have caused. That is what you did.
Damn, Chief X,
I'm powerful. Yeah, I got that much power.
This nigga Chief X is a problem. You're like, I can't even fuck with a nigga like that.
Damn, I'm that powerful.
No interrupting, so stop.
Yeah, Chief X.
Got you, Juju. I had to.
No, Chief X does have power. Why? Because he in fact.
But the other day, people was on the panel saying nobody listens to me.
The Middle Eastern people listen to you.
Well, obviously, if Ujara, when people are streaming about me for 20 hours a week, somebody's listening to me.
Mike is Moroccan.
We all listen to you. If I said that, then I wasn't trying to be specific.
No, not you. I'm saying people on the panel were saying that and nobody corrected them. Everybody's listening to me.
Yeah, we listen.
I don't listen to you. So this is my first time ever hearing your crackhead ass.
I'm not saying every individual in the whole world.
Wait.
I'm just saying in general, the conscious community is listening to my arguments. All of them, and that's why Anthony Browder blocked me every day. Browder and all these people watch my videos every day.
Chief X, I want to say something real quick.
Just be honest.
I want to say something real quick. So someone on the panel just threw out an insult. So everybody in this world knows that me and Chief X aren't the best of friends. But today, while I'm on the panel, you can keep that bullshit to yourself, okay? We're not going to be disrespecting. Nobody on here is a crackhead. Nobody on here is a buddy. None of that. So,
and it's going to start with the example of the moderators in the chat. You have a couple of the moderators that are caught inciting drama. You guys are supposed to be changing and trying to turn a new leaf and not do that stuff. So somebody needs to talk to Tamika because Tamika has insulted me 3 times.
Understood.
Ain't nobody got to talk to nobody. We ain't got to understand a damn thing. If you don't like it, get the fuck on, brother.
Okay.
As long as I ain't on your head, relax and enjoy it. Get out the peanut gallery.
Okay,
so
I'm going to sit back.
You got people that support you.
Right. So I'm going to sit back. I'm going to sit back and allow Tamika to insult me. And when I insult her back, don't cry foul if I insult her back.
Yeah, but if you go, hold on to let me have a Juju.
So either we're going to be adult all the way, or we're not going to be adult. So no one's going to continue to insult me 5 and 6 times, and I sit here and be quiet. And then when I insult them back, y'all cry foul. We're not going to do that deceitful behavior right now and today. Okay?
All right. So what I'm saying is, hold on, let me talk. What I'm saying is, we're going to leave the woman alone.
Right.
That's what we're gonna do.
So the women,
show some kind of patience.
the
Hold on,
women,
bro, I'm not
the
yelling.
women
I'm
should
not
leave
yelling.
the men alone.
I'm not yelling.
And the
I'm not
women
yelling.
in the
Let me
chat,
finish my
whoever
point.
got a wrench in
Hey,
their
brother,
hand
I'm not
is
talking
supposed to be on good behavior
Listen,
and
I'm
set
not
an
talking over you.
example. Tamika is
Yo,
not
I'm not
setting an
talking over you,
example.
yo.
She is starting trouble. And when she starts
Chief
trouble,
X.
there's
We
a
can't hear neither
consequence.
one of y'all.
No,
Chief-
it ain't neither one of us. I was in the middle of talking, and this wild ass coon started talking over me loud
Now
as
I'm a
possibly
coon. See,
can.
that's what I'm saying. The energy
Yeah,
changes
yeah, because
when
you did
Ankh
that.
comes on,
No, the energy
and then they
changed when
blame
no,
it on Chief
talk to
X.
me.
But
We're
it's
not
all
blaming you,
on
Chief. They
Ankh
all seen
as
it.
the
They
leader,
all seen
because
it,
Ankh
Chief.
is a poor
Chief, they all
leader.
seen it.
He is a
Okay, that's
sorry
fine.
and poor
I
leader,
agree.
and he
I
changes
agree.
the thing. And Ankh is the
Don't
reason
say
why the
nothing,
channel
Juju.
has been chaos
Hey,
for
Juju.
years. Because
Hey,
of
Juju,
Brother
don't say
Ankh.
nothing. Don't say nothing, Juju.
No,
Do not
you
get
don't say
behind the
nothing.
spears.
You want to start calling me names,
Get behind the
then it's
spears.
going to start. So we let
Man,
everybody
what
know
happened?
that
Everybody
Ankh
let
came
him talk.
on, and
Get
Ankh
behind him.
changed the
Let him talk.
energy, and Ankh started insulting, and he hasn't changed because he continuously says he's not going to be this way. But every fucking stream, he hasn't changed, and he still does the same shit.
All right, now it's my turn to talk. Do not cut me off. Do not say anything to the women. Let them say what they want to say. Least around me, on my shit that I help build. That's what I'm saying. If you don't
Tell
like
me
that,
on how to
hold on,
respond
don't
to
cut
someone
me off,
insulting me.
brother. I'm
We
not
just
cutting
went
you
over
off,
that.
brother.
If
Brother,
a
I'm not
person's going
cutting
to
you off,
insult
brother. I'm
me,
not
I'm
cutting.
a grown man and I will
Hey,
respond
yo,
back
you got about
until
5
you
minutes before you
guys
get
become
cussed the fuck out,
mature
nigga.
enough to
Okay,
stop the
nigga.
stuff and stop
Okay,
the
nigga.
bullshit and let your
Okay,
moderators
nigga.
know that is
Hey,
not how
check.
you
Hey,
behave
nigga.
as a moderator.
So here's my rule again, right? When I'm asking you for the last time, do not talk over me. I'm not talking over you.
Okay.
You can say I changed the energy,
Yeah, but
anything
you
you
no,
want.
no,
What
no.
I'm
You
not
can't
gonna do
cuss
is
me while you're
I'm
talking to me because it's going to
cussing
get out of
I'm not-
hand. You
That's
just
fine. So I
insulted
watch
me, so
that.
that's why we
No
arguing right
problem.
now.
I
The
got you.
stream
No
is out of
problem.
hand because
Check
of you,
this out.
Ankh.
Nope, I'm not yelling, bro. I'm not
Okay,
yelling
I don't
at you,
care
though.
what you're doing. You're
Okay,
starting
so make you
trouble,
talk.
and the stream is
Okay.
out of hand right
Okay.
now because of Ankh West. Bobby Banger is the cause of all streams getting out of hand, and let's be real about that.
I was about to get it out of hand. You don't
Hey,
realize
hey,
that,
hey,
though.
no. I asked you not to say nothing, though, didn't I, yo? I say, don't nobody say nothing. Let me handle this man. Don't jump in the shit. Now, okay, I came on here having fun like I supposed to. I don't like you, so I'm not gonna act like I like you.
You don't have to. Just be an adult.
Okay, so all at this point, you see I'm allowing you to talk and say what you want to say. So anything past this point, brother,
you're not
you
my
trying
boss.
to keep it
Let's
going.
get that straight.
You trying to keep it going. So what I'm saying is, as long as I'm talking, let me finish, and then you talk. You can say whatever you want to say. We're not gonna cut your voice, Chief X. I promise you. But you're not gonna control the narrative over here. So when the women in the chat room talking shit, allow them that, and then cuss them out over your platform if that's how you feel. But over here, that's not going down. That's all I said,
It
brother.
didn't happen.
I know how I
You're
turned the
making
energy.
fake. You're making fake scenarios right now. You're making fake narratives. The narrative is you insulted me and you came on talking crazy and changed the energy. That's the narrative.
Hold on.
And
No,
we're going to keep it on
everybody's
that.
seen that.
You're not going to escape this shit. And then I'll leave the chat. And that's why I said I'm leaving, because the energy changed. As soon as I leave, these niggas get to talk about, oh, Chief X started some shit and all this old bullshit. Not today. We're going to put it on Ankh.
But Chief X, I accept it. So
Okay,
I'm not
so
making
let's
that up.
move
I'm not a
on,
liar.
and let's get back
I'm
to
not
Reggie.
a liar.
Let's get back to
I'm not
Reggie and his
I want to
discussion
finish
then.
no, it's my turn to talk. Let me finish my point. So I admit I came on here and said, fuck Chief X. I'm not acting like I didn't say that. I don't throw rocks and hide my head. I'm just saying, yeah, I changed the energy because that's the type of nigga I am. So at the end of the day, yo, you can either take it or you can't. Now I'm saying I'm off that. We can continue the conversation, but leave the goddamn women alone.
Okay,
Nobody's gonna say Chief X started.
But it's not fair for you to say leave the women alone.
I started, I'm gonna finish it.
It's not fair to say leave the
Go
women
ahead, go ahead,
alone,
Reggie.
but it's not fair to say leave the women alone, but allow them to continuously and habitually insult me. Something's not fair. This is not my yacht. This is not my yacht. Play with kids, don't play with me. You shut us both down. If you want to be fair, you tell her, stop that insulting, Chief X, in the chat. Why can't you do that? Why can't you be mature right now and do that?
I got you, brother.
Okay.
I got you, brother. So I just for the listening audience, yo, every time you tell me when I'm not being, I could take it as some kind of bullshit comment, but I'm not. So I'm not going to tell the women what to do and what not to do.
Oh, God.
Right? You got to have control of
In other
yourself.
words, you're
so
just
I'm
going to be
asking you,
biased.
all you got to do is stay out
I got you.
No. I'm saying is we got a rule over here, yo. We don't block people. right? We try hard not to block people.
I'm blocked
It's
in the
called
chat
the
right
peanut
now. I
gallery.
can't
It's when
chat.
people
Nobody
have
can
fun.
see my chat.
You isn't it? Why ain't you in the chat, bro?
American
We
Dream
let
just
you
told you he
we
was
let him out
blocked
the
the other
jail.
day. Yesterday, American Dream told you
We
he was
let him out
blocked
of jail.
again. It's because them
All right,
women with the
okay.
wrench
All right.
is being tricky and blocking people
I know,
without
but
telling
you're
you.
right. No. So every day what we do is, before we start the show, we're supposed to let everybody back out of jail. Now, if you get knocked off again, you know, every day you hit the corner, there's a chance you get locked
American
up.
Dream got blocked off again, and he did not do anything.
So, yeah, I'm just letting you know, every day you hit the block, there's a chance you get locked up. Today is a new day. We unblocked everybody. So you'll be unblocked, Chief.
No. I'm telling you, it's not a new day because American Dream was blocked again.
Okay, you're right, but he's up on this panel. So we will
sure?
unblock him. I'm sure.
Okay.
So I
So
just want
basically, the unblocking right now, if I make a comment in the chat, nobody can see it because I'm blocked.
Yeah, they got
you're lying about the unblocking.
No, I'm saying Chef started. It's not a lie, brother. I'm saying that's how we want to conduct the business. We want to be able to unblock everybody.
So since you guys been saying we're not going to block people, these women with the wrench are disobeying what your point is. They are still blocking people. You have to check them.
No, I don't have to do anything you say.
Okay, well, don't check them. I'm just saying it's going on then.
You know what?
Let's move the conversation on. We good.
Listen, I block everybody. I fucked up the conversation. All the shit's on me. Let's move the fuck on.
Hold on,
Okay,
so
moving forward.
Hey, Social, you didn't mess up the conversation. I came up here because I felt like the nigga was too comfortable. He was too comfortable for me in the way I feel.
Bullet, I'm gonna take the bullet, bro. I just want to move it on, bro.
You don't gotta take the bullet, Social.
I take a bullet too.
Me.
Shit,
I don't need nobody
I
take
my bullet too.
Nah, nigga, I don't need nobody to take the bullet for me. Don't take nothing. I know what I did, and I'm gonna take my responsibility. I just want everybody in this fucking planet Earth to know that I don't fuck with Chief X. Now y'all know. If y'all didn't know, now y'all know. And
They've been knowing. You don't have to keep repeating it.
You're right.
You're not moving on. They've been knowing.
Good one. Now
Bobby Baltimore, I'm sorry that I came on the panel and made everybody feel so comfortable. I apologize.
No, Jolanda, no. Ankh needs to apologize to the listening audience. Ankh needs to apologize to the listening audience for his behavior today.
No, you don't.
No, I mean, you don't have to agree, but I'm just saying, if Ankh comes on insulting people for no reason and changing the energy, God damn it, how are you guys trying to change if you're saying he don't need to apologize for his ways today? Well, you're not trying to change. You're taking sides and you're coddling Ankh.
So y'all can have it.
Don't coddle Ankh around me.
This is soft. This dude right here is a joke.
Okay, let's move on then.
Don't do it.
Where Reggie at? Reggie answer the questions about this.
Go ahead, Reggie. Hey, Reggie, go ahead. Don't nobody got to take the blame for me, yo. I've been fucking up all my life. That ain't good for me.
Hey,
go ahead, Reggie.
Before Reggie,
maybe get something to damn drink.
Hold on, before Reggie goes.
What you say?
Let me say, where's Shepard at?
Right here. Yeah, you back under my man.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Thunder? How you doing, bro?
Hey, Thunder. We can, man, you can do a separate show on this because I know.
Yeah. Please, please.
Yeah, me and you, because I would love to have this conversation with you.
And make sure, man, we need to work that out. We need a whole show for that, right?
Yeah, that's a whole show, Thunder. I got a full clip for your ass too.
Now, King Sosa and Chef, this is what I want you to do now. Now, what y'all just did, what you did was excoriate and besmirch the reputation of Elijah Muhammad.
Yo, you gotta stop, my dude.
Listen.
Did you look up those words?
Stop.
He said excoriate and besmirch. I like that.
Stop.
I like that shit, yo.
What you did was excoriate and besmirch the
Put
reputation.
that in the chat. I gotta study them words.
Besmirch.
The reputation
to tear down
of
and to talk about in a slanderous way.
In a slanderous way. So now, what you did was you excoriated and you besmirched the reputation of Elijah Muhammad.
You better teach vocabulary words.
Let her get it. You interrupted. Let her get it.
and you did it all in the name of Malcolm X. So Malcolm X, what he did was see wrongdoing in what Elijah Muhammad was doing with the inside of their organization with the little girls, rightfully so. Now, Aunt West, we just talked this morning, so he know I love her. I ain't banging on him at all. So Aunt West just came on here, and just like Chief X said, he did change the energy. Now,
on purpose, my nigga, because that's what I do.
Right. Shit. Now.
But go ahead, Thunder. Go ahead, bro.
This is what I want. I'm a whole King
That's what
Sosa
I said before.
Sheffrin. I'm a whole King Sosa and Sheffrin personally responsible if they do not call out Aunt West for what he done to Chief X. I'm gonna hold y'all personally responsible now.
He already said he was wrong.
He called himself. Like,
he called himself out. What are you?
Yeah, I ain't lie about it.
I need you to do it. I need y'all to do it.
I'll do it. Me first. Me first. You're a piece of shit for fucking with Chief X today. You gotta
I admit it. I admit that.
Sosa, you next.
No, that's bad.
All right. I'm working on it. I'm a work in progress, Thunder. I'm a work in progress, but I don't twist. I don't get over shit easily. I'm different. I'm a little different than that. Everybody do this shit differently, yo. Like every time I try to throw out a break, yo, some shit jump out the window.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead, Thunder.
I'll just bullshit. So this is what I wanted to ask you, man. Is there any way that you and Chief, okay, so we know Concrete Corey and Smash Rockwell had an issue. They talked and they squashed it according to
the answer to your question, Thunder,
Concrete.
is hell to the now.
Is there any way?
No, God
way?
damn it, no.
Hold on, let him talk.
You ready? Okay. So is there any way that you all can talk offline and kind of try to maybe work out an amicable agreement amongst the both of you all that will have you all just having a
talk about what?
Having a better interaction. Better interaction on
I'm working
online.
on it. That ain't Chief X, that's me.
Okay, cool, no problem.
Yeah, that ain't him. I ain't gotta talk to him about you know what I'm saying, about me and him. Like, I mean,
well, you do kind of gotta talk to him because
I'm gonna say for the record, Chief X always try to. No, Chief X
he gotta
always
forgive you, and he gotta move
He
forward.
tries. No, he has forgiven me. He does try to move forward. It's me. I'm trying to tell y'all niggas. It ain't Chief X, it's me. It's where I stand. It's about the niggas I grew up and was around. It's certain behavior I just ain't used to, bro. Let me work this shit out on my own.
No sweat, no problem. That's fair.
It ain't Chief X. Everybody think it's Chief X. It's Bobby motherfucking Banger, yo. Same nigga in Baltimore, yo.
But see, they say when people are faced with these questions, they try to act like it's Chief X. So in other words, everybody been fake as hell.
No, they ain't trying to act like it was you.
No, listen. Every time a woman came on there just the other day and said, every time Chief X come on, he starts some shit and it's an argument. No, they're bullshitting and starting a fake narrative. They know 100% of the time I have to damn near beg not to argue when I come on Pseudo Killers. I have never once in my lifetime ever came on anyone's channel and cussed anyone out for no reason. I'm a grown man. If I cuss somebody out, trust me, there's a reason for it. I would never do anything like that.
Let's move on. Okay, let's move on.
That's a good segue.
And if you guys want to know about a person like really, and how big of a man a person is, Ankh needs to get honest, because I did reach out to Ankh when I was in Atlanta, and I invited him to dinner and said, I'll pay for your food. Let's go eat lunch. Didn't I, Ankh?
Oh, that
sure did.
Okay.
Sure did.
So Chief X has always been the bigger man. And Chief X has always been morally right.
He admitted that though.
He already said.
Okay, but the public didn't know this. The public don't know this. If the chat is talking this crazy, clearly the chat don't know.
Maybe they don't like you. Maybe they just don't like
whatever.
maybe
But
the chat
what I'm
just don't
saying,
like
if
you.
they don't like me, it's because
Right.
people like you influenced them to not like me. And you guys ran so many fake lying narratives that they believed them and they came to a conclusion in their head. They didn't say, oh, you know what, Chief X ain't beating nobody out of money. Chief X do great business. Chief X ain't never done none of this foul shit in the community. So if they think, hold on. If they dislike me, it's because they've been influenced wrongly.
Now he's trying to say they're appealing to our
Hold on, it's nothing we don't need to argue about. That's just the reality.
Come on, Reggie was trying to lay out his disagreement.
Hold on, hey Chef, do you have a pen right now?
That nigga take a mile, nigga. That nigga took
Do
a
I
whole
have a
mile.
what?
Do you have a pen right now?
A pen?
A pen, or like just hit my number right quick. Whenever you want to do the show.
Can I say something before we move on?
Hold on, Dream. Hold on. Are you ready right now, Chef?
No, don't tell me your number over line, yo.
I give it to him, Thunder. I give it to him, Thunder.
I'm gonna send it to me, yo.
All right, cool.
All right, cool.
I get it to you right now while we're on the phone.
Yeah, these people crazy. They start playing on your phone, Thunder.
I don't care, man.
Hey, your
all I
woman,
gotta do is block them, you know.
hey, your woman about to kill
with
you.
that shit. Nigga Reggie fool with that shit. Playing on phone.
Right.
Hey, Sosa, what I say from day one? I said stay out the peanut gallery. That's why every now and then I dive in. You got people rooting for Chef. I mean, you got people rooting for Chief X, that motherfucker. People rooting for Chef, killing me, killing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's fun, yo. You can't take that shit personal. Everybody, I think at the end of the day, people will judge you on your own behavior, yo.
And our chat, nigga, shit. They be banging us in the Mossy chat, nigga.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, like, and McKay is a champion banger, yo. Look, they champion bangers. Look, Juju, Emma Cat. I mean, championship bangers, yo. But let them have their voice though, yo. That's okay for us.
And if you show any sign of uncomfortableness, nigga, they on your head, nigga. Like
they on your head, nigga.
Yeah,
they on your head, nigga. Trust me.
No, that's what we do. We slay them.
Okay, did brother Reggie leave us? Did brother Reggie leave us? Because that was the conversation we was on. Where brother Reggie?
Let me say this though, Chief X.
So brother Reggie, hold on, American Dream. Hold on. Let's get back to something serious. Brother Reggie, so you don't disagree with me then, basically? Because you brought up personal stuff. I'm talking about scholarship.
Chief X, I haven't been personal with you.
Listen, brother Reggie, that's why we got on this tangent. Because I'm piggybacked off of you. I was strictly talking about scholarship, and I was strictly saying about the makeup of the people. I didn't go anywhere else.
Yeah,
where am I wrong about the makeup of the people? The people are Mediterranean people, and they're North African Egyptians. This is my claim. Where am I wrong at?
Chief X, what Mediterranean people are you talking about?
Oh my God. We've only read about the article 100 times, so many articles, that the biological ancestors of the ancient Egyptians, where they came from and flowed through and all that, they came from the Near East, the Levant, North Africa. This is all we've been talking about. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I've not talked to you directly, so I'm just.
So if you haven't talked to me directly and you act like right now you don't know what my claims are, how are you going to go on Sinetters and put me off a cliff? So we're double talking here. Deal with me right now.
I'm dealing, but I'm talking to you, and there's other people talking. So I'm just asking you.
I rated the show. Everything's good.
Hey, no more sleepwalking. I'm not a scholar and never claimed to be no fucking scholar. I'm not close to a scholar.
God damn, stay out the chat, bro.
No, I just want to be clear for the audience, not just him. I'm not a scholar. I don't claim to be.
You gotta let Reggie respond. You gotta let Reggie respond to what you just said.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay. So
Jalon, the way you at, I can't handle this shit.
Chief X, I got the basis of your conversation. You're basically trying to say that 60% of the DNA of the mummies that they have tested.
Modern Egyptians, not mummies.
Right. Well, right. Or that. Wait. So So maybe I'm incorrect. So Chief X, won't you make your statement again?
Okay. So
let me write it down.
Here we go.
Let me write it down.
Okay. So first off, you claimed that I made some claims that I didn't make. So I'm just clarifying. So when you go forth from now on, you know what my claims are.
Okay. I have my pen.
Yeah, my initial claims, and I stand on today, is that the ancient Egyptians aren't what we consider Black people. The ancient Egyptians, Nubians are Black people, what we would consider Black people. They only ruled one dynasty, was the 25th dynasty, 90 years out of 3,000 years. The rest of the ancient Egyptians were a mixed population of North Africa. They're considered North Africans or Egyptians. And they're made up of Mediterranean people, because Mediterranean people sailed up and down the Nile.
I'm sorry, Chief X, the 25th dynasty, that was Ramses?
When they say the Black Pharaohs,
that's Shabaka, Pianki, Taharka.
Right, when they say the Black Pharaohs, that is the only dynasty they're referring to as the 25th dynasty.
Okay.
When
So
there's no other
Ramses?
dynasty called the
Ramses,
Black
Chief
Pharaohs
X?
except the 25th dynasty, period.
What about Ramses, Chief X?
That's another subject, but let me and Reggie focus right now. Just relax.
You think Ramses was Black?
Which Ramses?
Ramses III.
Okay, so Ramses III was obviously mixed.
They said his DNA, they said his Y
Wait, who am I talking to? Because I don't talk to everybody.
chromosome was E1B1A.
That's American Dream.
Okay, so Ramses.
American Dream. Well, go ahead. You can continue with Chief X. Like, I just wanted to ask about that.
Yeah. So the ancient Egyptians were not Black. Ancient Egyptians, the Nubians were Black. The Nubians ruled only one dynasty. Egypt was what did you say? It was a mixed population?
Egypt ruled one dynasty for approximately 90 years, and that was the 25th dynasty. Now, if somebody is disagreeing with this
No, okay, so then you say Egypt is a mixed Egypt is a mixed population of who?
Egypt's population, they are Egyptian. They're North African people. They are desert Africans.
Only
they're made up of Mediterranean peoples.
They're made up of Mediterranean people. Anything else?
That's about it.
Okay, so I have your points. I've heard the basis of your points before, and so I want to talk to Ankh in the background, because if Ankh really wants to have a conversation with you, then he should have a conversation. But my conversation will not deal with ancient peoples, right? It will deal with the Egyptians, who they are now, right? As if they are good specimens to be the original Egyptians.
Okay, so before I go, because I do got to make a run though. No, I can hang around for a minute, but check this out. Basically, I've made this presentation 7 months ago. But hold on, I'm just so curious as to why all of a sudden I'm here and everyone's quiet. And what's taking so long? It's 7 months ago since I did my Black Egypt Debunked presentation. Why hasn't someone went step by step and debunked anything in that presentation? I'm just curious about all this kind of stuff.
You're talking to me?
Anybody? I'm not just you. I'm just saying, because, nobody has.
Because Bobby Banga was gonna bang on you, and so and this was before you ruined the trip.
But I'm gonna tell you what Ankh was gonna bang about. He had to go outside of Egypt to the Green Sahara, and I kept telling everybody, you're gonna have to go outside of the dynasties of Egypt to try to get close to fucking with me. So they go back to the Green Sahara, and even that argument I killed already.
But you say you're not a scholar, and you're not.
I don't have to be a scholar to just know basic shit and read. Anyone can read. My son can read and learn what mayat means. You don't have to be a scholar to learn basic things and read a book. You don't have to be a scholar to have a discussion on a topic.
Okay, so
because whatever it is, these scholars can't defeat my argument. So if something's wrong, I'm a wise man.
Reggie.
I always tell everybody I'm a wise
Saber
man.
Reggie, may I speak for a second?
I claim to be a wise man. And I'll beat the brakes off a scholar. That's my claim.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say something. You know, I hear what you're saying, and I heard you say nobody debunked your Black Egypt debunk. Could it be because no one cares? No one either. No one entertain. Hold on. No. Come on, bro. I'm sitting back listening. You asked the question. Right now. I'm being honest. I'm not interrupting you. Could it be because no one is paying attention to you? Could it be because we are all stop?
That's what I mean. It's not to get personal.
Sir. Stop.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about scholarship.
Stop. I'm talking about scholarship.
Okay, well, don't leave me out of it. We're not talking about me and who likes me and who watches me. We're talking about the subject. Stick to the information.
If you would let me move on,
because you went off track. Stick to the information.
Here go the
feeling. You were just 2 days ago insulting me on somebody else's stream.
I insulted you right now. I just insulted you. Hold on.
We're not gonna argue.
Chef, I'm not gonna argue. I'm gonna tell him exactly what we're doing. Okay. Why we have moved on, because people have moved on to other arguments and they have started figuring. Yes, we have. Stop interrupting me.
Let them talk. Let them talk.
I don't talk to you until the other day when we did that little shit on you, and now. I rip up the Bible. I go into the Ottoman Empire and the slave trades. I don't know you. We have moved on to bigger and better things because information have moved on from the time when you did that. So we have found out things that are irrelevant to the things that you are putting forth. So get out your own way.
Can I ask you a question, Sabio?
If you want to.
Sabio, you said you don't pay attention to me or watch me. So how do you know what they moved on from? And Reggie is sitting here right now, today, the 10th, saying he's going on Subnetter to put me off a cliff. How does that sound like moving on? Don't come on here being dishonest. Nobody has moved on. They're asking me these questions right now. Just all last week, Wujaro did 25 hours just on Chief X. What are you talking about? Moved away. You're being dishonest right now because you don't like me.
I don't know you. Like I said, I don't know you.
And first of all, we're not talking about you. We're talking about the community. They have not moved on.
Hey, Chief X.
The community have moved on.
Hold on, Chief X. Yo.
Yeah.
Over here, yo, you know you my dude. Yo, you gotta relax.
Okay, I'm gonna relax.
You have to. You don't have to respond to everything, yo. Like, yo, we in a good space. You don't have to respond to everything. Like, I know everything. You got a lot of shit. Everybody been fucking with you. I'm with you. We gonna get these motherfuckers feedbacks. We gonna get them. I'm with you.
That doesn't mean your response ain't good though.
What'd you say, American Dream?
I said that doesn't necessarily mean he didn't give a good response.
Yeah, definitely. And so what I'm saying is, don't let every comment, right, on the panel or on the chat, you know what I mean, make you go off topic.
I got you. Now on the flip side, let him know. Don't make it about me. We're talking about information. Then we
like I've been saying, it's not about you. It's
they
about
gonna do whatever they want to do. You see what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
But they gonna do whatever they want to do. They grown. You dig what I'm saying? But you gotta stay on task. You talking to Reggie, and Reggie trying to chop your head off.
Right. But Sabio saying they moving on, but Reggie trying to chop my head off. Okay.
Well, yeah. The only reason I guess he's doing that is because you tried to resurrect yourself.
No, bro.
I would need. Look. If your information is valid, and this is what all the professional scholars do, and I learned this from our Saber Reggie. put it in an academic journal, have it peer reviewed.
Never.
Then there's no need
never
to
write
talk.
no motherfucking book on no punk ass.
I'm done talking to you. You're a grandstander.
Right. So if you have not watched my videos, stop speaking on my videos. It's just simple. That's what grown
you are a grandstander.
Normal people would say, you know what? I'll have to check out and see what you're saying and shut their mouth and get back with me. But you sitting here acting like you ain't never seen my videos, but you sitting here talking about all my shit.
I haven't seen one of your videos. I promise you.
You've watched all my shit.
I haven't seen one of your videos, bro.
Okay, so if you haven't seen my videos, stop talking about what my message is, because you don't know it.
Like I said, put it in.
If I have not watched somebody's video, I'm not going to talk about their video and their information.
Hold on. Him and Reggie trying to get it in. Reggie, go.
Jesus.
So, Chief X, I haven't ever been disrespectful to you. You did.
Have I been to you?
I
haven't been since we've been on this line.
I can't hear you. What?
Yeah, we're not disrespectful to each other talking.
Yeah, I'm not a disrespectful person. I just ignore or tell a person that I'm not going to deal with them. But you did put out a premise, and your premise seemed to have some weight, in which you got some Middle Easterners involved in your conversation and caused an international situation.
The North Africans are Middle Easterners now?
Well, he's saying that they're all Middle Eastern. That's
everybody's Middle Eastern.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. And so
I'm not saying that. I didn't say that.
So I'm well, okay. So if you're not specifically saying that, you do believe that
he got some North Africans involved.
Yeah, he got North Africans involved, and because of their connection with Islam, that is Middle Eastern, and so the culture is Middle Eastern, right? And
can I correct you for a second, Reggie? Because you're lying on me.
No, let him go, yo. Let him go. Let him
no,
go.
I want him to correct. Just keep talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't say lying. He just maybe misrepresent.
Okay, now, this is the truth. I went to a SARS post, and them North Africans over there was tearing his ass up. I didn't bring them to a SAR, and since they was tearing his ass up and saying it's canceled, then I made a video after it was canceled and after they was tearing his ass up. So I didn't bring them to a SAR. They was on that before me. I just went to you guys laughing about their canceling it. That's the truth. See what I mean? People with these fake narratives, man, and trying to accuse me. They're trying to accuse me of pumping up these Egyptians to cancel Black American shit and just badmouth me and create a lie on me. This is the honest truth.
Well, Chief X, just not get
okay. Now, all what you got to do is apologize and say, you know what, I didn't know that. My bad.
Well, Chief X.
Now he don't have to believe you though, Chief X.
Right, he don't have to, but I'm just
right. So you can't make him apologize. You just told him some new information, right? It don't mean that he gotta stop right now in the middle of your. He gotta research and see if you saying which is correct. So calm it. Go ahead, Ray.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
He said you gotta apologize right now.
No, I'm learning. I'm learning new things. So Chief X, about a year ago, you didn't have a show with Middle Eastern people on your show, Egypt.
Never.
You still calling the Middle Eastern?
I had Chevron, Ngozi, and Aku on my panel. I've never had no Middle Eastern.
About a year ago.
See, that's what I'm saying. Some people are lying to you.
I'm just checking. Don't be emotional.
I'm clarifying. Listen to what I'm telling you. People are lying and telling false narratives on me. If you want to know anything about what I said, all you got to do is go to Chief X YouTube page, and the videos are right there.
Okay, so I just get confused. So you had a conversation with Black Americans versus North Africa / Egypt.
Yep.
You did, right?
Yes, sir.
And so I get confused because 1 minute you're talking Middle Eastern and the next minute you're talking North African. So your statement about Mediterranean people, the Mediterranean people are who?
People
or does that
who
consist
live
of the Middle
around.
East?
I've done 2 presentations on who Mediterranean people are and what Mediterranean food is and what Mediterranean culture is. It's people who live around the borders of the Mediterranean Sea. Every North African country, the Levant, Turkey, Greece, Italy, Spain, Morocco are Mediterranean cultures and countries around the Mediterranean Sea. Can't make it any plainer.
Okay, so just help me unconfuse myself with North Africa. What is the relationship between North Africa and Mediterranean?
It borders the Mediterranean, like all of the other Mediterranean coastal areas.
So the people of that built the pyramids, though that's really not my argument, but the people who built the pyramids are who?
Egyptians.
My common sense and logic, in my opinion, since I wasn't actually there, is that if something is close to the Mediterranean Sea, and it's a structure very, very close to the Mediterranean Sea and the Mediterranean border, then I would think Mediterranean peoples built it.
So that's why I get confused.
Wow.
That's why I get confused, because I asked you about North Africa, and then now, so did North Africans build it or Mediterraneans build it?
What I'm saying is, many North Africans are Mediterranean people. That's not they're North Africans, Reggie. You're going back and forth over something.
Yeah, North Africa is Mediterranean. North Africa borders the Mediterranean. It's saying the same thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm just saying.
They are
North African who lives in
No,
Algeria,
it's not
close to the
interchangeable.
Mediterranean
Stay,
Sea.
stay out of this for a second, Shepard.
That is interchangeable.
Who exactly, let's just be specific. Who exactly are the Mediterranean people that built the pyramids?
The Egyptians.
See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I can't make myself any clearer. I just said, I'm not sure of what specific tribe or nation. I'm just saying my common sense and logic says if something's built right by the Mediterranean Sea, then more than likely Mediterranean people built it. That's all I'm saying.
And he's saying what Mediterranean?
I don't know.
No, he's saying what hold on. He said what Mediterranean people? And it's clear, the Egyptians.
Right, the Egyptians.
So the Egyptians are the Mediterranean people.
Does Egypt border the Mediterranean Sea?
Okay, so we are confusing geography with people. So I'm getting a sense of what I think is the confusion or not, right?
Let me tell you what the confusion is.
Yeah.
Okay, the confusion is people are scared of the word Mediterranean, because when you say Mediterranean, it doesn't feel like you're saying African or Black people. So since it detaches them, and I use Mediterranean purposely for the last year to detach you, since it detaches you, you argue the subject when you already know what a Mediterranean peoples is considered and what Mediterranean foods are. So this is an argument that shouldn't be an argument, but since it's such a dagger and excludes you, you got to argue it to put yourself back in the boat of being an ancient Egyptian. You have to put yourself in, maybe it might be us, but if you say Mediterranean, we know it ain't us.
But I'm not ancient Egyptian.
Huh?
Is Africa a part of the Mediterranean world? Can we just be honest?
No.
You said no?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna argue with you. That was a clear answer.
But the thing is, even the equatorial ancestors of certain Egyptian lineages was already a different people 30,000 years ago from Niger Congo speakers. You know, so they already were a differentiated or distinct group of people that was in East Africa in the highland areas.
Yeah, see, I'm not gonna let people take me back all to the 30,000.
I'm just saying the culture. I'm just saying
that's
the
how
culture.
y'all get the diversion. I'm gonna cut the ring off on y'all and keep you in dynamic.
Let him make his point though. Let him make his point though.
But listen though, my point is actually helping your argument. Like I'm just saying, these people was already a different people. They all different than us already. You know what I'm saying? They already had different distinctions and shit. Like Niger Congo, Nilo-Saharan, and Afro-Asiatic speakers, Proto-Afro-Asiatic speakers are already a differentiated people. You know what I'm saying? If you read Christopher Ehret's African Civilization, you clearly say that in there. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, even before then, they are already a different people. I'm just explaining that. Even before they even start mixing heavily with the even more later Eurasian groups, they already was differentiated. Even when they was mixing with the basal Eurasian groups, the basal Eurasian, even though they were dark skinned, they still were loose, wavy, curly, the straight hair people.
Yeah, I understand. So we're talking about a long time frames. We're talking about different countries, different regions. So of course we're talking about all kind of different stuff with people.
Okay, so I mean,
So Chief, can I ask a question, please? I have my hand raised for like a minute. Chief X, let me ask you real quick. Italy and Greece, for example, are these European countries or are they Mediterranean countries or both?
Both.
So Egypt, is that a Mediterranean country or an African country or both?
Both.
Yeah, both.
I say Mediterranean and North African. I just don't say
Red Sea.
Hold on.
It's Red Sea and Mediterranean. It's both.
Hold on, though. We're not gonna do this Red Sea drama. Listen.
It is what it is.
No, you only brought the. You have no. Listen.
Because them people.
Let me answer Reggie's question. Let me talk to Reggie.
Look up the origin of Afro-Asiatic languages.
No. We're not gonna do this red culture stuff because that's the only argument has came up. You're bringing up Red Sea culture to combat Mediterranean culture.
No, I'm not. I'm just being scientifically real.
Listen real quick.
I know who West Africans are.
Listen real quick. Because you're complicating the subject and we're trying to make it plain for the people. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. No one in the history of the conscious community never ever has mentioned the phrase Red Sea culture. That only came. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish my point.
I ain't part of that shit. I never was part of that shit.
Let me finish my point so you can understand what I'm saying. Listen, slow down. Nobody in the history of the conscious community has ever used Red Sea culture phrase. That only came up when Chief X began to say Mediterranean people and Mediterranean culture. It's a fake argument that's tried to combat that. And you're trying to hold on, let me finish. And you're trying to blend in Somalians and Ethiopians into being ancient Egyptians and into being that's what they look like. It's a trick. Never say red culture. I'm not talking. Never say Red Sea culture. That is a bullshit argument.
Okay, go ahead, Geechee.
I just say it's both. I ain't coming from no conscious community, all that pseudo shit. I'm a St. Louis nigga that studies science, bro.
You've never said Red Sea culture in your life until I said
I have, bro. Yes, I have.
Listen to me. I will pay you $50.
You gotta let him finish, bro.
Let her get it out, Chief X. Come on, bro.
Stop being fucking a pseudo when you was riding fucking Unc coattail, nigga. We been told you that shit.
Come on.
Hey, Chef.
Come on.
That's why
so Gullah Geechee gets $50 if he can prove that he ever used the phrase Red Sea culture before I used Mediterranean culture. And you get $50 and we can move on.
Equatorial components.
Everybody chill out.
Just as 50% West Eurasian, just as them North African motherfuckers is. Them niggas E3B the fuck up, bro. Come on now.
Point is, you get $50. I'm going to some money, bro. You get $50. You can prove that you've ever used the term Red Sea culture before I said Mediterranean culture. I guarantee you.
I'm
about to send it to me. I just texted.
But that's the thing. I'm not saying just Red Sea.
You can't go nowhere.
Listening, bro. You keep coming with this combative shit. I said Red Sea and Mediterranean.
No, I know what you said, but that's what I said. You're trying to blend in Somalians because you and Ngozi got this fixation for Somalians.
No, it's not no fucking
and you
fixation.
always try to bring them into the fold. They're not
because
into the
we're
fold.
talking about
the
Egypt,
ancient
bro.
Egyptians.
If we
We're
were
talking about the
West
ancient
Africa,
Egyptians.
we wouldn't be talking
and
about
for
no
you to
fucking
be way
Somalians
down in the Red Sea
Egyptian
is
and
crazy.
Horn Africans.
Jalon, the way you act.
When you talking about human migration, you can't leave that out, bro. You trying to skip shit and leave shit out. You can't leave without it's proven. They speak
Jalon, to
Afro-Asiatic
get
language.
out of the chat and get on this panel and get
Egyptian
this
languages,
shit
Afro-Asiatic
together.
languages. You can't skip out the fucking language that these people speaking and skip over their ancestors and shit. They
Reggie,
got both.
Order in the court.
Reggie, do you have any more questions for me, Reggie?
Order in the court. Order in the court. May I speak, please? So that's why I said thank you, gentlemen, and commended you all for your perfect and well-mannered behavior like an hour and a half ago, because I just knew that some of y'all weren't going to be able to keep it together for much longer. So I didn't want it distorted and tainted. What a great
This motherfucker
show.
want to put words in people's mouth. That ain't what we saying. You're not listening.
Pause for a second, bro. Pause for a second. Everybody mute out, man. Mute out.
I'm going to speak and I'm going to say my piece, okay? Ain't nobody going to talk over me, but y'all need to get it together. Let's stop cursing, being disrespectful, and let's hear each other's points. Like, goddamn. There you go, Chef. So, Gichigola, would you like to finish your point?
All I'm saying is we've been saying that them people was both, where they came from that Red Sea area where Eritrean type people came from. When Ngozi talking about Somalian type, not just modern day Somalian type, they're a group of clusters or Cushitic groups. You know what I'm saying? Them motherfucking Afro-Asiatic speakers. All them people are related. Only thing different is the motherfuckers that went up north, mutated up north and in the mix with even more Eurasian groups. But all them motherfucking people are fucking mixed to certain degrees and shit. You know what I'm saying? And they already been differentiated people 30,000 years ago. Niger-Kaddofian languages, it was already around. You know what I'm saying? For us to be a whole different people coming out of the Western Sudan and migrated into West Africa.
Okay, Chef. Hey, you got my number, right?
I'm waiting for Unc to send it to me.
All right, cool. Hey, man, listen. I think this is kind of what this. I think when we have our conversation, I want social on. Hey, we can just talk about it, bro. Just talk about what we just heard in the last 20 minutes, dog. The last 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Then see kind of what direction you want the pseudo killers to go, and just see how productive that was. I mean, I just hear two people, man, that just want to be right instead of, I don't even know, man, just being at peace with each other, bro. I don't know. It's strange to me because I just look at black people totally different now. And I just want your peace amongst y'all. And we used to use the phrase "agree to disagree," and I don't know where that has. I don't even know if that applies anymore. Like I'd be lost.
It's Egypt, yo.
Over Egypt and the Red Sea. We just went 20, 30 minutes. We got people cursing. We got all over the Red Sea. Dog, is it that serious, dog?
I just say it's both. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, is that
okay,
thunder?
brother? I agree. That
I don't got no conscious community agenda. I don't
Is that
thunder?
Yeah,
I'm from the straight trenches, bro.
But my point is, I'm not concerned with where you're from. I'm saying, do you believe that as a black man, Chief X can be wrong, and you just allow him to be wrong if he mischaracterized what you said? That's all I'm saying. I don't give a damn about your geography, bro. I'm just saying, we just wasted 20 minutes on Red Sea culture. Come on, man.
Okay, we moving on.
No,
Where Reggie
I'm just saying, he's
Hold on, where
assuming
Reggie?
I'm with some conscious community shit. I ain't with no conscious. I ain't never was with that shit. I got kicked out of Amara Squad because I went with this shit. I'm just scientific. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, let American Dream.
I ain't never went with that hotep ass shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a nigga from St. Louis, bro.
All right, we good.
I appreciate that.
Don't disrespect the hotel.
Now I would say when Reggie gave me an answer, right, when I asked him about the Mediterranean, when he said that Egypt wasn't a part of the Mediterranean, after he gave me a definitive answer, I didn't even challenge him no more. I said, okay, that's where you stand at. Even though anybody with a globe or a map can see that. And I know Reggie is older than me. And I know Reggie been looking at maps way before me. So I know he's saying that Egypt borders the Mediterranean Sea. So when I asked him that question and he said, no, Egypt ain't a part of the Mediterranean, I just left it alone.
Hey, brother Shepton, can I say something right quick, bro? This in Ngozi, because I had to jump on. I'm up here at the gig, bro.
Ngozi, what's happening, bro?
What up? I don't know. Something was said that somebody said I was beat up. Let me just say this, bro. I don't know if you
got Ngozi, the man that you are, the stature that you have, you feel like that you need to defend yourself, bro.
Let him get it.
Let bro get it in.
Let me just say.
Let bro get it in.
Let me say what I'm gonna say. I don't like people lying to get a name for themselves. Let me just say this first of all. I've been teaching this shit about North Africa and difference between Sub-Saharan Africa for a long time. If a nigga don't, and I'm not talking about, I'm just being honest. If a motherfucker don't understand SNPs, mutations, molecular clocks, they can't tell me shit about no fucking genetics, bro. What I'm gonna say is this. Chief X, and I respect what some of the stuff he say, but he's not the first to talk about this shit. Ngozi, when I came in the conscious community, my name was Ngozi, a Western Central African name. I never said I was Kemetic. I always said based off haplogroup E, which is a Yes Associate program, Yes Associate protein, that shit was connected through the Green Sahara, which makes these people borders as cousins, if you understand genetics overall. So what I'm trying to say is that if anybody know me, I never said that the Egyptians was anything else. So no one taught Ngozi anything about North Africa. I just want people to know that. Also, Caucasoid does not mean white. So when I got on here yesterday and I said Caucasoid, that doesn't mean white. I'm going to say it again in patterns. A Mongolian, all Mongolians are Mongoloids, but all Mongoloids are not Mongolians. Just like all Bantus are Negroid, but all Negroids are not Bantu. A Yoruba isn't a Bantu. A Mandinka isn't a Bantu, but they will be in the taxonomy labeled as Negroid. Caucasoid includes all of North Africa, all of the Middle East, and half of East Africa. And I'm talking about Somalians, Eritreans, and all that. So their skin tone can range. So what I'm trying to say is that for someone to say that anybody beat me up, like you got a racist bitch named Egyptian 7, I constantly go against all the shit you say because I read most of the articles that hoe present. Yet and still people are fathering over this bitch or any other fucking dumbass fake wannabe North African as if they have a point. Half of the shit these people reading already went through. The shit that Double X was using. I gave him that article 2 years ago. This shit is not new. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck going on, bro.
Yeah, Ngozi, welcome to the panel.
We've been cracking off of that argument, bro. That's why we left. That's why Team Osiris left Amaran Squad.
Okay, so basically what we're saying is Ngozi is basically saying he agrees with Chief X's argument.
I agree with
some of it.
Hold on. Listen, Chief X, I've been talking about back migrations from the Neolithic and the Chalcolithic.
I know. We know that. Nobody's denying that you haven't been talking about that, Ngozi. That's the thing. We know you've been saying. I'm just saying, you're the article. You the one gave it to Triple X. We all agree with the article. That's all I'm saying. So
I can't go against science. Like if anything changed, yes, the article that's what's presented. But again, that article only talks about for one region. My thing is this though. This is my thing, X. Like I told you before, for someone to say, and I'm not saying none of y'all on here saying that. But I'm just saying it's just logical for anybody to say, especially to those racist North Africans and X and everybody on here that see me go backwards and forth with them, for them to say that, and I'm not talking about blacks from Western Central Africa. I ain't talking about us. I'm talking about Nilotes. I'm talking about Bija type people. Is if they wasn't drifting in and out, whether they were a minority or not, that's a problem to me. That don't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the craziest shit in the world. When you have Mapiri and other groups of people, not to mention that Aswan is not Sudan. It's Upper Egypt. It's under Luxor. Sudan touches the tip of that. So for people to believe that at the border, Nilote people wasn't going in, whether they were the minority or not, or mixing with the population, even though it was plenty of population turnovers, that's problematic to me. But I would never say that North Africans were kinky haired. They had their own level of coil or hair shafts. But not to mention, I can honestly say on here right now, me and Geechee got information that Negroid hair ain't even that old. How about we get into that? How about we get into the Sub-Saharan African being a hybrid?
Yeah, they don't want to do that. I see. I would love that argument. I mean, I would love that discussion, but they don't want to do that. That'll really kill everything.
I mean, I can even say that Negroid morphology isn't even that old. The oldest Negroid skull that we find when it comes to taxonomy is a Sillerman that was found in Mali. That's around 8,000 years old. Then you got a drifting skull called the Quadam culture where the morphology goes in and out. So Negroid hair texture isn't that old, or the Negroid taxonomy isn't that old.
They will start, and it's different. Hold on. They will start crying if you really got into that.
And it's different. And it's different. And it's different levels. And it's different levels to her too. Like even the kinky is different varieties, and even kinkiness in itself. You know what I'm saying?
Different varieties. Kinky is derogatory.
Bro, yeah. I'm just here to tell everybody, like, I do agree with what X is presenting. I also agree with brother Unc is trying to present about the components that comes out of the Sahara. But again, when it comes to Egypt, they were already a fixed population. And they already had a genetic continuity with populations from the Near East. And we have to understand the layers of Eurasian, from Basal Eurasian to Neolithic Eurasian to Bronze Age Eurasian. They differed based off populations that kept going into those areas. Egypt is a transcontinental country. And I wouldn't say that Egypt isn't near the Mediterranean, because all of North African countries is near the Mediterranean, just like all of Southern Europe, and the Eastern Mediterranean is Turkey or Anatolia. All those are Mediterranean regions based off the region that you look at.
See, the thing is, people don't want Egypt to be a transcontinental country.
That's what it is. It is.
Wait. Hold on, Ngozi. Hold on. Ngozi.
Yes.
What time period, my good brother? What time period are you talking about that Egypt is a Mediterranean culture? What time period?
Since the tectonic plate,
that transcontinental.
Since the
transcontinental. We need to
listen. Hold on, Jolanda. Since the
tectonic. Hey, let him answer the question. He has Ngozi. Let him spit it out.
Based off the region of Egypt. It's in North Africa. Once you touch that Mediterranean, that Alexandria and all that, that's Mediterranean it has multiple cultures in the Mediterranean. They had a trading border between Southern Europe, the Near East, and those portions of North Africa. I can say on here right now, I'm just speaking, just study from my research. Egyptians have more cultural ties with people in the Mediterranean. Like what I mean by that is Near Eastern trades, people, the lapis lazuli from the Oxum River, the cedar ebony wood from Lebanon. They wasn't digging into Nigeria, Congo, and the deeper interior portions of Africa.
They want people to think that they had more in common with
Ngozi. I don't.
Yeah, even let me say this real. Even the people that we're talking about, like that Somali type.
I'm still talking Ngozi.
Let me just say this real quick though, bro. Even the people that we call the Somali type, the typical Horn African type, those type of people was there in the Mediterranean and admixed to the population. Iberian Marusian people are Mediterranean people, yo. You know what I'm saying? They still that area. Why it's hard to believe that a sea can be multi continental. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, North Africa is Mediterranean. That's the fucking waters that borders it. Like let me just say this. Let me say this real quick.
Wait a minute. Reggie was actually had the chance to speak.
Yeah, let him get it out.
Reggie,
brother Reggie, I want to ask you.
Reggie is next. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
And Ngozi said he want to ask me a question.
No, I wanted to ask you a question.
Mr. Rich
I'm only talking in Ngozi.
American Dream, bro.
No, it's all up. It's all up. So big brother Reggie.
American Dream, let us deal with that, bro.
I'm gonna be brief. I'm gonna be like 15 seconds. I do agree with brother Reggie when he talks about the components that makes up that portion that migrated to the Mediterranean. So this is what I mean. Like when you start studying the Nakada period, the Mahdi period, or the elements that come from the early Green Sahara, before dynastic fate, when Egypt was already established, when Narman unified it, there were already a fixed population there. So when we start going back in time to the Keithians, the Tenarians, the late Pleistocene Libertines, these are the predecessor roots that's responsible for setting the tone of what molded Egypt. So when Brother Reggie brings up the element that comes out of the Sahara, way before the dynastic period or a dynastic period, yes, it's an element from there. But there's also an element that comes from the Eastern Mediterranean near Anatolia. Like, for example, if you ever look up pottery graves with Neolithic farmers, all through Southern Europe, you find the same pottery graves that found its way into the layers of the Nile Valley. So what I'm saying is that you can look at they were buried with their tools, with their crepe and their frail. Now, if you go to the Green Sahara, we see the layers of the Tenarians and the Kepians. Now, we have to also understand this. There has been founder effects and genetic drifts, like, for example, King Tut, they went into his DNA. His mitochondrial DNA was K. His Y chromosome was R1b. Now, we do understand, based off the early Green Sahara and its postulation, that a layer R1b came through southern Europe 6,500 years ago into the Mediterranean. So everybody in the Green Sahara at this time was not what we feel as Wesley Snipes. These people were mingling with different groups of people. So when you look at the people that's holding the cows, that's a pre-Pula group. The pre-Pula group used to worship a deity called Jinno. This is the predecessors of Pula, right? After that, you start getting these other groups of people that's coming from the Mediterranean as well, that's inserting into North Africa, crossing through Gibraltar, in and up in the Sahara. And this is why King Tut had that R1b VA8. Also, most of the Hausa men, the northern Fulani, have R1b VA8. And then when you look at the lactase consistent gene in Fulani men of people, the LCT gene matches the Mediterranean that they got from Europe. So the genetics is segmented to Africa. It's really tricky.
Somebody got to mute out.
Right. So basically, Ngozi, what Ngozi's saying is just agrees with what I've been saying. I'm not saying anything different. He just goes deeper into the genetics, right? So,
let Mr. Rich get his question.
Let me just say this one sentence and I'm done. So what the thing is, what he's saying is,
hold
on, I'm not done. One sentence.
But Brother Reggie was right after Ngozi, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I say one
sentence, Mr. Rich been there. He been there for a while. He tried to get a question in, and he got thrown to the side like about 20, 30 minutes ago. That is a fact, though. That's why I try to let it get in there.
Can I say one sentence, please? That's all. I'm done.
Even
okay,
though
so what all he's saying is that ancient Egyptians have a closer affinity in relations to people of the Mediterranean than people in Nubia or
that's your one sentence. Go, Reggie.
Right. Nah, let Richard get it in. Let ask the question.
Reggie, go ahead.
I was gonna ask Ngozi a question, and he pretty much made a statement and enough for me to make my my statement. Okay, so Ngozi, these Africans that are in North Africa, is there any groups of people earlier than them, right? In North, did North Africa influence the Mediterranean people, or the Mediterranean people influenced the North Africans?
North Africans are Mediterranean.
So yeah, they made the Mediterranean. They made it to what it was.
Didn't Reggie ask Ngozi? Wait a minute. Wasn't the question for Ngozi? Can Ngozi?
So brother Reggie, so the population that was there before the Iberian Rouge was something called the Tyrian culture. And the Tyrian culture is also responsible for what they call the Nubian complex tools that was found in the early Green Arabia layers of the world. So basically the Tyrian culture were actually the first population that scientists are calling non-Africans that migrated out of Africa through Northeast Africa via Sudan. So what I'm saying is that the population that filtered the early Mediterranean of Africa, North Africa, was the Tyrian culture, which stretches between 160,000 years to 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, you find the Levantine Argonautians back migrating into Africa through the Levantine corridor and mingling with some group of people called the Helphins. These Helphins and these Levantine Argonautian population formed into what we know as the Ibero-Maurutians. So yes, when it comes to the Tyrian culture, they definitely were the predecessors of the early Mediterranean. And at this time, they looked nothing like modern Mediterraneans that went through multiple mutations and adaptations based off the selective pressures that people went through before merging to those further tips of those regions of the world.
Okay.
Thank you. Wait a minute. So there's a gentleman by Mr. Rich that's in here that's had his hand up. Yeah, I don't know who you are, but if you want to speak, you have a minute.
Mr. Rich's family. Mr. Rich family. Mr. Rich family.
What's up?
I thought I was still speaking.
To the chat.
Reggie, but he not asked like two questions and go. The brother been like 30 minutes waiting, brother. You can jump right back. Bro.
Yeah, Reggie. So one question. So
whatever.
I was saying that the Egyptians that built the pyramids, they're more Mediterranean than African. That's what we're saying. That's just one question.
No, it doesn't.
Let him answer.
Doesn't X out African.
When you Mediterranean doesn't exit out African, brother.
Right.
They were Africans. They were North Africans. And what I'm saying is that they wasn't nothing else. They wasn't the Eastern Mediterranean people. They were North African people that adapted and adjusted to that region. But they did have Near Eastern ties. So what I want you to look up right now from 2020, the stones that was used to build those pyramids. Those stones that was used to build the pyramids came through Sudan. But we have to also understand some of it also came from the Levant. But if you look up the stone that was used to build the pyramids, you can see what's going on. So Mediterranean doesn't mean white. Mediterranean, this is a region geographically. That's it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I wasn't saying this white, and this is the last question. So are we saying that the culture at that time that built the pyramid was more a Mediterranean culture?
It was a North African Libertine culture. North African Libertine. That's just that. It wasn't a Yoruba culture. It wasn't an Igbo culture. It wasn't what we have in interior Western Central Africa. It's a culture and a cluster that belonged to that population in Northeast African corridor.
What does Libertine mean?
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Levant.
Libertine represents the
Levantine. Okay,
yeah,
okay,
Levantine.
Okay.
Yeah, like Corey said, them Levant niggas.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Ngozi,
yes.
I'm still trying to talk to you and to
Go
try
ahead,
to
King.
talk.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm trying to talk to you and Chief X, and I'm not really interested in talking to anybody else.
Thank you, Jesus Christ. I'm trying to get it on too.
Except for Yolanda and the sisters. I talk to any sisters.
On the panel, man. Like,
but I'm not trying to.
I'm not like.
Listen, the difference.
Be considerate, though.
The difference is I take the debates.
Hear what I say, bro, and be considerate, man. I'm making a statement, bro.
Hey, brother Reggie, go ahead, King. I hear you, brother.
Hey, Ngozi, you could call me later, Chief X. I'm not taking.
Go ahead, Reggie.
No, I'm not taking this because here's the thing: I'm making a statement. I don't know.
He ain't gonna leave. He ain't gonna leave you. You always do this shit. He ain't going nowhere.
No, you don't know me, bro.
Reggie is saying that he's going to do
brother,
a presentation.
you don't know me.
Hold on,
you
don't
know
Reggie
me.
is trying to get an understanding from me and Ngozi.
He ain't
but everybody.
And from the Ngozi, you don't know me, bro. And I'm not trying to be tough, but as a scholar, where's your work? You don't know me. Everybody, I want to try to narrow down what the conversation is. Why am I talking to you and why are you talking?
Then go ahead and narrow it down. Stop all that goddamn crying. Goddamn.
Let him speak and maybe he'll stop crying. Goddamn.
Let me do me. Let me do me.
No, because
let me do me. Go ahead, Red.
Them, bro.
Hey, brother Reggie, you're a master teacher. Brother Reggie, we need you here because you are a teacher, and I want to hear what you got to say, bro. Like, I want to hear what you're saying, brother.
Yeah.
Did he leave?
Yeah. No, okay. I didn't leave. I'm just taking a breath. So here's the conversation. So this conversation on Mediterranean people, right, in North Africa. Ngozi, you're telling me that it was only them that was okay. So let's just make sure that the people understand that it was not only the Mediterranean, the so-called North African and Mediterranean people. And when we're talking about North Africa, we're talking different time periods. We know when the Sahara began to dry up, the people were forced to move to the rivers, right? So we know this. Now we're not talking about magic blood. We're talking about culture now. We're talking about the cultural reasons for building the pyramids. The cultural reason for building the pyramids is a North African Mediterranean culture, or is the culture coming from somewhere else?
So let me ask you a question, brother Reggie.
Before you go, can I just say one sentence and then answer him? Let me just say one sentence.
Go ahead.
So what you got to be careful of doing, Reggie, is saying when the Sahara dried up, cultures went to the rivers, because you're trying to allude to Nile Valley River. What's wrong with just saying they migrated north towards the Mediterranean? Because that's the reality. Go ahead.
That's not true.
But I understand I understand what Chief X is saying, but I also understand where Reggie's coming from. Now, here's the thing. Now, the predecessor of the pyramid was something in the Sahara called tamulis. Y'all know what tamulis are, right? Those mounds that they use for burial grounds. You find it all through the early Green Sahara. Look up the tamulis. You also understand mummification, like the Black Libyan mummy that was found in southern Libya, what, 6,500 years ago. So the elements, but we also have to understand that the sub-Saharan Africans that we descend from, or what they call in sub-Saharan Africa, south of the Sahara, they also had their own unique layer. A lot of Paleo-Saharites went south and mingled with the population that was there, what they're calling the ghost population, and formed us. And the other layer of Paleo-Saharites migrated north, or what as Chief X said, or what Brother Reggie said, is they migrated to the river. At this time period, there still was a distinction between modern common Western Central Africans and common Egyptians before that flavoring or cluster became its own unique banner. You get what I'm saying? So if you look up an article called Peopling of the Early Green Sahara, you see the elements that was there, that was also the signatures, that was the building blocks of what we call Egypt. So you have Tamulis in the Sahara, which is those early mounds. Based off postulation, you have the EM78 marker that's high in modern Egyptians at like 70%. EM78 is also at modern Somali men, which is EM78. That's the clade of Edith they have. They have it at 80 to 70%, that form of EB32, EB22, and EB12 that's still in Egypt. The other layer that you find there is that R1B marker. Now, we know it's not coming from the other portions of the eastern region. It's coming from population that was coming from the Mediterranean, like Bell Beaker culture, crossing through southern Europe and going into Africa a long time ago, before we even have dynastic phases. So the element was already blended, especially when you start looking at the mitochondrial DNA, what group of people are coming in, what was inserted there, what layers of Eurasian that was there. You have the late Pleistocene Eurasian, you have a Bronze Age Eurasian, you have the autochthonous North Africans that formed into that. You get what I'm trying to say, Rick?
I understand exactly what you're saying, and so that's why I'm trying to narrow this down. But the people have different cultures from their geography, but largely the culture that created this Nile Valley culture is a North African culture, right? But the North African culture should be looked at in its isolation. Not saying that they didn't have contacts with their neighbors, right? But it's the North African population that seeded what they call the Mediterranean culture, if you want to call it, right? It is what walked out of Africa in the ancient times, walked back into Africa for the purposes and became African, blended in with African. And so then the rest of Africa, as the Sahara dried up and the people were forced to move to the rivers, right? They took that culture and then they blended with the other cultures. So we know that the origins of ancient Egypt come from the south, as far as the kingship, as far as the beginnings of language, comes from the southern part, does not come from North Africa.
Southern Egypt.
Without the writing, without the basis of writings, you can't have no pyramid buildings, right? You might have tumuli, but you're not going to have construction that's measured, right? That's going to, and I'm not really trying to deal with pyramids per se, right? And most of this conversation is really a conversation between Chief X and Ankh. That's not really my conversation, but the part of the conversation that is mine, that I'm interested in, has to do with the absence of the African population and becoming what you call a modern day Egyptian, to say that these Egyptians that are there now were the original Egyptians during the time of the pyramid building, right? So my argument or discussion or with Chief X has to deal with largely the culture. I've been listening to Chief X. I don't know what culture that he is talking about that contributed to the state of Egypt. I don't know to this point. It's not no magic blood. I don't care what type of skin pigmentations or what type of SNPs or DNA that you have, because all of that is hidden within the culture of the people. So I'm trying to find out from you and Gozi, right, the contributions directly that you can say that it was North African only. I'm trying to ask you, Was it North African only that created the pyramids?
Before you answer, Ngozi, I'm gonna throw one more sentence out. See, sometimes Reggie, you have to also be honest and say,
how come Ngozi couldn't answer?
No, he
Damn.
I'm just gonna say one sentence.
He didn't. We don't need no filibustering from you.
One sentence, Reggie.
He said he talking to Chief X and Ngozi.
Yeah, relax. So I just want to wait one sentence and then Ngozi can answer. This is a dope conversation. Yeah, come on. All right. So Mesopotamia, Reggie, you should also teach about that had a lot of influence on ancient Egypt and pre-dynastic Egypt. And that's just a fact. But go ahead, Ngozi.
So yeah, so here's the thing. So by the time pyramids were being built, Brother Reggie, the people were already who they are. They were already they already had a set genetic signature. So basically, by the time the pyramids was built, when Narmer unified Upper and Lower Egypt, Eurasians was already filtering in those areas, especially in the second half of the Naqada period. If you look at the second half of the Naqada period, this is when you start finding something called the Jasper cylinder that was over there in Iraq, right? Which is a Near Eastern component that was there. So you have these Iranian, Iraqi type people from the Chalcolithic culture back migrating into the Nile, especially in that second half of the Naqada period, a long time ago. So by the time the pyramids started being designed, they were already a blended population. You get what I'm trying to say? So when you get dynastic anything, Eurasians was already set in genetic signature and molded with the indigenous North African component. This is why to this day, modern North African Egyptian men are EM78 paternally, which is indigenous in North Africa, and their mitochondrial DNA is highly Eurasian, highly Eurasian. Then when you start looking at the human leukoantigens, their immunities respond more closer to populations in the Middle East from the Chalcolithic phase. So this shit been going on a long time. So before the pyramids, they were already mingled and mixed up, even before the pyramids, if you get what I'm trying to say.
I understand.
Can I say something real quick and go?
Go ahead, King. Go ahead. I'm gonna call back in too.
I'm just really trying to narrow down. See, here's the thing. I want to have a discussion, or I'm going to make a presentation on Black News 102. It is going to be about this the topic of Chief X. I'm only talking to Ngozi because Ngozi is a really, really good, really great, our best person to talk about early peoples, right? Anybody else? What's your point? You're not debating.
Wait a minute, Brother Reggie. So we understand you want to only talk to Ngozi, but some of us are here to learn, particularly our constituents in the chat. So I have some questions that I want to ask and be fair to everybody. If y'all want to have a private conversation, I'm sure you gentlemen know how to exchange numbers and meet up sometime later. Either way, Kichi Gola, you can go next, and then I will ask the question from Brother Ray, who's in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say me and Brother Ngozi, we do a lot of our studying together too. We come to the table, we do a lot of our studying too, Brother Ray. I'm Team Osiris, being like Ngozi is like my brother. But anyway, I want to say too, to add on what Brother Ngozi was saying, like even during that mixture and during that time period, so when you say North African, we know, of course you probably talking about the stereotypical mixed type of looking French Montana looking dude. But you got to be careful too, because Nilo-Saharan groups, even some of them motherfuckers was mixed to certain degrees. They are still considered to be a North African population. They're not South African. Nilo-Saharan groups or North Africans. They're not, they're not all of them not as mixed to certain degrees, or mixed with Eurasians certain degrees or whatever, but they still are North African people.
Yeah,
so wait, so let me ask him a question. So Gullah, Geechee, so those groups of people who are now the modern Egyptians, those groups of people, or these are the people that you're talking about?
Which Nilo-Saharan people?
I'm talking about, I'm talking about the modern Egyptians, right? That are ruling Egypt right now. Or are these the people that you're talking about?
Yeah, they already been mixed for a long time. But they're even more mixed today because you had other people migrating in, Turks and all that other shit later on. But yes, they always had a Eurasian mixture. Even during the earlier period when basal Eurasians was mixing in with mitochondria M1 and U6 was migrated back in. You even got Asian markers that mutated in North Africa.
Can I ask you a question? I just need to ask you a question because you work with Ngozi, and it'll be the same if I asked Ngozi, right?
Brother Reggie.
Yes.
Can this be your last question so I can ask the question from the chat? Thank you.
Okay.
For now.
So no, it's I mean, so here's the thing: is people who are learning, they can ask questions, right? Statements, that's not learning. That's teaching.
I'm asking a question from a gentleman in the chat. So who are you directing that to?
Turn left onto North.
Either way, Brother Ray in the chat wants to address this question to Ngozi. He's gone now. Chief X, are you Brother Reggie? Well, his question was, do you think that the Sumerians had more of an influence on Egyptian culture than Europeans? I'm not judging the questions. I'm just asking them.
That's a fair question.
The Mesopotamian culture, they seem to have a trading impact around 4,000, about 4,000 BC. And it's just a trading. They are actually mimicking the people of North Africa and the connections that they have with North Africa. So the Mediterranean people, they're just mimicking cultures. There's nothing significant about what they have done. There's no major history about what they have done. Where they were like a swamp, like Egypt, a mosquito trap. So they don't have a long period in humanity. It is the African that has seeded the world, and it is the African that brought terracotta to them, to pottery, and and then what modern Assyriologists do and Egyptologists do is try to create a kind of a special race of as if they had a major contribution, but the contribution in Africa is largely just African.
But Reggie,
I made a video. Let me say this real quick.
Chief, answer. Yeah, you can respond, Chief, because you were one of the other people too.
Yeah. So I made a video the other day. And it was about King Tut, who, in my opinion, is probably, if you just think of the most popular ancient Egyptian, I would say King Tut, right? He was in all kind of cartoons and movies back in the day. So King Tut, and I spoke on Queen T, and I asked, are they Egyptian? Everybody said, yeah. So I went down to break down the biological origins of their ancestors, and they're R1b and K, which is West Asia. So basically, the ancient Egyptians, ancient biological ancestors, came up out of them areas that Ngozi says the Levantine and the Mediterranean, North Africa.
Yeah,
in the Near East.
You right, Chief X, because even when you get to Queen T, her father and mother was from the Martini Kingdom. They were Hurrian speakers. You know what I'm saying? Those people did come in, but they was mixing in them people too. You know what I'm saying? Like of course they Y chromosomes and mitochondria, you know what I'm saying, with those Asian markers. But when you get into that autosomal, they what they don't have yet, but I'm pretty sure they could have had some motherfucking East African and some other shit in them too, all mixed in and shit. You know what I'm saying? The sex chromosome is just one part of DNA. Like even me myself, you know what I'm saying? My Y haplogroup is G. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if we want to be extreme, like all humans on Earth are 99.9% alike. So we have components and ancient haplogroups from all over the goddamn place.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question.
Because people overlap and they mix in and this shit. But definitely when we talk about the 18th dynasty, the 18th dynasty was very mixed, mixture period of Egypt. You know what I'm saying? That was after the Hyksos. Even even before the Hyksos, we had mixtures, but definitely like you had Asiatic or Asian people even mixing in a lot into the royal dynasties and shit. You know what I'm saying? Them motherfuckers Amenhotep the third and all them, that was shit. They was marrying Hittite women and all that shit.
That's why that kind of leads to the question I was going to ask, really, because I was like, I wouldn't think that examining a pharaoh and getting their components would be a good parameter to judge the the population.
No. I'm not saying this based off.
I'm not. That wasn't a response to you. That wasn't a response. I'm just saying, like,
okay.
That is my response to the whole thing. I think you can't. I don't think you can do that. That's all I was saying.
Well, I'm gonna go. I didn't get all the things that I need to get out of Chief X. And that's how things go. So you've had your all. This was just an opportunity to kind of help us fine tune what I will say and then know what his response is. However, he gives his response. But it's I've been on this platform since like 12 o'clock. So I'm finished. Y'all have a good night.
Enjoy your
Thank
night,
you, Brother
Reggie.
Reggie.
Everything I said
Sweet
is
dreams, beautiful nightmares.
Thank you.
Now, I would say in response that is always kept being said that we're only talking about 3 mummies, that we're judging the Egyptian population off of 3 mummies. Right now, they just talked about King Tut DNA being sequenced and Queen Ty. And there's a list of other Egyptians, on the Wikipedia article whose DNA was extracted and all of that. So they're making they're not just using 3 mummies like, they keep trying to say, y'all just talking about 3 mummies from the Delta. And in this time period, no, if you look on the goddamn Wikipedia, it's a whole bunch of motherfuckers that they know where their lineages and shit come from. So I just wanted to add that if anybody else want to jump in.
No, I mean, I'm talking conversation.
And brother Chief X, I apologize if when I got amped. I'm passionate about what I said. I want to let the motherfuckers know I never was with that conscious community shit. You know what I'm saying? I was just a kid who like study science and shit, bro. The most pseudo as I got in my life, I used to be a roster, but shit, deep down I used to like to smoke weed for real. When I learned about that Rastafarian shit and Haile Selassie and all that, that's some bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Scholar. I'm with you on that. That was me too.
Like, cause Hero Jones in the chat talking about, I said Team Osiris said that Egyptians were black. I've never said that, Hero. My statement about Team Osiris, just to be clear and honest, Team Osiris says they're not African American and that they're not black people, but then they'll show you a picture and but they'll allude to they're not black, but they look black. That's how. So it was just a joking thing. What I'm saying.
I got some I want to add to this discussion though. Like we keep okay, maybe I'm getting it misconstrued at Chief X, so don't get upset with me. And not just you, even like when Sheffrin and Corey will bring up the argument, because I am Africologist, you all know I'm a Pan-African, whatever. But when you all say, Kemetic culture, Egyptian culture is Mediterranean culture, it's North African culture. Sometimes the way you all put it is like that is separate. And I understand the dynamics because it's, on the Mediterranean and it's so close to these other cultures and continents. And of course, it's easy for trading to take place. The thing is, from what I know and studied and learned, been taught from great elders, the continent which we label as Africa, found different things had been made foundational, a long time before so-called Kemetic or Egyptian culture come up. So when the question is asked, is Egyptians are black? Like, I think that, to me, I don't even listen because it shuts down the argument. Because first you got to define what you mean by black. And everybody's definition of black is different. So this argument becomes circular because, definitions weren't clearly defined, first of all.
Well, I'll say this. Let
me finish the point, please.
Go ahead.
So then I'm moving past the black because we also know that's like a kind of social construct. And the conversation got confusing. At the end of the day, because I'm not into right or wrong, whatever, I'm a constantly learning. Things will reveal itself. Eventually we will know the truth, though. We know it, we just need to accept it. But does it matter if they were Black or not? Or does it matter more if they were African, as we call it? Because for me, you know, a parent culture has always existed. There is evidence of that. And, you know, fuck them being Black, they're African, period. And I think we need to understand that and let it go.
Yeah, so when I say Black, I mean the same thing Dr. Ben meant, Black man of the Nile.
Okay, I don't know what Dr. Ben meant.
Let me explain.
What I'm telling you is I'm not versed on Dr. Ben. So
I understand. I'm talking to the audience.
Because I want you to define that for me.
Right,
When you
let me, I got you covered. I'm talking to the audience. We got it. Okay. What I mean by Black is my mama. And you, Jolanda, you're a Black woman to me. Okay. What I mean by Black is the same thing Dr. Ben meant when he wrote Black Man of the Nile. It's the same thing that Ashra Kwesi meant when he was teaching me for decades that our ancestors are the ancient Egyptians. What I mean by Black is someone who has tightly coiled hair and melanated as myself. Okay. What I mean by Black is West Central Africans, East Africans, South Africans. That's Black to me. Okay. Now, Black is not North Africans to me. This is just what I mean. Okay. So we understand the social construct thing, but all of a sudden, I don't play the game as I'm confused what Black means all of a sudden once Black Egypt gets debunked. Now everybody's confused of what Black people is. I mean, that's just me. Continue.
Yeah, but you got to be careful with the East Africans. Some of them motherfuckers don't consider themselves Black, bro, because they know they.
No, they don't. I'm just talking about how from our construct. I'm just talking about Black America. My mama. I mean, I'm giving examples. I'm just trying to, in general, throw it out there. Okay, we know what Black people is. We know what Dr. Ben meant. We know what Sabra Sutanseti meant. We know what Ashra Kwesi meant. We know what Alvin Van Sertima and everybody who taught us, all these master teachers taught our ancestors. We know what Black people is.
And we also are taught that Africa has the greatest genetic diversity of any place on this earth also. Right. And there is no like set Black standard. That's kind of the point I want to get at. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying, but you know,
okay.
I'm just trying to, what I'm talking about is Black is you, Jolanda. That's what I'm talking about. You weren't in North Africa.
I'm sorry?
Not in North Africa.
Okay.
Yes, Black, I'm talking about you, Yolanda.
Okay. I still don't understand what that means, but that's cool. Understood.
You don't know what you are? You don't consider yourself a Black woman?
I'm not going to respond to that, Chief X.
Cool, no problem.
Because now it's getting ridiculous. I was just trying to clarify a point.
No, I understand, but I just want to know your mindset. Do you consider
sometimes we need to move from, you know, Black or not, and just understand that it's African culture. That's all I'm trying to say.
I'm specific, and I say North African culture because Armenian culture is different from Cambodian culture. So I'm not going to blend and disrespect Cambodians and blend them in with Armenians. I want to be specific. Slow down. I want to be specific and let them know that that's Southeast Asia. So when people are thinking, they can get a better understanding in their mind. I'm not going to blend Southeast Asia with Armenians. That's just me.
I wouldn't either.
So the same thing on Africa. I'm not going to blend West Africans with North Africans. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Thunder.
Where's Thunder? Can't wait till they blow them goddamn pyramids.
Yeah, they're nerd.
Hey, what's up, Chef?
So what you think about the conversation? Go.
All right. So Jolanda would like to kind of concentrate on the African aspect compared to the color aspect, which I'm fine with. My argument is the people in Egypt have always been there. I view them as Arabs, or if you want to call them North Africans, out of respect for the continent, fine. But to me, it's nothing more than a bunch of Arabs that have come down from from Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Iraq, Iran, just the Middle East in general.
That's the only direction you think?
I'm gonna finish up, and then I'm gonna take a question. So I believe that those people are Middle Easterners that have traveled and settled for thousands and thousands and thousands of years in that place. They've replicated and reproduced to over 100 million people. Currently, they're on their way to 105 million people by the year 2025. They're doing what they've been doing for millennia on top of millennia. I don't view them as Africans, not even close. But, and it's not because of leadership. I'm just looking at, well, not strictly leadership, genetics. So if you look on YouTube for a simple Egyptian DNA reveal, or some along those lines, just look at one of you Egyptian reveals their DNA on YouTube. You could look, everybody can look right now.
Yeah, we know that, but that
hold on, my brother.
They did say that variates.
What you're going to see is Western Asian. You're going to see some North African. Then you're going to see the majority Middle East. So that's kind of that's how I view them. I don't give two shits about Egypt at all. And I never will. In general, he's right. It's a good chance. Hold on, my brother.
Yeah, he's right.
I never will. And I am solely concentrated at this point in my life on West Africa. Now I have bought 1 hectare of land in South Africa, and I do plan on moving there at some point before my life ends. But so I do have affinity for South Africa. But right now I'm going to be concentrating my studies strictly on West Africa.
That's right, Thunder. Well, I'm bringing my people home to West Central Africa. Go ahead, boy.
Thunder, when you go to South Africa, take me, because they got some amazing wine country and some exquisite beaches. Please and thank you.
I have gone to. I could share my Google photos right now.
We'll talk later, Thunder, because I love me some Shiraz.
Yeah, no sweat. No sweat.
Yes, I'm cultured. I know.
So I would advise. I've been to Cape Town, Johannesburg, on Mpumalanga.
Yes.
And a country I can't remember. It starts with an L, but they're great. It's great, man. I love it. I loved it. So, but anyway, yeah, go ahead. Somebody asked me.
I grew up with a young lady. Her grandfather, his name is Raymond Walker. He worked for NASA. He helped develop the Ruby laser. He's in his 80s now, but he actually goes back and forth to South Africa, somewhere outside of. Not sure. I thought it was outside of Cape Town, but he's built a school there. And yeah, he does some philanthropic work. Yeah, I'm going to
do philanthropy. Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm going to actually. I wanted to try to contact him because I'm going to get him on the show because he is one of the Black scientists. Actually, know personally. But yeah, we'll talk more.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let me add some to the South thing because this is what people are caught up on. Okay, so I see in the chat people say, "Oh, they came from the South." Now, for years and decades, let me let you know. The conscious community and a lot of elders taught that the Egyptians came from the South. In my opinion, and from my research, that's wrong because the South, they were trying to say that they were Nubians and that they came from Sudan and then jumped off Egypt. That is false as hell. Narmer came from Egypt, just southern Egypt, or I'll say in the middle of Egypt. I say Central Egypt. So Narmer came from southern Egypt or Central Egypt and unified northern Egypt and southern Egypt. He didn't come from Nubia. So we have to be clear and stop saying just the South. The South word is throwing it off for everybody because Sarah Sunsei, Dr. Ben, and everybody tried to consider the South the Cushites and the Nubians. So you have to get your mind frame out of that. If King Tut, King and Queen T, and all these people, DNA, biological ancestors, say the Near East and the Levant, you can't keep saying the South. It makes no fucking logical sense. You get what I'm saying? So they populated Egypt, to me, from the Mediterranean, and they drove down the Nile and it just populated and ended up in southern Egypt. And that's their culture. They're the same people, whether they're Upper Egypt or Lower Egypt, they're the same damn people.
Well, Chief X, let me say something real quick on that one. Real quick. The reason why you hear the whole like Egypt comes from the South thing, that's from the Greek Diodorus Siculus. He says that Egyptian culture came from the South as well as their manners. And when he means like the South, he's specifically saying the Ethiopians, who we call the Sudanese. So that's the Greek saying that.
I'm saying that's the thing. I grew up since 1992, listening to Ashwa Kwesi and Dr. Ben. I'm not listening to Stickler. If they was listening to Diodorus, then they fucked up and did some bad scholarship.
Yeah, but the thing is that they ancestors that did come from the South wasn't no Nilo-Saharans or no Niger Congo people at all. You know what I'm saying? They was them East African Red Sea motherfuckers with that curly ass hair. I mean, that's what the language means. Proto-Amadic language, you know what I'm saying? It's the oldest Afro-Asiatic language family, and it came from those areas, those Eritrean regions.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Dilla. How did you get involved with in the?
You said what now?
How did you get into the involved with science? What intrigued you other than smoking weed, I guess?
No, I said I was a roster when I like smoke weed. I said that's the only pseudo movement or some shit that I joined. Like I ain't never been like part of no conscious community. I rock like I always was want to be part of the conversation because I wanted to correct some of the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But I always been into science. Like my mama used to always buy me science books. My granddaddy used to always have on National Geographic and shit, and all that shit. I always was into science and shit in shit, grade school and all that shit, and social studies. I used to have debates with the teacher. You know what I'm saying? In social studies and shit. And she used to come apologize to me after, like, oh, you were right, Orlando Gilly. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, King Sosa and Chevron, I'm gonna get out of here. I just wanted to say goodbye. And if y'all need me, if people want to see, we didn't shut the combo down now.
Chief X.
Somebody,
Chief X, before you go.
Yes.
Joe, peace.
Chief X, before you go, because it seems as if your main argument is based around the DNA that they found with some of the pharaohs, and I think you're kind of using that to say that Black people didn't really have a significant role in Egypt.
No.
Okay, then if that's not what you're saying, never mind that.
Yeah, that's part of it, but I've been saying this for several years now.
Right, because if they were to like, if 1,000 years from now,
your keyboard and mouse right there.
Let me tell you my real point. My real point is basically what Thunder been saying. My real point is
that's a new one, right? That's a yeah.
Mute your mic, Thunder.
Can you mute out, please?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, my main point is just what basically Thunder said. We need to get back home to West Central Africa. When we visit Egypt, we need to visit West Central Africa and help their economy. Help their economy and go to their hotels, their airport, support their locals. We've been out of touch and being all up in North Africa, which has nothing to do with Black Americans. This is just my point. We need to get back to West Central Africa. We were misled decades ago. We were misled way back before that with Elijah Muhammad talking about we Asiatics, and we never left West Asia since Elijah Muhammad started teaching we were Asiatic. then
I
the
agree.
Egyptians, and then the Hebrews. It's all in that central area where the Hebrews are, where the Asiatics are, where Egypt is. Everybody's been focused on that small little area, and we need to get the fuck out of there and come back home to reality. That's my whole point.
I do
that's
agree.
real shit.
I'd like
That's
to
real
say
shit.
real quick, just off of Chief X what he just said. So yes, visit West Africa, particularly visit the Senegambia coastline, things like that, like Sierra Leone. Particularly, the reason why it's lots of things are going to be going on this year. Liberia also. I can't remember off the top of my head, but on the next show I will post a flyer. But you have some Black African, Pan-African Americans who are expatriated back to Sierra Leone and these places, and they're help rebuilding, help cleaning it up or whatnot. There's a Sierra Leone and Liberia, but an anniversary is coming up really soon. So I'll get you all more information, but I know that they're planning a trip over there, and it's supposed to be pretty amazing. I only have basic.
Was Chief X talking about when Chief X was talking about West Africa? Was he talking about were you talking about visiting, or were you talking about us moving back and claiming our stake somewhere in West Africa?
You didn't say anything about
Yolanda, I'm right here. I'm right here.
Conversation, man.
Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about visiting, and if we're to support and put our money places, and when we visit, I'm just saying that's a place that we should go and help out, because the people they need your hold on. They need your income out there. They need your assistance. And one day, if anyone ever goes to Nigeria and Ghana, you will have a better understanding, and you will probably come back speaking the same way I am, because it's going to touch you. The children are going to touch you. The conditions they live in is going to touch your heart and soul, and your focus won't be Egypt no more.
That's real shit. That's them our people shit. Even according to ancestry DNA, we still got living cousins that's still alive walking around over in West Africa. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's our real family for real. If anybody else outside of you know what I'm saying, us here, you know what I'm saying.
Most of us here don't really even keep in touch with our cousins here, with most of our cousins here. So I'm like, are we really going back to West Africa to look for our cousins? Like,
that's why I said, if you're gonna visit place, it would be cool and nice if we were to support our distant ancestors. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's not nothing you gotta do. I mean, there's nothing wrong with going to Egypt if you want to, because I plan on going to Egypt one day, but not on my next couple trips to Africa.
Would you consider South Africa to be our ancestors as well, since the people in West Africa kind of got there from South Africa?
I mean, the Bantu expansion, we kind of came, that way to the Congo and to West Central.
So would you encourage us to visit?
I mean,
pretty much.
Guess it's all good. Visit anywhere.
So anywhere but North and East Africa.
So here's my thing.
He said visit anywhere, bro.
Personally, I plan on visiting Panama next. Then I'm going to go back to Ghana. Then I'm going to go to Belize, and then I'm going to go to Brazil. I just plan on traveling every year. COVID just kind of shut it down for me this year.
Okay, I mean, it just sounded as if you were kind of encouraging us to do the West Africa thing, kind of like a Mecca thing, you know what I mean? Where we kind of look to that place and visit like on a yearly basis and support them. But now it just sounds as if you're saying go there on a vacation. I mean, okay.
No. He's saying like stay out of Egypt. How that motherfuckers be having the tours and the getting married over there. How motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? How Azra Quays and all them motherfuckers be in Egypt and shit. We need to do that shit in West Africa. That's what he's saying.
America.
Okay, sure. But let me ask Chief X this one last question. Chief X, you said the 25th dynasty were black people. Like after the 25th dynasty, did those black people just disappear from Egypt? And did they just pop up like right just there with the 25th dynasty? Or were these black people, were they there before the 25th dynasty and then gained power? And then did they lose power and then remained there after the 25th dynasty? Or after the 25th dynasty, did they get, all get killed off or did they leave?
Now, see, but most of the takeovers in Egypt were political, not necessarily killing people. You know what I mean? So it's just a political struggle.
So it's possible that the black people that the black people that ruled in the 25th dynasty remained in Egypt after the 25th.
American Dream. Just let me finish a little bit. Just slow down. So it's the same thing as Islam. When Islam came, they didn't just came murdering the population and destroying the population. They changed political hands and they changed religion. They didn't war like we do, It was a little different.
Right. So you're saying
those people probably just went back to where they were. If you're not a king no more, you're dethroned. I don't know the specifics. I wasn't there.
But it would be more likely that they would remain in Egypt, correct? They wouldn't just say, "Oh, I'm not the king no more, so I'm going to leave."
Or I would think they would remain in Egypt or go further south. You know what I mean? I don't know. That would be their personal decision.
That's kind of like the Bija population. Like some of them, even like they are very mixed people. Like, but they were like some of the descendants of some of the people that lived in Egypt. They just got pushed into being like nomads and shit. You know what I'm saying? Some of them motherfuckers just went back to living simple. You know what I'm saying? Simple lives, or even probably shit. Some probably got killed in war or some shit like that.
But I would understand that happen. I would understand that happening if it was, after the 25th dynasty, they were chased out or killed off. I would see that, they would end up somewhere else. But if they end up having their own dynasty in Egypt, that would mean that they had some type of, a real stake in Egypt, and they were there for a while and they had political power, and and then after they lost that power, to say that they just left Egypt, and that just doesn't sound logical to me.
Hey bro, they call them cops today.
Hold on. So that you're right. I mean, of course, over time, neighbors communicate. You're not just never communicating with your neighbor. You communicate, and then while communicating, you get influenced. So this is why the Sudan has pyramids, but those pyramids are a couple thousand years younger. You know what I mean? They were influenced. Then Nubians eventually developed a written language. They were influenced by the Egyptians. You know what I mean? Later. So yeah, they have influence, and over time you get the merging, and you'll float up and do some business and trade some ivory and whatever, you know what I mean? And then one day you just make a political claim and stake your claim and get into the political system, and it happens.
Okay, so all right, so just the main question I want to ask, because I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but the main question I'm asking: the black people that ruled in the 25th dynasty, is it possible that those black people were there before the 25th dynasty and remained there after the 25th dynasty?
Yeah, so I just answered your question. I'm saying, of course, they were trading and communicating. Meaning, to communicate, you have to be next to me. I mean, I'm telling you, yeah, over time. But you got to understand that what year that was. Right after them, damn near became the Ptolemies, and the Greco-Roman world came, and then the Arab world came. So after the end of the Egyptian dynasties in the 25th, and it started ending and declining, other people start taking over in power.
And those black people just left.
Hey, that's a good segue though, because everybody get their last part in shots, man, so I can end the show.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, American Dream.
Damn, Thunder on the parting shots.
The last time we talked, my brother, I think you didn't speak too highly of Africa. Seemed like you were.
Oh shit, I'm out of here. I see y'all.
All right, peace.
All right, peace, brother.
Seems like you weren't you wouldn't want too warm to the idea of Africa. Seems like, and you're more you definitely hate where you're from, which is Jamaica. So, hence your name, the American Dream. Do you still harness? What's your feelings about Africa at this point in your life?
You might be gone. You're on mute, bro. I don't know if you're still there.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah. I said I'm glad Thunder brought that up because I did want an opportunity to clear up what I said yesterday about Africa, because I think there was a misconception of what I was really saying. Because I think, and I may be blamed for that people were saying that people thought that I was saying there's no value in calling yourselves in calling ourselves African American, and if that's what you heard, I think I may have misspoke. I think the main thing I was saying is that the value that you get out of it, and there is a value, but the value you get out of it is the same value that an Israelite gets out of saying he's an Israelite. It's that same religious value. It just satisfies that same type of religious urge. So I wasn't trying to speak badly of Africa. I was just saying that, to call ourselves African American is just the African part is just like a religious connection. It's not a real connection because we don't own land in Africa. We don't have a passport. We don't have any type of or real connection to Africa. Is not a country, and nobody in Africa really calls themselves African, especially the ancient people that we're trying to connect with. None of them ever referred to themselves as African. So the fact that we want to call ourselves African in order to connect to that place is kind of like weird to me. And I'm just saying, that's all I'm saying, is that I think that connection, the value you're going to get out of it is more of a religious value. And if that's all you want out of it, then that's fine.
Point made. See, Stu P, you're trying to end it, but I'm trying to end the show, Stu P. That's why I'm about to wrap it up. All right, man. Listen, man. I want to thank everybody for pulling up, listening to the Pseudo Killers. It was a good show. Got a little crazy at times, but for the most part, it was nice and orderly, man. And just look out for the next show, man. Peace to everybody, man. Have a good day.
Peace, y'all.